And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the second part of what's most likely going to be a 4 or 5 part. Well, actually, no, it's probably going to be a 5 part stream series. And sorry that this didn't happen yesterday. I won't lie to you. It has nothing to do with just like not wanting to stream or anything like that. It's just I finally decided to buy Tears of the Kingdom. And I basically have spent just the last 2 days doing nothing but playing that. So, yeah, that's why the plan is going forward, the next 3 days are all streams. We're going to be doing Brawl today. We'll do Smash 64 tomorrow. We'll do Melee on Saturday, and we'll end it off with Ultimate on Sunday. I think that is the most reasonable way to do this. And, you know, as I said, I don't think that any. Well, I know that the Ultimate video is like 4 hours long, so that one's going to take a little longer, but I don't think that Brawl, Melee, and Smash 64 are going to be streams that take nearly as long as Smash 4 did, because I don't think that there's any talking points that are as big as Mega Man and Ryu. But yes, today we are covering Brawl, and Brawl is a very interesting case for me because I honestly think that Brawl has the worst designs in the entire Smash series. Some of them. Whomist, whattest, wheremst. I'll look at that after. I lost my train of thought. Fuck! I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Brawl's designs are, in my opinion, the worst. A lot of Brawl's designs basically feel like they want to get as many like iconic Nintendo characters into the game as they possibly could. That's why you have a lot of characters like you have all these sidekicks and all these villains being added. You got Diddy Kong, King Dedede, Meta Knight, all these other side characters. Really flushes out the roster and makes it feel really impactful. In terms of newcomers, I think Brawl's, like, from a star power perspective, is the strongest out of the entire series. Now I think I need to explain why. Because it not only did it introduce a lot of Nintendo characters that people really wanted, but it also was the game that introduced third parties through Snake and Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, I think there would be third party characters that come later on that would be more impactful, or at least, you know, like, for what they were. Sonic and Snake were a big fucking deal. And characters push fighting games, like, sales wise. So you get characters that people want in fighting games, they're gonna buy it. And considering the Brawl went on to become the best-selling Smash Brothers until Ultimate came around, I think that it's very clear that characters sell. Now, whether they have a good design is yet to be seen. And honestly, while there are good designs in Brawl, they did not get good in Brawl. Majority of Brawl's designs got good in later games. I'm not going to spoil any, but definitely some of them got better later on. And some of them did not change whatsoever. But yes, I was smart today. I made sure, you know, had lunch like only like 15 minutes before stream. I have tea here with me. So, you know, I don't end up with another headache halfway through the stream because I'm an idiot and I didn't eat. That and, you know, staring at Smash Ultimate for too long, I've noticed. Maybe this is just a byproduct of me getting older, but if I stare at Ultimate footage for too long, my eyes legitimately start to hurt really bad. So yeah, I'm not gonna keep you waiting anymore. I played a long song at the beginning so that I would be able, you know, finish eating my lunch. And yeah. Le- Wait, desktop not available. What are you talking about, computer? That is the wrong thing. No, you don't. I don't want you to see that. That's leaked information. Display 2. No, it's display 3. Why is it off? Oh boy, am I gonna have to switch things around because for some reason it doesn't want to capture my monitors? There we go. Okay. That was weird. I don't know why that happened. I hope that nobody saw what that was, because that was a leak of something that I was working on. And please don't look at it. It's a spoiler. But yes, I'm not gonna keep you waiting any longer. I played a long song at the start because I wanted to finish my lunch. Um, yeah, let this get started. Let's go.
Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Design Dorks. I am Diddy Kong, voice and writer of Designing 4, and with me today is my co-host as always,
the Duke of Dorks, owner of the channel, the Duke of Dorks.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is part 2 of a likely 5-part retrospective on every character in the Super Smash Bros. Series. We're going over each character and placing them on
Chuckles,
a
I think the character that's coming next is a pretty cool character.
Not on our personal preference for them, but basically how we think of them as a design.
Also, I should mention, the reason I'm breaking this into like a full 4 straight stream schedule is because of the fact that I am not going to be here next weekend. I am going to get on my level, which is a Smash tournament that is coming back for the first time in a few years in my hometown of Toronto. And apparently they're also playing Street Fighter 6. I'm not entering, by the way. I'm not entering. I'm just going for friendlies, just to hang out and just to enjoy and watch. I'm not getting back into competitive. I'm just going there for friendlies. I'm just going there to hang out. I'm not really going to join the tournament. But yeah, that's why we're doing this for the next 4 days. Today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe when I come back from get on my level, we'll do a tier list stream of my own. That's when we'll do it. I don't know. I haven't determined that. I still need to schedule the render stream for July because that hasn't happened yet. And I'm working on several other things. And I've been working on something for another content creator that's been behind schedule and has kind of fallen through the cracks a little bit, and I want to finish it because I think that it's something that a lot of people will be happy with. I'm not saying any more on it, but if you're wondering why is he deciding to do all of this at once, that's why I'm deciding to do all of this at once.
How they represent the character, how they work in the fighting game, and basically seeing, how they appeal to a general audience and as a fighting game character, and whether they do that incredibly well, incredibly poorly, or they got some things, but they also got some other things.
Exactly. I do want to remind everybody that there's going to be some weird, not every character is judged on the same criteria. A retro character like Rob is not going to be designed with the same things in mind as someone like Ike or King Dedede. Like, different characters are going to be judged on different things. We might praise a character for something and then judge a character for doing the exact same thing. Very loosey-goosey here, but at the end of the day, we're just having fun. And today we are covering Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
Yep, so Brawl was a very big game for the series, introduced a ton of characters. Obviously, the first game since Smash became sort of a household name of a series. I know Melee was a big...
It's also the game that would drive a wedge between the community that would never, ever end. I love Brawl for what it did, but goddamn, the repercussions of its actions would literally go on for decades.
Deal that catapulted...
Or decade, it's been 15 years.
The series from, this is a pretty cool Japanese exclusive game that I guess we got, into, this is the Kingmaker.
Exactly. This is when Smash Bros. Like really became like the system seller of the Nintendo consoles. Right up there with Mario Kart.
Yeah, so we have a lot of really interesting designs, more getting into, I would say, the Nintendo B-list, but important characters for their series to round out, going away from necessarily the just get all the protagonists in kind of design.
Yeah, a lot of tertiary characters, a few antagonists, and some just odd choices that still kind of worked.
Yeah. So I don't know about you, but Brawl is the game that I have the biggest swing with, where I have some designs that I absolutely adore, and then I have some designs that I just cannot stand. And
wow, I completely and totally agree.
I definitely have a very top and bottom heavy list of my own as well. And as we did last time, we are going to go in order of...
Honestly, funnily enough, I think that 3 of the game's 5 worst characters are from Brawl. I'm not gonna say who they are yet, but we'll get to them.
So just starting with Meta Knight and working our way through the roster, and that's a good place to start. How do you feel about Meta Knight?
Oh boy, we're starting with Meta Knight?
He almost killed the Smash Brothers series, so
forgot that we had to start with Meta Knight.
Which is an issue.
Meta Knight's really, really weird to criticize. Because, yeah, I think that he could definitely be represented better. But how are you going to tell the creator of the character that what he's doing is wrong? It's a very, very weird middle ground that I need to, and I need to formulate my opinions really, really well in order to, not make it sound like I'm saying Sakurai's own creation doesn't know what the fuck it's doing, even though I do genuinely feel that one of his characters is like that. Meta Knight, I'm not entirely sure what Sakurai is trying to go for with Meta Knight. Because Meta Knight is, in his games, is clearly like the mysterious swordsman, a master of his craft. Majority of the time, I'd argue he's arguably holding back majority of the time when he's like fighting Kirby. It's like, I want to test you to see if you're worthy of like fighting this greater threat. And even in like Kirby in the Forgotten Land, he has like his own like character story going on in the background while everything else is happening, of how he's like defending the town, and he's basically like prevented bosses from like attacking the town, like I think it's like 20 something times in between the time it took us to even get to the world. It's like, that's really nice, that's really neat. And honestly, I'm gonna say this, while I appreciate Sakurai and the work he puts into his games, he truly is one of the best game directors on the face of the earth. I think the majority of the best Kirby games came after he left HAL. And I think that a lot of his characters became way more fleshed out and way more interesting. And as a result, a lot of them do feel like they're a little bit behind the times in Smash. Meta Knight in Smash it's very clear that he wanted it, that it's inspired by Meta Knight's Revenge, which is why, he has the halberd and all this other stuff. But even in Meta Knight's Revenge, Meta Knight's not like brooding and vicious and like swinging his sword like he's like having a temper tantrum. He's an honorable captain who basically is like, you guys go, I will stay, I will fight him. And I don't see any of that in Meta Knight. Maybe in Subspace Emissary, but not as a playable character. Now that's just true. Kirby has evolved into something so much greater than what he was created to be. I agree, Duke. Also, hello, Duke. It's a very, I don't know. Meta Knight to me is like a mid-tier design. Like he's like a B. If only for the fact that I think that he could be so much more. And while I don't think that Sakurai hates any games in the Kirby series that came after he left HAL, I think that's a bad mindset to have. It's very clear that he favorites his own creations over what these characters will become later on. And even if I were to say, oh, this character could use this, and this, when it comes to Kirby specifically, I think that out of every series in the game, it's going to fall upon deaf ears. I genuinely do not ever know if we're going to move past Superstar with Kirby and Smash. I don't know. But yeah, let's talk about Meta Knight.
No. Going after this, just talking about personal hype for the character for a second. Meta Knight was the first new character announced for Brawl, and as a person who got into gaming partly because of Kirby Superstar, yeah, this was big. This was like incredible to see this character be represented and be as cool as I remember him, not knowing just how much attention Kirby Superstar would get in the future. But still, Meta Knight is, I don't want to say necessarily a unique character. What he does isn't unique, but how he achieves it is unique, because he's a lot of small hits that build up, and then he takes you to the edge of the stage and sends you off. It's very much, I would say, a prototypical Bayonetta kind of design.
Actually, yeah.
With him. Only more
I never thought of that, yeah. Meta Knight kind of is very similar to Bayonetta in a lot of ways. And I guess that kind of makes sense why they're both, completely broken top-tier characters in the games they debuted in.
Focused on his multiple jumps. And I think that fits him with the Kirby series very well. But I feel like as time has gone on, he has a glaring issue, and it's a similar one to Bayonetta, that Meta Knight doesn't climax.
Well, he is a blue ball.
Just to roll off that, he doesn't have a move or an end game where it feels particularly good. He is a character designed to nickel and dime you. And in the Kirby series, he's an incredibly powerful character. Like, his sword, you swing it, and there's a bus driven by little Waddle Dees, and he swings the sword, and the bus goes and explodes. Like, that is the power of Meta Knight, and there's very little of that conveyed through Meta Knight's design. It's a skill character, but he doesn't really have a capstone to his skill.
That is very true. And it's very funny that, they talk so much about the Galaxia, especially in, his, trophies and stuff like that, how this sword, can cut dimensions, it's so fast. If that's the case, why does it sound like I'm hitting someone with a wet newspaper in Smash 4 onwards? Meta Knight's sound design, and well, I don't think that sound design's a big factor of the character design, especially since Meta Knight's design really didn't change in between games, but his sound design did. Meta Knight's sound design in Brawl sold him a lot better than in later games, if simply for the fact that it made his sword sound way, way more powerful. Even though it technically wasn't. They would go on to make his sword attacks way more powerful in later games. But, I don't know. Can we at least give him like a proper jab combo that isn't just like flailing? I feel at the least you could give him like the basic sword combo that he has in actual Kirby games. And hell, you could probably also give him a beam for like his forward smash if he's at max health. Because he would go on to have a lot of abilities like that in later Kirby games.
And he had it in Brawl, but it was too good, and they've been nerfing him ever since to the point where it's kind of a struggle to be Meta Knight sometimes. I don't know. What do you think based on that?
I agree with that. I feel like one of his biggest problems...
I also think that one of his biggest issues is that Meta Knight's way too slow in the air. Even in the Kirby series, while all the characters can fly, Meta Knight has always been shown to be the character that flies the fastest. And his flight speed in Smash is garbage. It's basically almost on par with Kirby, and Kirby's isn't that fast either. I don't know. Forgotten Worlds Meta Knight's Blade Beam is straight up Virgil. Well, maybe they should make Meta Knight more like Virgil, because Virgil is very fun every game he's a part of. And, both of these characters have a reputation for being broken in everything they're a part of. Or, at least, in Meta Knight's case, in Brawl.
Is that so much of his specials and...
Again, the Yamato cuts dimensions, the Galaxia cuts dimensions. Give me visual effects that show me, cutting dimensions. I mean, it would work. It's canon. I don't know.
Particular is based around these multi-hit spins, which are naturally designed more for just shield pressure and getting back to the stage. There's not really a heavy hitting end move except for his down special, which I love, but it's not...
Well, there's the forward smash, but even then it's weirdly slow and has no range.
Good enough to really fit that bill. Nothing combos into it, which I think is a real shame, because that kind of teleport behind you, nothing personal kid would be the perfect way to end combos for this character, but it's not good enough.
I would totally agree. I would love it if he did a down throw and then he could do the nothing personal kid, and if he guessed what way you rolled correctly, you just died.
Exactly.
I wouldn't mind him having tech chase options.
I'm down on the character. I think Meta Knight is he's pretty solid overall. He's completely unique from the other sword fighters, being very rapid fire jabs, but he also has a lot of precision in his animations, which make him seem like a really, really skilled sword fighter, which is what he is, and it works. It's just again, I agree that he's missing the power that I'd expect from the character. I don't think he needed 2 tornado-based specials. If one of those was just some sort of slower, heavy-hitting attack, that'd go a long way to fixing him, I think.
I like that he is centered around the idea of finesse. My issue is
kind
he
of,
has
sort
so
of
many multi-hitting moves, especially his jab just being the wild slashes of that he just doesn't really stick the landing for me. It doesn't feel like necessarily a focused character toward the combo game. It feels like, yeah, you're doing a ladder that you got from one of your multi-hits that scoop the opponent up.
And I do feel like those, the jab in particular seems a little too, I don't want to say disorganized, but he seems a little too hyper for the personality of the character, if that makes any sense. I'd expect him to be more poised, but he just swings like he's just had 10 cups of coffee in the morning, which is very unique when compared to the character, but not quite what I'd expect from him either.
Also, a little thing, I don't know if it's just because I love his anime voice and Kirby, use the sword, Kirby. but I've never liked
I mean, that's just Mexican Brock.
the Darth Meta Knight voice.
You don't like to fight me.
Come back when you can put up a fight.
Okay, honestly, that's kind of the only thing about Meta Knight's character I actually like. Because, I mean, I don't think Meta Knight sounds like that. I think that that's just a mask, like, altering his voice. I think you can make an argument that that's how it works. I mean, how does a creature that's that small have a voice that deep? And arguably, a lot of his voice in, like, modern games, even though he doesn't talk, his grunts are arguably that deep, so I think that's kind of the voice he was always supposed to have. While the cartoon is a nice novelty, and I will never knock Zorro Meta Knight or Colonel Sanders Dedede, I don't think they inherently fit the character. I love them, but I'm kind of glad that this is what they went with. I don't know.
I feel like it's too mean-spirited for a character as honorable as Meta Knight. And I know that takes from Revenge of Meta Knight, but even there, he's a very, very honorable captain.
True.
And I just feel it's leaning too much in that Brawl edgy direction for me, and it's never really corrected itself. Like, even like, oh, he's got a sick metal guitar version of the Kirby victory dance when you win with him. And I'm like, no, that's not Meta Knight. Meta Knight is like tragic salsa or something.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'd love it if he had like a move where he threw a sword to his opponent, like giving them an item, but increased his stats at the same time if he did that.
Could be a nice taunt, at least.
Just being like, oh, okay, let's duel. Just something like that. Maybe make that his final smash or something.
Like, he kicks the sword. Like, it could be a multi-part taunt where he puts out the sword. If nobody touches it, he just kicks it at him and it counts as like a projectile and it does damage. Imagine if you could use it as a setup tool. I don't know. I think that's something that would fit Meta Knight's character very well, in my honest opinion.
I don't know. I feel like it just needs a little more to fit that wandering samurai duelist kind of persona,
You know what?
that he has.
I actually did have an idea specifically for Meta Knight on what I would do to enhance his character. In the Kirby games, there is a mode called Meta Nightmare. And in that mode, Meta Knight goes through a Kirby game to basically prove that, yeah, he can do it just by himself with his base skill set, and then he'll fight Galactonite at the end or whatever to prove that, you know, he's the best. But in that mode, when Meta Knight deals damage to enemies, he gains points, and he can use those points to improve himself. So what I would love to do is give Meta Knight a meter. I know that sounds crazy. Don't go after me, but I feel like,
honestly, if they want to take anything from those games, they need to make him a faster glass cannon. Because Meta Knight, even in the earliest games, like in even Nightmare and Dreamland, when you could unlock him and do Meta Nightmare, Meta Knight was like way faster in like on the ground and in the air than Kirby, but he took like next to no damage, and if you got like hit 3 times, you died. I think that that's an aspect of his playstyle from Kirby that should be emulated. But he's heavier than Kirby in Smash. I mean, not by much, but I definitely think he should be a lighter, way faster version of what he is right now in Smash. Like, maybe even lighter than like maybe around the same weight as like Squirtle and Game & Watch. I mean, it's only 5 weight values since he's only like 80, I think. But like, make him way faster. Way faster, way more combo routes. A lot, like, make the cancel window for his down special way larger so that he can actually do follow-ups out of it. Yeah, exactly. More versatile movement, but he's made out of cardboard.
He needs an incentive to continue hitting the opponent. And
in Smash, well, at least in earlier games, that was the ladder combo that linked into Shuttle Loop, which, by the way, bring back Brawl Shuttle Loop, please. I think the whole gliding thing was dumb to get rid of in the first place. And even in modern Kirby games, that's how Meta Knight uses the move. In Star Allies, Shuttle Loop works like it does in Smash, like in Brawl. Meta Knight feels very limited in a lot of ways, and I don't think speed should be one of them.
when he does that, he can activate Meta Quick, which in this context would basically be Shulk's Speed Monado art. So in that way, by continually comboing the opponent, by doing what he's meant to do, disciplined, constant damage and constant pressure, he gets that speed boost to carry them off really, really quickly. He doesn't necessarily have the power, but he has the ability to overwhelm. And I feel like rewarding the skill aspect of Meta Knight will go a long way into improving his overall character and ideas.
It's very true.
I would like that a lot. I know a lot of people have the opinion that Kirby characters are generally supposed to be really simplistic. Like, you see that with all three of them. They all kind of, if you input a move in that direction, it does about what you'd expect for each of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like Meta Knight necessarily needs to be the same way.
I'm going to tell you outright, that's a lie, because Kirby games have command inputs in them and have some Superstar.
Sure.
Yes, that is true.
Kirby characters aren't...
If they really wanted to emulate Kirby, since, you know, Smash Brothers and the entire platform fighter genre is based on Kirby, maybe they should give more characters command inputs. I think that'd be, you know, very faithful to what Kirby is. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Sakurai, please. I beg of you, give these characters more complex things to do.
Necessarily easy to control. The idea of that comes from, I guess, them being a beginner game, and like, I'm fine with that applying to Kirby. But if you're trying to translate how these characters function in their games, they have evolved past that. Maybe not necessarily Kirby, but certainly Dedede and Meta Knight have had a strong evolution over the years.
And I do agree. I just wanted to mention that because I know that it's going to pop up in the comments.
Oh, I'm sure, and I'm glad that we have doused those immediately. Surely no one will have that opinion ever again.
Of course. I just a quick question. Which of his final smashes did you like more? The Dimensional Cape or his, I don't even know what to call it. The final smash that half the roster has, where they send you to the top of the stage and hit you a bunch of times.
Not Strider Ragnarok, not that one. I like, come into my cape and let me smother you in infinite darkness.
Why not combine them and give Meta Knight a Raging Demon? Like, he covers you in the cape, it goes dark, and then he just hits you a bunch of times. Why did they not give Meta Knight a Raging Demon? That would have been so much better.
It was, like, just slow and meaningless, but I just loved the... Like, I know we were just talking about the anime voice, but that "know my power," like, that just hits so nicely when he says it.
No, it works well, like, for what they're going.
And then that final hit could cut the darkness in half, and it returns the stage back to normal. Adding on to the fact that the Galaxia can cut through dimensions. Perfect. You don't need anything more than that.
It's understands, and it has a gravitas to it that he is missing from whatever Galaxia Magic Force is.
Okay, so where do you have Meta Knight on your tier list? Just based on what we've said so far.
I have Meta Knight in D, which is could be improved. because
That's fair.
I feel like
That's
he
completely
does
fair.
have a lot, but he has issues at his core that I would love to see tweaked. Like, I feel
But again, as I said, aside from the fact that I don't think we're ever going to move past Superstar, I think they're too afraid to make Meta Knight too good because of the abhorred public reception this character received from his debut in Brawl. You want to talk about, like, the tier does not work, harming, views of the character. Meta Knight, I would argue, is one of the few characters in Smash history whose public view was absolutely harmed by his appearance in Smash. Simply because of how broken he was. Bayonetta's also in that boat, but I don't think she's anywhere near the vitriol that was the public reception of Meta Knight in Brawl. I'm more than certain that people have lost friends for using Meta Knight in Brawl. Never happened to me, but
like Brawl was the most complete version of Meta Knight, and since then he's gotten less and less and less due to his reputation from Brawl.
An earned reputation, just to be clear. Like, we're not saying that...
a totally earned reputation. He needs to be toned down, but instead of...
Walnut, I remember when Kirby's hammer actually worked properly and was a good move. Unlike it is now.
Of replacing that with anything, or going with the evolution of the character since Brawl, it's just Meta Knight, but less.
Okay. I personally had him in mixed, which was our C tier.
Mm-hmm.
But after this conversation, I feel like he could be better. Like, I like the Kirby characters in general, but Meta Knight's always been...
He could go in either tier.
Because his moveset doesn't quite fit his personality, and I'd like to see that fully fleshed out.
I mainly think that he's a B tier because some of his stuff does work fairly well. It's just that he's not very cohesive and he's not very true to the character. That's it. If he had some better visuals and some attacks were like way better thought out than they are, I think he would be like an A. But as he is now, he's like a B at best.
He's such a cool character that I'd love to see given proper justice.
When you look at the cast, I don't think that there's another character that really screams, yes, this is the cool one, as much as Meta Knight.
Right? Just looking at his render, just the cape billowing behind him, his expression as he's pointing his sword directly at you. Like, it's just, he's such a cool character. Now,
I wish he had Ike Quick Draw. I wish he had that with the same level of power instead of Drill Rush. And just make
He kind of already has that with his forward smash.
Make it a reference to Samurai Kirby.
Now, a quick question.
Okay.
Do we want to organize these in regards to, like, the characters we did last episode? Or should we organize them separately and then order them at the end of this, like, spiel?
I would like to order them as we go so that the thoughts are fresh and then we're not going, oh god, what did we say about Meta Knight?
This is one of the main reasons I wanted to do so many of these streams back to back so that these ideas are fresh in my mind. And I remember the stuff I said in previous streams as well.
All right,
Samurai.
Because there is one other character in D tier right now, and that's Robin.
I think Meta Knight's better than Robin.
I agree. After our conversation last time,
poor Robin.
Meta Knight still works. Whereas you convinced me that
Yes.
Robin needs some heavy retooling to properly fit his kit.
Yes.
All right. I can get behind that. So, next up, we have Pit.
Oh boy.
To be honest, when I first saw Pit, I had no idea.
Okay. I don't know if my opinion on Pit is a hot take, but in my honest opinion, Pit is the most boring character in the entire game. And I think the reason he was designed this way was because Sakurai wanted Sakurai already had one of his characters be a very, very simple, beginner-friendly character that anyone could pick up. Now, granted, he's not Mario. Kirby's not Mario, who will, has all these unique mechanics and stuff like that. They can teach you so much about the game from simply just jumping around and playing as him. But he's still very simple and easy to use. I think that Sakurai, since he worked on Kid Icarus Uprising, instead of fleshing out Pit, he wanted him also to be a very beginner-friendly character that anybody could use. And in doing so, turned him into the most boring, honest character in the entire roster. If you want to talk about characters that don't have very much wow factor, Pit is very much a character that nothing he does is remarkable or interesting. I don't think he has a lot of impact. He's not like overly fast. He's not overly strong. He has like jumps and he has a decent recovery, but other than that, it's just like he's very, very bare bones basic. Standard projectile, advancing move, high flying recovery, and he has a reflector. Also, why did they just give him Raptor Boost? Of all the ways you could implement the arms, you gave him Raptor Boost. Yes, I get it. Captain Falcon's like easily top 3 designs in the entire Smash series, but I feel that there was definitely a better way to do it. And he doesn't even get half of the stuff that Falcon can get off of his Raptor Boost. Yeah, they gave him Raptor Boost, but bad. Okay, okay, boring's a bad word. He's honest. And by that I mean just like, nothing he does feels very, overpowered or anything along those lines. Everything feels very middle of the road, very safe. Like, he is the all-rounder of all all-rounders in Smash. He is very, very honest, which is very fitting because he's an angel. But at the same time, it's just like, thanks to this design, he kind of just blends in with the crowd and he's not very remarkable as a character. I'd argue Brawl Pit was more interesting, even if he did feel way, way more janky and had a way, way more obnoxious voice. Yeah, the all-rounder. And then they gave him Dark Pit, who in my opinion is a better character than Pit. Thanks especially to, Electroshock not just being Raptor Boost. But even then, he's attached to a very, very honest base, when I don't think that Dark Pit should be anywhere near as honest a character as Pit is. And for the love of God, if you're going to give him a staff, let him use the staff as an attack in more ways than his final smash just being a crappy arrow of light. His title in Smash 4 was the flawed clone of Pit. And that is very, very fitting for what Dark Pit is in Smash.
Who he was, and I thought he was a girl.
Oh, I recognized him from the trophy in Super Smash Bros. Melee because I'm an astute viewer who knows who Ayumi Tachibana of Famicom Detective Club is. Yeah, that's a good reach. And I was like, oh, he doesn't have a heart at the end of his bow. And, you know, he's another character who is inferior to Sukapon from Joy Mech Fight, the greatest retro character to never get in Smash. Did you know that Joy Mech Fight for the NES had a roster of 32 different characters?
I did not know that, but I'm loving this running.
It is impressive for the time.
It is incredible. And no, I lied. 36 unique characters. I forgot the 4 boss characters that you unlock later. What an utterly incredible game. What a retro rep that is a missed opportunity. My son, my glorious son, Sukapon Joy Mech Fight, should be here instead of Pit. But anyway, Pit's okay.
Oh, whoa. If Pit wasn't here, we would not have gotten Kid Icarus Uprising. And I wouldn't
we could have gotten Uprising either way.
I don't know, man. It was based off of his Smash design. And
it was based off of his Smash design, but like, yeah, I understand. But in a proper world, we also get a Joy Mech Fight sequel.
Okay, fair enough. They've both been deserving of more. I'll be honest, I did not like Pit's original design. I'm not fond of multi-hit moves in general. They're just annoying. But Pit's original...
That's what most of Pit is.
Yeah.
No, not really. But like his original, just his up B felt weird. He had so many different like shield moves that I wasn't fond of. But then we got like the uprising like influence of him from Smash 4 onwards, and he's felt a lot better since then. His moves are kind of broken. Like of all the multi-hit characters, people's characters seem to fall out of his the most. And I think that's a definite knock against his design. But ultimately, I feel like he did a decent job of just translating Kid Icarus. Like, obviously, there was so much more they could have done with, like, the insane arsenal that...
Yeah, at least Sukapon is in PMEX Remix.
But I feel like he's one of those characters that he has a default weapon that I feel like he should use primarily. Kind of like how Link could use so many items, but of course he should have the sword and shield as his go-to.
Right.
So I like that he has the dual-bladed bow, because it's such a cool weapon. It's unique to the roster, and he uses it very well. What are your thoughts on Pit?
Pit is an interesting case for me, because I agree. I found his Brawl appearance, like, he looks cool, but God, I'm not going to play him. And his attacks generally weird. Overall, I think that Pit is a decent design, but he runs into this weird kind of category where he kind of does everything a little, but he excels at nothing.
Which is just all-rounder.
I don't think that's necessarily reflective of Pit. Like, Pit is a savant, and he's sort of inherited the role that Mario usually fills, with Mario becoming a more combo-heavy character. And now here's Pit, like, yeah, he can jump pretty easily, he can multi-hit pretty easily, he can edge guard if he wants, he has a spike, it's not that good, but he can do it. He has a unique projectile, he has a reflector, he has a burst movement option. Like, Pit has...
What you're describing is just Mario, but worse. And honestly... Pit really does feel like Mario, but worse.
Everything, but I don't know. Through his moveset, I don't really get the character of Uprising Pit. I don't get that really, really kind of cocky, but very clearly knows when he's in over his head kind of character, except for when he goes off the top and screams that he never learned how to read.
That's the best RKO by far.
It is beautiful. I love it.
I do wish he had more quips. I feel the same way about Palutena. Just, of all the characters, Kid Icarus Uprising just had such a phenomenal sense of humor that you just don't really get translated into the games.
I will admit, I do appreciate Palutena's guide.
It's generally hard to do that. I mean, even characters that arguably have like a good sense of humor in fighting games, unless that is shown through their animations, it's not very apparent. That, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people would complain that this character never shuts the fuck up if he was saying quips like every 5 to 6 seconds.
I think that's a really nice addition, and I think that adds a lot to Pit in the same way that it added a lot to other characters who got stage-specific taunts.
Agreed.
But then no one plays on Palutena's Temple except to listen to those?
This is very true.
So
play it on Mega. Play it Battlefield or
Kid
Mega.
Icarus Uprising always feels weird because every single representation of it feels like a mishmash of ideas that don't coalesce together for me. From Palutena's custom moves to Palutena's Temple to even the choices they made to represent Uprising for Pit with the Arm and the Orbitars. Like, there's a lot of unique stuff in Icarus Uprising that I feel like we did not entirely get. Like, there's like the Viridi Palm, which would have been fun to see referenced or used. And I don't know, a lot of it feels just really safe to me.
I don't think it works on those, no.
Pit had a side B where he moves forward and reflects projectiles. Here's that again. Pit had a shield down B. Here's that again, but with the Icarus skin.
Well, that comes as a byproduct of Sakurai's philosophy of not wanting to change characters because he wants people to, you know, have familiarity with characters in between each title. Which I really think he needs to look at how, like, Street Fighter 6 is handling this stuff. And how you can add on or change things about characters and still have their core feel very similar or similar enough to the point where people will recognize it and want to still play the character. I think that this mentality of keep the character the same for the sake of players wanting to play the character in every iteration of the game has absolutely done way more harm than good. And I sincerely hope that it is abolished in the next Smash.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Smash Brothers has a problem of just being too scared to change up characters because, people like these characters. We don't want to get rid of their name.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason they keep them, even though the gameplay changes from every single installment, making that point kind of moot.
Absolutely. Like, who am I saying here like, oh no, my precious Dedede-sama no longer has Waddle Dee Toss. What am I?
Or, you know, hey, Sakurai, you know, Ganondorf in Brawl was not very good. Can you make him better? Did you say just give him his chest scar and nothing else? I can do that for you, no problem, pal. Yeah, thanks, Sakurai. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
To do? I guess I hate him now.
Yeah, it's not like Gordos are so much more fun or anything, but whatever.
Don't be mean to my Waddle Dees. Only I could be
Waddle
mean to my
Dee should
Waddle
be a
Dees.
character.
You're correct.
I'm not being bullied. I think he deserves more.
But yet, Pit is a character that I feel like they took a half step toward evolving him, and then they just stopped. It's not like other characters haven't been evolved. Like, hell, Mario got Flood.
It feels clear that they don't know what the hell they're doing with Pit, at least in some regards. Like, I don't think a single character has received as many Final Smash changes as Pit. Like, you couldn't have just taken the 3 Sacred Treasures and found a way to turn it into a cinematic. You had to give him Dragoon too? Come on. I don't think that's really necessary.
Other example.
Okay, Dedede and Pit. They both got new Final Smashes every game.
Yeah.
It just took Dedede a while to get one that actually was good.
Link got remote bombs, yeah. DK had his hand slap changed in the air. Bowser had Flying Slam totally added.
It's funny, like, I feel like Pit was the perfect opportunity to, like, show off all these cool things from Uprising. He didn't do it, and then we got Dark Pit as well, who didn't do it again. Which is just... it's kind of frustrating.
I'm actually, of the Echoes, I'm totally okay with Dark Pit being the same as Pit because, yeah, that's literally what it is in the game, but he's edgier and more aggressive, and they made him edgier and more aggressive.
The thing is that they kind of didn't. Yeah, he's got like more edgy taunts, but his attack animations are the exact same. He fights the exact same way as Pit. I do not get more aggressive from Dark Pit's playstyle. They definitely should have altered moves. Some stuff should have... I feel that Dark Pit should definitely hit harder than Pit. At least. And yeah, I know you could argue he does because of Electroshock, but I mean like actual moves. As I said last time, Ken is the only time they actually looked at an Echo Fighter and really tried something. Because Ken doesn't play anything like Ryu, and I don't think that Dark Pit should play anything like Pit either. At least at a core level. There should be enough differences for Dark Pit to have his own game plan, but very, very little of Dark Pit and Pit's game plans differ. Other than, I'll sometimes use this move to kill, or my projectile is slightly better. That's basically what it boils down to. I think they could have kept the bow and also used the staff. He should have used both. That would have been a nice way to differentiate the two.
So I think of the echoes, like, I'm okay with Dark Pit. Like, I think that's a well-realized joke, so to speak.
I can see where you're coming from. I guess it's more of just, I wish... It comes from that wanting more from Pits. It's like, oh, if you didn't do it here, you could have at least done it here, and they didn't do either, which is just a little frustrating to me. I do like Dark Pit's Final Smash. I know people look at that and say, like, oh, it's just so simple, but there's this very simple satisfaction of just pointing a gun and just instant destruction. I like that from his staff.
That's really fun. I do kind of wish that he used the Dark Pit staff instead of the bow, though, just as his projectile, because, like,
yeah,
that's the weapon named after you, buddy. This is like some Ganondorf
like
sword shit.
Every mod will go on to do this. And Dark Pit is way more fun in those games as a result.
Use it more.
They even put the staff in it as an item. They couldn't just retool that, tweak it a little bit?
No. No, it's too much.
Alright, so based off this conversation, where do you think Pit's ranks?
I just want to say before we go on, Pit would have been the perfect character to introduce custom moves with.
Right?
Like, it fits so much better with him than with Palutena. Ugh.
But no, we can't change him because he's already been in the game.
Yep. I have both Pits in D tier.
That is that's a fair tier.
Just really need a tune-up, both in making their multi-hits actually work, but also in just the philosophy of who they are, because, you know, Uprising is such a strong action game, a strong rushdown focused action game in the same vein that Star Fox is. And I don't get the same joy of motion with Pit and Patu that I do with the Spaceys. And I think that's inherently...
Well, you're comparing honesty to literal platform fighting game perfection. I think that's a little unfair.
To their detriment. Like, their series has evolved past Kid Icarus original, but they still feel the need to keep the design of Kid Icarus original because that's what they base the Brawl design off of. And I feel that that's holding them back as representing their character.
That is an interesting comparison because, like, yeah, they still kind of play towards that floatier, lighter feeling of a Metroidvania, which really doesn't fit Dark Pit, especially because, like, he's never been in one.
Yep.
Well, since we were just talking about the D tier, where do you think they rank in terms of... I feel like Meta Knight does... These two characters kind of have a very similar problem of being like that. They both carry you off the stage. Meta Knight's just better at it.
Yes.
Whereas Pit just doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I feel like
he's honest.
Pit is better in characterization than Meta Knight, but he's worse in gameplay realization than Meta Knight.
Which would you say is more important then? I kind of feel I like Meta Knight's design better.
I agree. I feel like I feel like
Yeah,
you could sell
Meta Knight's
someone
design is definitely
on a
better
card
than
game
Pit's.
with Meta Knight. And I feel like if you tried to do that with Pit, they'd kind of get Uprising, but then it'd be a totally different ballpark and their hand would die.
Well, their hand's gonna die regardless. Like, I love Uprising, but that control scheme's weird.
Like, it works for the system, I get it, but also, oh god, my hand. Pit should just have a move where he shoots your right hand. Where, like, he comes out of the TV and he just shoots you in the right hand.
It just causes that Joy-Con to vibrate uncontrollably.
They add
Really
a
funny.
spike inside the Joy-Con. And every so often,
I already
if you get
suffer
hit with
from
a smash
awful
attack, it'll come
muscle
out and
issues in my
pierce your
arms,
hand.
so it wouldn't be
Oh,
much
great.
different from what I experience on a
What
regular
about
basis.
In regards to Robin, like, do you put them in between Meta Knight and Robin?
I would put them in between those two.
And then which do you think does it better, Pit or Dark Pit?
Yes. But I don't know how to respond to that. It's like,
Yeah, it's difficult. Like,
I guess Pit, because he's from the actual game that his base is from in the original Kid Icarus. But yeah, I guess Pit, because he has that and he has the Palutena's guidance.
all right, I can agree with that.
Okie
I have
dokie,
some
who's next? I
Very
think it's
strong
Zero
opinions
Suit
on
Samus.
this one. And
Alrighty.
that is
Oh,
Zero
boy.
Suit Samus. Zero Suit Samus is a character that I honestly feel shouldn't exist in the first place. I actually have.
You know what? It's very interesting you think that, because I feel the exact same way. If only for the fact that I wanted more Metroid characters that weren't Samus. Now, granted, around the time where I don't want to give away too much about Samus because, we're not talking about Samus, the character that everybody wants to have, be good. And I'd argue isn't nearly as bad as people think she is. During the time of Brawl, I think that it makes sense that Samus was slower. Because while we would have games like Fusion and Zero Mission that would have a much quicker pace than a lot of games that would come later on, I think that Zero Suit Samus as a character was a nice fill-in for, Metroid games aren't slow, and honestly, I think she even represents Zero Mission speed. I think that's the best way to describe her. She's basically a fill-in for Zero Mission being a notable up in speed compared to other Metroid games that came before it. Samus still feeling like Super Metroid Samus at this point, I think still makes sense. Because Super Metroid and Metroid Prime are not very fast-paced games. They're arguably very, very slow. They're slow, they're floaty. Samus and Smash at the time was slow and floaty. It makes sense. But I think that going forward, from this point on, Zero Suit Samus should have been abolished, and they should have combined the aspects of Samus and Zero Suit Samus together to make a Samus that feels more in line with her modern iterations. And the funny thing is that I'm more than certain that this video was before Dread came out, where she would basically be perfected. And that's the standard that everybody wants Samus to be in a game like this. It was before Dread. I think as I said, Zero Suit Samus arguably should not exist as a character. She was a nice novelty at the time when Brawl came out. But I think that going forward, they absolutely should have just combined the aspects of Zero Suit Samus and Samus together to make a character that's way more true to Metroid as a whole. But gameplay-wise, Zero Suit Samus is a very, very fun character. Let's not knock around the bush. especially when they gave her the jet boots in later games. I know that that is, divisive, why does she need them? I don't know. But I like what they add to her playstyle. Zero Suit Samus in Smash Brawl definitely felt like an afterthought character in a lot of ways. While she was good, she definitely did not feel very fleshed out. That's why she should stay. Well, whether she should stay or not is irrelevant, because she's going to stay. People like Zero Suit Samus a lot. And while, funnily enough, Samus in Ultimate is a better character than Zero Suit Samus, people are still going to use her a ton. She has her own dedicated fan base. She has a very unique type of playstyle. That even if you gave aspects of it to Samus, I feel would be lost in translation. So so Zero Suit Samus to me is a very weird middle ground. She should not exist. But what she brings is fun and unique, and I like it a lot. ZS's moveset should be given to an F-Zero character. Moves are good, but having on Samus splits her traits between two characters. Well, again, at the time when it was included, I can understand why they did it, because for the most part, Samus was not a speed demon like she is in modern Metroid games when Brawl came out. They represented Super Metroid and Metroid Prime through Samus herself, while the quicker aspects of Fusion and Zero Mission were put into Zero Suit Samus. That's absolutely a divide, and for the time, I think it worked. But I don't think it works anymore. And yeah, I think that an F-Zero character could use that moveset fairly well. Jodie Summer probably would use it at least somewhat. Or hell, I'm pretty sure you could put on a Pokemon. I'm pretty sure there is a Pokemon out there you could easily give that kind of playstyle to. Where emphasis on the whip could be sick. Well, often he doesn't use a whip. I don't know. There's definitely characters out there you could put Zero Suit Samus's moveset on, and it would make total sense. And I think that they really do need to take that aspect of, people really like these playstyles, but they don't fit the characters. Let's give them to other characters instead. Like, give Ganondorf's current playstyle to Deathborn for F-Zero, not Black Shadow. Black Shadow should not play like Ganondorf. Deathborn is probably closer to the playstyle of Ganondorf currently in Smash than Black Shadow. Yeah, Deathborn, the main villain of F-Zero GX. Black Shadow should be like Melee Dwarf, but more explosive. Maybe. But then you get into the argument that people associate the moveset too much with the character themselves. Well, the problem you just see, this is the problem with this character. Because everything you're saying is completely and totally true. And because Zero Suit Samus exists, making Samus closer to what she currently is a hard sell. Because it's like, oh, why would you want this? You already have the really fast Metroid character in Zero Suit Samus. Why do you want this on Samus too? Because it fits her. Like, her, obviously. Why do people even think Black Shadow should play like Ganon? Because he's like the popular F-Zero villain, and Ganondorf's a villain. Put them together, stuff like that. ZSS feels more like a Smash rep than a Metroid rep. That is true. Did a Google search on F-Zero characters and saw him. Yeah. But yes, Duke, I do agree with your view on this character. That it should be given to another character. And that it does split Samus. But as it stands, she's probably not going to go anywhere. And I think her design, her playstyle is very good. I'm one of the few that actually likes her jet boots. There's a whole April Fool's rant on Smash Wiki about why Black Shadow should not be an Echo due to him having zero character. Well, not many characters in F-Zero really have character outside of a small bio description and a weird dance. If anything, I think the most they would give her is she's no longer a character. I don't know. I think jet boots should be further used, and Samus can stick with the modern canon. Yeah, I mean, again, if I were to put her anywhere, she's like a B or A tier design, because I do think that her like actual playstyle and the way she functions as a character is very fun and works very well for what it was at the time. But I definitely think that she's outstayed her welcome, and that she should definitely give some of those aspects to Samus so she can be a much more fleshed out character. ZSS should have had the counter gimmick from Dread? No, give that to actual Samus. Samus should use that in the next Smash. Maybe the way they could do it is make Samus slightly faster on the ground. Like, she should be faster on the ground. Absolutely 100%. Even if you don't want to go 100, like, 0 to 100, like, super fast, like, character like she is in modern Metroid titles, that's fine. But give her insanely good aerial mobility. Make her way less floaty, and make her aerial mobility way, way better. Like, one of the best in the game. I think that if Samus had, like, moderately better ground movement, but way, way better, like, air movement, and way better, like way heavier gravity, I think that she would feel way, way better as a character in Smash. And that alone, I don't think, takes away too much from Zero Suit, who is way more ground-oriented, and would still move faster on the ground than regular Samus would. But again, I know we can't talk about Zero Suit Samus without talking about Samus, but I can't talk about Samus because Samus is not in the video.
Her all the way down at the bottom because I feel like her very existence compared to Samus actively damages both of their designs, because it prevents Samus from being a fully realized character because half her traits are spliced between these different interpretations of her.
Interesting.
It's true.
Like, for example, Samus is supposed
but
to
it
be
worked
this,
at the time when it was introduced.
Playing a Metroid game, especially the 2D one, Samus is a very nimble character that can easily like jump around the bosses as she's firing at them.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't designed with that in mind when she was originally added to the game. So I feel like they found Zero Suit Samus as a way of just like, first of all, getting that more nimble, athletic fighter, but also just to kind of piece together what was missing about her. But it creates this weird just split of the character's design. That said, I don't think it's a bad design at all. It feels closer to how competent of a fighter that Samus should be when compared to, like, I have so many problems with the original Samus that we'll get to eventually, but I like her Paralyzer.
I should also mention that because Samus right now is technically a better character than Zero Suit Samus, I kind of don't mind what Samus is right now in Smash as much as I would have in previous games. Because I know, like, there's been jokes about, like, how, oh, in, like, the Subspace Emissary, when you unlock your full suit, oh, you become garbage. But in Ultimate, Samus is a better character than Zero Suit. At least that is the common belief about people that play this game competitively. So I think that aspect of becoming more powerful when you put on the suit is at least somewhat realized in Smash Ultimate compared to previous games where Samus was an objectively worse character than Zero Suit. I'm looking for small victories where I can find them with this character because I know that there's not very many to be found.
I feel like it fits the character. I don't like the jet boots, but, like, sure, it distinguishes her. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll admit that's a weird flourish.
Right. She didn't need it. I don't know. It's hard for me to overlook that having Zero Suit Samus and Samus in the same game kind of just defeats the point of what that suit represented in Metroid, because that was the only time that ever appeared. That was her stealth segment. That's
well, I agree, Harry. Like, I think both me and Duke would agree with you on that front, but, you know, you can't do that. And I think there are ways to compromise, but even if there's ways to compromise, like I said, give Samus faster ground movement, but make her, like, way more air-oriented. Like, make her airspeed and her gravity way, way higher. Like, some of the best in the game. And that'll be a nice offset from what Zero Suit Samus is as a character right now, because her aerial mobility is not super good, but her grounded mobility is extremely good. It'd be a nice way to separate them while having them both coexist. But even then, it still wouldn't be one-to-one with what Samus is in modern games.
She was like, okay, I can't actually fight in this form. I'm not on the same level as the space pirates anymore, so I've got to be sneaky. Gotta stun them. And
Did you play Zero Mission?
I did.
Okay, good. Because that segment is amazing.
It is amazing.
Like, I wish the Metroid games would, like, toy with that more often. Like, Metroid's so good when you actually have something actively hunting you that you can't really fight. Mm-hmm. Like, that's why the SAX was so great.
The power of foreshadowing.
Oh, absolutely. So, Zero Suit Samus is very interesting to me for the sake of the fact that I feel like basing it on that one stealth segment, she is super, super well realized. The fact that most of her moves are evasion-based and keeping at a distance, the flip kick, the way that she has a stall and fall to get out of certain situations, that she has a dodge right into her up B, which then allows you to, well, her new up B. Her old up B sucked.
Yes.
Grapple whip sucked. But her new up B, which is the jet kick, that's a really, really fun flourish that characters like Meta Knight and Pit wish they had. And I love basing it around Samus's natural athleticism and the idea of movement in Metroid not based on your own, not based on the upgrades of your suit. It's very skill-based because there are two big trains of thought in building a Metroid character. That being the full arsenal that is Samus Aran endgame, where you feel like a god and nothing threatens you because you have options for everything, which isn't represented in Smash, but like Charge Shot exists.
I don't think that that's what Samus in Smash was ever supposed to be, though. I've never found that Samus ever was or should be that. Because I'd argue that very few characters in Smash feel like they're fighting you at their, like, maximum power level. Especially with characters that, evolve over the course of their games. Like, yeah, Link uses a Master Sword in the Hylian Shield, but he's still just wearing basic gear. And he's not really doing anything, super extravagant. He's not building mechs to crush you with. Or at least, not yet. That'll probably be the next Smash. I've never found, nor do I think that Samus should be, like, maximum power level Samus. Because maximum power level Samus is a completely unbeatable and broken monster that everything in the galaxy fears for their life when they see it coming. That makes everything in the galaxy fear for their life when they see it coming. Like, they want to talk about the ending of Zero Mission. When you get the gravity suit, and you go on that tear through the space pirate ship, and these monsters that were chasing you down and making you feel like you were helpless are running for their lives when they see you coming. That's something that, while it's amazing, and arguably could be something they could put into a final Smash for Samus, I don't think that that's something that inherently works very well in the fighting game. But maybe that's just me.
And then you have your ability to move through the game, to sequence break, to look at the environment.
Oh, so I'm going to quickly be right back to use the bathroom. I'm sorry. But we've already been going for an hour and a half. We're further along in an hour and a half than we were last time, so, new record. Alright, sorry about that, I'm back. Let's continue.
Take advantage of it and outmaneuver your opponents. And I feel like Zero Suit Samus allows them to be able to represent that in another character, you know, that is Samus, that is representing that core, because that core of Metroid is so important to its identity. More than any other character, more than any other representation, the feel of Metroid is what matters. And I think that Zero Suit Samus fulfills that role really, really well. And her issue is that the other Samus does not pick up her end of the bargain.
Yeah, that's...
All right.
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
haven't considered this perspective before, and I kind of like that. Just comparing it more to...
You're both correct. And, I'm very interested to see what your plans are to solve the problem.
Metroid's movement.
Would you be upset that Zero Suit Samus existed if Samus Power Suit felt better to play?
No, I wouldn't be upset about that. Like, if Power Suit Samus actually felt like what it should feel like. I mean, ideally, I'd want both of them to be blended into a single character just to get that feeling of just all around. But if it was like, okay, we're going to split this, I do feel like Zero Suit Samus does her end of the bargain well, now that you've, like, shown me this train of thought, and obviously the regular Samus doesn't, but we'll get to that eventually.
Right. See, the issue that I find with that is that I just think it would be cluttered if you gave that all to Samus, unless you gave her loadouts and the like. But that's not how Metroid goes. That's how Mega Man goes.
Yeah, that's
Samus
actually true.
is not a select the right thing for the right thing outside of unlocking doors. She's an all-in-one package that cycles through it all. So I feel like delineating those two into the joy of movement in Metroid and the joy of Metroid's power should be an approach that is taken. And I feel like they tried to do that with the original Brawl interpretation, with it being Samus uses her full arsenal and now she's in the Zero Suit based on her armor crumbling from the sheer power of her final smash. And that's a neat idea. It also sucked. But
yeah, that's very true.
Because the issue, like, one of the biggest things with Subspace, and I feel okay mentioning Subspace in this because it was so important for introducing the character of these characters.
Yes.
Is that you have Zero Suit Samus with Pikachu infiltrating the facility, and then you go and you get the power suit, and it says Samus, and then you realize, oh yeah, I've upgraded to a low tier.
Well, that was the case in Brawl. At least nowadays in Ultimate, that's not the case anymore. You're at least upgrading to a better character when you put on the suit. Better design character, though, that's up for you to decide.
Like, no, but seriously, right? That's what... Okay, I've been trying to think of a comparison I could use, just looking over the other rosters, and I think I've got it. Samus and Zero Suit Samus feels to me like if you took Toon Link and then that segment in the Forsaken Fortress where he doesn't have his sword, and then made those separate characters. Like, if you're taking...
I don't know if I'd go that far. Especially when the character was introduced. Samus, again, while I think that she definitely feels like she's stuck in the past a little bit because it still very much is a design based on Super Metroid Samus, even though it's still Other M Samus visually. Why they didn't give her look from Samus Returns and Ultimate, I don't know, and frankly, you guys should have known that people don't like Other M. Why did you keep that visual design for Ultimate? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't know. I got so angry at that aspect of the character that I immediately lost my train of thought.
Yeah, like the same character in different power levels of their game and making them, well, I'd say equal, but regular Samus sucks so much more, which is even worse. I just maybe it's a
of all the problems with Other M, the suit's design was never one of them. That's true, and it worked for Smash 4, but there was a way better alternative out by the time Ultimate was released, and that was Samus Returns Samus, which looked way more true to Metroid Prime and Super Metroid and would have fit a lot better with her Super Metroid themed design. It also is kind of irksome that, Other M Samus was fairly quick and nimble when, she was not that in Smash 4.
Zero Suit Samus enough credit, and I should just be bashing on Samus when we get to her eventually, but it just irks me.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job of that, not gonna lie.
There. Also, I will admit, I am very salty. I was salty about Zero Suit Samus for the
I'm not going to have talking points for Samus tomorrow, because I've already said them all today.
It wasn't Ridley for 3 whole games. So that I will admit there's like 8 years buildup of just looking at Zero Suit Samus and asking why. But that's not the design of the...
That's very true. I sympathize with that a lot, being somebody that was heavily involved with pushing for Ridley's inclusion in Smash 4 and all the stupid-ass drama that came out of, trying to support the character. How you were basically branded with a dark soul if you supported Ridley's inclusion in Smash 4.
The character's fault. I just want to throw that out there.
I understand. My one issue is that even from the Link comparison, like, Link has a supporting cast that is equal to him in importance in Zelda and Ganondorf. Samus has herself, and then a big drop-off, and then you have Mother Brain Ridley the baby.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't argue the drop-off is that big. The villains are a very, very large part of Metroid's identity and what people really love and remember about these games. Why do you think that nobody has shut up about Ravenbeak since Metroid Dread came out? Because he was just that good. His design was amazing, his boss fight was amazing, everybody wants him as a playable character now. While a lot of the isolation and, world design of Metroid is very important, Ridley and all these other characters are very important to Metroid's identity and what people, love and remember about these games. Was Ridley really that hated in the days of Smash? It's less that he was hated and more like, since they teased the Pyrosphere so early on before they even showed Ridley in the game. And even then, it wasn't really Ridley, it was the weird Ridley clone that nobody liked the design of. But yeah, basically discussing him led to a lot of drama, and there were a lot of channels out there that thankfully have been ripped to shreds ever since Ridley came out. Looking at you, Shokyo, I hope your channel burns to the ground, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, if you talked about any positivity towards Ridley during the days of Smash 4, you were basically you were ridiculed, and as I said, you were branded with a dark soul. And looking back at it, I think I'm kind of glad we didn't get Ridley in Smash 4. Because then we would have gotten duck-billed Ridley. And I don't think that anybody really wanted that Ridley to be in Smash before, an actual Ridley.
Enough.
It also led to a lot of really funny discussions about oh, we gotta keep him big, we gotta keep him, feeling canon to his actual appearances. Meanwhile, Ridley comes out as a stage hazard in Smash 4, and for some fucking reason, the clone Ridley can turn into Meta Ridley, who's not really robot-y or anything. He's just Ridley, but a different color. Yeah, you want to talk about like canon and stuff like that when everything about Ridley in Smash 4 made like no sense whatsoever.
And there is so much to Samus that it's important to represent it. It's like the delineation between, say, Link and Young Link. If Young Link had transformation masks, it would be important to represent that character. And it would feel weird if, say, Skull Kid represented the transformation masks. I feel the same way with Zero Suit Samus representing movement in Metroid.
All right, you got me with that comparison.
She does a good job of representing where movement was going. But even then, movement in Metroid has evolved so much since Zero Mission. We've come a long way, and even arguably in Zero Mission, while it was fast, sometimes it felt a little bit clunky. I don't think that Zero Suit Samus embodies how good like Metroid Dread feels to move around with. And I don't think we're ever gonna get that either.
I get you now. I get you. I still don't like the rocket boots. I just want to throw that out. I feel like that's a pointless addition that kind of takes away from how strong Samus is.
Yeah, her butt looked good without them.
The difference is that Young Link and Skull Kid are canonically the same person. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you're not wrong, but...
Also, props to not changing her voice actress to the other M voice actress. Like,
right?
Good work there.
Yeah, very good work.
I feel so terrible for that voice actress because I know it's just her direction. But gosh, good work.
Fun fact, the voice actress of Zero Suit Samus is also the voice of Crystal in Star Fox Assault. And she would also serve to be the visual, her appearance would basically go on to shape how Chell looked in Portal. Like, Chell's design is based off of this voice actress. Preferably more, Portal 2. Not weird-looking Portal 1 Chell.
Isn't it like the voice actress that's,
No, she does not voice Bayonetta. No, it's not her new VA. This is somebody completely different.
Female Commander Shepard? I can't remember her name.
I don't think it's Jen Hale.
Regardless,
it's not Jen Hale.
Actress. That has always been my
maybe Metroid Prime 3. Yeah, but
Samus,
like
her Zero Suit voice in
Zero Suit's voice in Smash is.
So I had Zero Suit in B because
I
enjoyed what she brought to the table. I'm
Jennifer
willing
Hale.
to move her to C or D depending on your feelings. I'm more towards C because I feel like her issues are her footwear and the fact that regular Samus isn't pulling her own weight.
Yeah, and that's more of regular Samus's fault. You have convinced me to just... I've been slowly moving her up throughout these conversations. I think I'd be down with C, because...
Also, I just realized something, because there was an article that came out about how sometimes, especially in Ultimate, like, a few development teams for these characters, like the Metroid team, the Wii Fit team, like the Wii Fit team we know came to Sakurai and was like, we like this character in Smash, but can you make her look like less like a mannequin and more like a person? And then that's how Wii Fit Trainer got like the more expressive eyes in Ultimate. It's very funny that the development team of like Metroid came to, or like the head of Metroid came to Sakurai and was like, Zero Suit Samus should be like way more muscular, like way more like defined like muscle definition and less like large breasts. Can you do something about that in Ultimate? And that's why she looks like that in Ultimate. What I'm saying is that we need these people to come in and be like, hey Sakurai, we need like Aonuma to come and be like, hey Sakurai, I love your game. Can you make Ganondorf a real fucking character, please? And then maybe he'll actually do it. We need to get Aonuma to tell Sakurai to change Ganondorf. Because a lot of these changes come from these have come from these development teams and these creators basically telling Sakurai, I don't like this. Please make it better. Like, can we please get these people to like tell Sakurai to do better with their characters in Smash? I'm not saying it's ever going to happen, but it would be nice. You know, I really like Ganondorf. We gave him this great new design. Can you make him like a pure sword fighter with like uses magic and stuff like that in the next game? Like that'd be really cool. I would really appreciate that. Can Miyamoto go up to Sakurai and tell him to give Olimar his voice and personality? You know, it'd be nice. Or whoever is directing Pikmin at the time, because I don't think it's Miyamoto.
Even with the movement options, I'm sorry to keep focusing on the jet boots, but like I feel like canonically Samus is one of the strongest characters on the roster, even without her suit.
Okay,
which is kind of why it's well.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I don't know. I feel like Samus
the power scaling of characters in Smash is really dumb.
Look, Ryu's got the power of nothingness, which is the dumbest name, but apparently it's strong enough to beat a Mayan god or something. And
we don't talk about Necalli in this house.
He's just a hobo.
Yeah, I could get down with C tier for Zero Suit Samus.
Alrighty. So we're in C tier.
Okay, so just as a reminder, we've got a lot in C tier already. We got Ryu, Ken, Rosalina, Bayonetta, me Brawler, Shulk, me Gunner.
How would you compare her to Bayo? Which do you prefer?
Bayo after... It's hard because, like, I learned the most about Bayonetta from our last conversation about the series.
Right.
From how you described, Bayonetta is missing a lot more than what she could do, whereas Zero Suit Samus, I feel like, between her shortcomings not being fully her fault and me really just having, like, a few strong... I don't want to call them nitpicks because I feel it's stronger than that, but a few stronger problems. I feel like she's definitely...
Strongest as in physicality. I should have mentioned that, as in ignoring various magical abilities that she can bench more than most. I mean, that is alone is true, because we know that she's a bird person, and she has bird DNA. I'd say on that front, possibly. But again, sometimes the power levels of these characters, even on like just a physicality level, doesn't really make any sense. I think she could beat Ryu and Ken, like for example, I think that she would not be able to like overpower like Akuma, who is powerful enough to meditate at the bottom of the ocean and punch a submarine clean out of the water from like hundreds of feet below the surface of the water. I don't think we're ever going to reach that. Or she's ever going to reach that. But that'd be an interesting tier list. Character physicality.
Definitely better than Bayonetta. I'd rank her over Rosalina as well.
Okay. I'll give you over Bayo, under Rosa.
Okay. I can get down with that.
Because I do feel that Rosalina's connection with the Luma, a character with a connection with the baby, is stronger than this character. So,
I am glad that they didn't like try to throw in baby references to either Samus. Like, I respect them for not.
I wish she had a victory screen where like she pets the baby or something.
I was about to say, I think either that or a taunt would have been nice. Especially since this is around the time when Samus Returns came out. And that was like a big aspect of the ending of that game, which was, in my opinion, one of the best endings to any Metroid game ever made. The interactions between Samus and the baby, the fight against Ridley, the way that the baby does protects Samus from Ridley, takes some of his power and gives it to Samus. It's really nice.
I would hate that.
No, let her feed the little baby. It's like, yeah, this is the baby.
I would accept a final smash where the baby comes in to assist. Like, it has always felt weird that her final smash just involves her turning into a low-tier character.
No, not only Super Metroid. It happened in Samus Returns as well. I mean, that's where she meets it. And, you know, it's imprinted on her. And, you know, it fights to save her life from, like, certain death. The baby did a lot to help Samus in Samus Returns. Good boy.
And then blasting the screen.
Yeah.
Like, where's that power in regular Samus?
It's weird that it isn't a rainbow laser.
Right? What is with that?
You know, that's a good point. Or hell, since I'm more than certain that the next Smash is going to use Shred's design, I sincerely hope that the Zero Laser is at least purple, to reference the Mega Beam that she gets from, you know, taking Ravenbeak's power. Since I'm more than certain she's going to turn to the Metroid armor and use it for Zero Laser.
Yeah,
that is such an obvious comparison that they just don't do it. I don't know. But you've opened my eyes to like what Zero Suit Samus is bringing to the table. I respect the character a lot more now, and I don't like regular Samus even more for that.
You know, you've opened my eyes to, I dislike regular Samus a lot more than I thought. And we haven't even talked about her, except when we did.
We'll get to that eventually, but
I feel like we've talked more
about...
Oh
my gosh.
I feel like we've talked more about actual Samus than Zero Suit Samus, to be honest with you.
Okay. For context for the people watching, we've been kind of teasing each other with just like character rankings just before our recordings, just for the fun of it. You were talking about characters that you really don't like, and I could not figure out for the life of me what this character could be that was like damaging their reputation. I think I know what you were talking about now. Am I correct?
You? You're very correct.
All right. Okay, give me your spiel on Wario.
Oh, it's Wario.
Okay, so, Wario is a character that...
Okay. I don't know if I want to say this, because I feel if I do, I'll come off as a contrarian. Wario in Smash is nowhere near as bad as people think he is as a design. Yes, the fart is dumb. I will admit that it is dumb. It could be something else. Is it fun to use? Absolutely, 100%. But Wario as a character, I think, is embodied way, way better than people give him any credit for. Because I think that a lot of people just look at Wario and think to themselves, oh, this character isn't Wario Land Wario, so he's immediately not as good as what he could be. Wario in Smash, in my opinion, has a moveset that embodies his personality arguably better than 95% of the roster. Wario is a greedy, selfish bastard that wants things done quickly and he wants results fast. Wario's attacks, in turn, are all uncharacteristically very fast, very choppy, and perfectly encapsulate that get it done fast, get results really quick. On top of that, a lot of his weird mannerisms, I feel, represent the overall complete and utter absurdity that is the Wario Land series, more than people give it credit for. While he's not doing stuff like, the headlong rush, which I think that they could easily just get rid of the bike and put that on the side special. Like, I think that a lot of the weird ways that he moves, the way he attacks, it feels very characteristic of just how fucking weird the Wario Land series is. Like, these games are odd. Like, they are really, like, they're good, but they're weird. On top of that, he does a lot of moves that are made to emulate Mario, which, draws back to the fact that he's the bad Mario. Like, Wario has like 7 or 8 moves in his moveset. They are basically just, oh, Mario did this, I can do it too, look at me, look how good I am at it. And even, like, the funny thing is that in Smash 4, when they changed his forward smash from the shoulder check to a punch, at first I didn't fucking get why. Like, why did you do this? It looks weird. I don't know what this is supposed to be. And then it clicked. Like, one day it just clicked. He's doing Mario's forward smash. But he's doing it his own way. He's doing his neutral air is like supposed to be like his down air. His smash attacks are all based on Mario. Like, Mario does a breakdance for his down smash. Wario just tries to breakdance and just ends up spinning around. Wario in Smash is so, like, such a deep cut of everything about his character and what in the series that he comes from. And I think that a lot of it gets overlooked. Wario in Smash is like, what is, I'd say, if we want to be fair in the stuff that he could have, I'd say that, like, at the least he's a B. Maybe an A. I don't think that Wario is anywhere near like a bottom tier design character. Because, again, while he could have a couple of attacks that are from Wario Land, to show the split between WarioWare and Wario Land more, his absurd personality and, his personality, the absurd stylings of his games, so much of what Wario does in Smash is a almost perfect emulation of his character. Honestly, do you need more than shoulder bash in his dash attack? I guess you could give him the butt stomp, but he technically does that for his down throw. I'd argue Wario's moveset fits a Raving Rabbit better. I don't. Wario still hits like a truck. Like, his power is still there. But he's weird, and he's odd, he's weird. His attacks are very fast and choppy, which are unlike anything that you'd expect for a character like him. Much like how a lot of his games are unlike anything you like. He's a platforming character, but he's nothing. But his games are nothing like a platformer you'd expect. His platforming games are weird in the context of platformers. So I think in the case of a platform fighter, Wario being this weird amalgamation of his personality, his desire to be better than Mario, and all these other aspects of his series put together into this weird bundle is an almost perfect encapsulation of Wario as a character. I wish Wario flexed somewhere in his taunts victory animations kit. Yeah, that would be nice. Again, I don't think there's much you would need to add to Wario for him to be perfect, honestly. I don't think we discussed this here, some co saying, now he feels way too unhinged for me to agree. He feels like a caricature of his traits without any IQ to stitch them together. Well, unhinged is exactly how I would describe basically everything surrounding what Wario's series are. WarioWare is unhinged. Wario Land is unhinged. They are very, very weird. And I honestly think that if you made him a more straightforward character with less wacky aspects, I think it would be making the character worse. Because as I said, Wario, even in his platformers, even Wario Land games, and Wario World, if you want to count that one too, they are like nothing compared to any of the other platformers from Nintendo. They are complete and utter like enigmas compared to like Mario and even like Yoshi's Story or any of the other types of, related characters types of platformers. They're so weird. Even the way you play them is nothing like a regular platformer. Like, for the most part, you're just like, for the most part, you're not even like at risk of like losing. You could go through the level at any pace you want. And for the most part, Wario's such like a tank that he doesn't care if he gets hit. It's even such a big aspect of his character that he doesn't even care how these other like supporting characters treat him as long as he knows he's getting something in return. Remember when Wario turned into a spring or a flat disc? Well, there's a lot more than that. Remember when he got stung by a bee and turned into a balloon? It's funny that I was literally having a similar conversation about Wario on Discord like 15 minutes ago. But yeah, I think that just the weirdest aspects of Wario being emulated in a platform fighter, and that he feels nothing like the other characters in how he moves and how he animates or anything like that. I think that alone does so much for the character and the series that he comes from. If Wario was anywhere close to the grounded designs of Mario or Luigi or any of the other Mario characters, I don't think it'd be Wario anymore. Wario is supposed to be weird. I understand why people think he's a bad design. I'm not gonna pretend like, oh, I think this, so therefore I'm clearly the one in the right. No, I understand. I'm not as attached to the character as a lot of other people are. But I understand why people feel the way they do about the character. But I think that there's more to this character than they give it credit for. I also wish he had more money moments. Well, then tell them to put back in coin battles. Then you could have a lot of money moments.
That I have wanted since Smash 64. Like, he's up there with... when I unlocked Jigglypuff, I thought that there were 3 unlockable characters in my little child brain. And those characters were Bowser, King K. Rool, and Gengar. But if there was a 5th, it would have been Wario.
Gengar for Smash.
Gengar.
I don't know, man. Gengar would have been cool.
Gengar would be cool. I love Gengar. It's Gengar, yeah. But anyway,
I do agree though that he should probably have the Shake It for his pummel. That'd be a really nice touch. If only for the fact that his victory theme comes from the game that's from.
So Melee comes and there's no Wario, just a trophy. But I'm like, okay, yeah, no, Wario is the biggest name missing from this game. He is a big, big personality and a big, big get. Brawl comes. He comes riding in on his WarioWare bike, on his chopper, looking all confident with his shit-eating grin. He crashes in. He eats shit like a loser. He looks at everyone, and then he farts and everyone dies.
Beautiful.
This nuclear fart is the most defining aspect that Wario has ever had.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, it's his main mechanic in Smash. That is true. And it's a unique mechanic and a fun one that's definitely made him a pretty damn good character, at least in Brawl and in Smash Ultimate. He even tries to jump like Mario with his raised fist and stuff. You know what? You saying I didn't notice that, but that's true. He does. I think that Wario's most identifiable character trait is his just general absurdity. Said Wario makes farting cool. I think that says a lot about Waft. Okay. The Waft is weird. I definitely think they could have put something else in its place, as I said. But I don't think that Wario farting is anywhere near the most absurd part about his character in anything he's been a part of. Even in Smash, I'd argue there are things that are way more out there that Wario does than fart. Like the way he tries to eat you and he chomps on you. That's weird. Yes, I know that's a reference to Wario World. And honestly, they should have given it an inhale effect, much like it has in Wario World. But I don't think that Wario having a fart mechanic takes anything away from his character. He's always just been weird and gross. Have you seen how much dedication they put into his score animations from the latest Mario Strikers game? They really, really cared about Wario eating that piece of garlic and burping. In like super, super smooth 60 frames per second, a lot of keyframed animation. I think that I think that they've always wanted Wario to be a little bit gross and weird. Even outside the general absurdity of the games that he's usually playable in. While I do think it would be nice if he had more stuff involving money, I think that the way his greedy personality is shown through the way he attacks is at least a substitute. It's not the best substitute, but when I see Wario and the way he plays, I absolutely see his greedy personality.
So much so that it has completely overridden every single other aspect of his character. No other character's interpretation in a Super Smash Bros. Game has damaged their public perception as much as Wario.
Okay, that is objectively wrong. As I said, I don't even think that Wario's even the top 5 for that. And again, I don't think that there's anybody, especially now, in a post-Pizza Tower world, that doesn't want more Wario, or wouldn't play Wario because of Smash. Is it true that he has a bit of gross out to him, and it's been more prevalent since his appearance in Smash? Yes. But arguably, before his Smash Brawl iteration, Wario did not have very much to him as a character. Which is probably why it was such a smooth transition between Wario Land and WarioWare, and a lot of the character was kept intact, because what is Wario? Oh, he's fatter, greedy Mario. So he does fatter, greedy Mario things, like start an indie company to scam people with minigames. The next Wario game will have him be a scalper, going online and buying up all of the amiibos and selling them at 8 times the price.
Before this, you know, he was gross, he was off kilter, he was weird, but he was never gross out. He was always, yeah, this is a weird, over-exaggerated way of life of Mario turning from selflessness to self-indulgence. Mario turned up to 11 and made selfish, but he was never gross farty man. He is now gross farty man.
He was always gross.
Everything that he has done since, with the exception of Wario Land Shake It, has enforced his opinion in the public consciousness as gross funny man. He has completely
yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, again, I think people have always seen him as that gross funny man who always looked a little greasy and weird. And, you know, he said that he's leaving Twitter, so, you know, he did something right, at least in his life.
Placed the cognitive Wario in the Nintendo Mementos that originally existed. And he has his upsides. He has excellent animations. I utterly cannot forgive this character. This is the one character in Smash whose appearance as he is makes me upset.
Well, if it's any consolation, Pizza Tower is now currently available for you to buy on Steam. Came out like 6 months ago. It's a spiritual successor to Wario Land. It's one of the best games I've ever played. Easily one of my favorite games of the year. So, if Wario and Smash makes you upset, pizza pasta, put it in the box, deliver it, and you can finish the rest yourself.
Thoughts?
I mean, I can't disagree with you. Like, I've always known that that's people always talk about in Smash speculation that there's like two Warios. There's the WarioWare. That WarioWare sounds awesome. I want to see that Wario game. But anyway, there's that interpretation of the character. Then there's the more strongman, greedy guy that's in like the Wario Land games. I've never played the Wario Land series, but I've played.
I mean, Wario's still doing like big, strong things in Smash again, and his greedy personality, as I said, is shown very well through the way he animates and the way he attacks. I don't think they're that far removed from each other, and I think that like if Wario had like 2 or 3 specific moves, I don't think that would be the public reception whatsoever. I think that this mainly just comes from the fact that his main mechanic is fart.
Like the sports games and Mario Party, and even then, it's weird to see that just split personality of who this character is. And Smash Brothers only gets that one side. Like I know people are like, "Oh, see, he's got a shoulder charge. That's all he needed." But really, no. Wario's animated very weirdly in a way that like really fits his WarioWare interpretation, but it completely sacrifices the rest of his character for that. Like he's got the jittery animations that kind of feel minigame-ish. His proportions swell to absurd extents throughout his animations, which again works really well if you're taking only the WarioWare games into account. But that's not all the character is.
Well, as I said, even in Wario Land 4, which is arguably considered the best Wario Land, Wario doesn't really do very much in Wario Land 4. As I said, he has the shoulder check, he has the headlong rush, he can pick up things and throw them, but a lot of Wario Land is basically him interacting with his environment. Like, oh, he got stung by a bee, and his like face inflates to a massive size, and he's a balloon now, he's gonna float to the top of the level. Or there's a monkey that like throws fruits, and if you eat this fruit, you become way, way heavier and you can't jump. But you like can crush like blocks in order to like open up parts of the level. Like Wario in those games is not anything like remarkable or unique. And a lot of the most interesting aspects that Wario does in those games is a byproduct of him interacting with the environment around him, which in turn just leads to a lot of weirdness and general absurdity that I think, again, is emulated very, very well in Smash.
And I'd
argue also that a majority of his most iconic abilities are already in Smash. He does the butt stomp. Maybe the ground pound, but like the one where he punches the ground and creates a shockwave. But I don't know if I would sacrifice the bad Mario breakdance attempt for that. Like he does the shoulder check. He does the butt stomp. He picks things up and he throws them really well. He even copies Mario's like giant swing. My issue with Wario is that he's absurd, but he isn't just the right kind of absurd. I mean, that's fair. I think you just also need to ask yourself, which translates better to a fighting game? Because we had this discussion with Little Mac last time too, where it was discussed that they took a lot from the momentum-based Punch-Outs and not so much from Punch-Out NES and Punch-Out Wii, which are way more reactionary. And I argued that because they probably pulled from those games because it fit better in a fighting game environment than the purely reactionary type of games that were Punch-Out for the NES and Punch-Out Wii. Does the absurdity you're looking for in Wario fit a fighting game better than the absurdity of Wario in Smash right now? Yes, it does. Explain.
I'd argue it's the less important aspect of the character, but
I'm biased.
Well, actually, no.
You can't be biased in character design, my friend. This is supposed to be a very unbiased genre of creation. You pour too much bias in it, you end up with Bowser.
I would argue that, because even with my lesser experience of the character, I still think that way, and that he's got his entire series that was just sacrificed for these minigame compilations.
Right, and I'm not trying to say for the fact that, Wario Land is less important than WarioWare, or WarioWare doesn't matter.
You can absolutely be biased in character design to a very, 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 very limited extent. Maybe. But biases in character design often lead to characters feeling weird and unfocused, and more focused on what the creator themselves thinks the character should have been. I think that a lot of problems with Smash's characters come from that type of general bias. Bias can sometimes help, but for the most part, character design is a selfless act. The only thing you should be really pouring into a character design is how you want them to play. You know, Bowser, I feel, is a byproduct of Sakurai not liking the character. Like, I don't like this character, but I have to design them. That I don't like this character aspect should absolutely not be a part of your design process.
In the face of Wario Land, no. All of these aspects still make up Wario, but even in the context of WarioWare, where he was chosen as the mascot because, yeah, Wario seems stupid enough to do this dumb minigame bullshit, I still don't think the Farty Man persona fits him. Like, he's goofy, but the reason that he's allowed to be goofy is that he's a treasure-hunting millionaire extraordinaire who is superhuman and lets his friends beat him up and experiment on him so that he can trick them into being wage slaves with horrible crunch conditions. Like, there's still an aspect of Wario in the WarioWare series that is missing from Smash. And even if you give him a full WarioWare interpretation of the character, which I don't think is enough for Wario, I feel like that strongman, the carny strongman identity that built Wario up was very, very necessary. But even if you focus on WarioWare exclusively, I don't think that it's enough for his character. I feel like he should be a lot more reckless, a lot more hurting himself when he tries to do moves. Like, the closest they've ever gotten was his original Wario Man Final Smash.
Well, I mean, you could argue his down smash is that, because, you know, he attempts to and basically just spins on his ass because he doesn't know what he's doing.
He just jets around doing random moves that kind of work and link together, and then his bike kills himself. Like, that's hilarious. That's Wario. That's the best. And they changed it into an animation that's just weird cartoon comic book hijinks. It doesn't really fit Wario. Like, Wario is a man who fought a giant, ugly sumo T-Rex, beat it up, and pile-drived it despite the fact that it was 20 times his size.
I have an important question for you here. Are you familiar with the Smash 64 remix mod?
Yes, I am.
That Wario is what how do you feel about that interpretation of Wario?
I love that Wario because
that's what I thought.
When you hit the shoulder bash, it feels like the Wario Land shoulder bash. Wario has a very, very specific weight to him. that is not carried over through Smash, but he has a very specific little bit of burst momentum. And God, there are things about Wario that just annoy me. The fact that he shares so little of his normals in common with Mario annoys.
That's just objectively not true. That's just objectively false. Wario shares like half of his moveset with Mario. And I'd argue they changed them around in games past Brawl to make him more like Mario. All of his smash attacks are bastardizations of Mario. His neutral air is Mario Cyclone, but, you know, Wario-esque, because Wario can't do it. He has a back throw that's also like that. His down air is based on Mario's old down air. He, instead of turning around to kick because his legs are super short and stubby like Mario does, Wario just uses his head. Like, there are a lot of moves in Wario's moveset that are absolutely based on what Mario has done and does currently in Smash. His sphere is also Mario Nair. Yeah. That is true. I don't like Mario's Nair either. Well, I don't think Wario does either. That's why his move is better.
Me because he's supposed to be Mario turned up to 11 or turned weird. Like, the whole concept of Wario Land is that, oh, enemies aren't obstacles, they're toys for you to use. Mario speeds through levels, Wario kinda waddles through them. Wario has weird versions of Mario's power-ups. Enemies don't kill Wario, they just kinda slow him down and bully him.
Well, you can't do that in a fighting game.
He's missing his reverse Mario identity, he's missing his strongman identity outside of, like, having the wild...
I feel that the only thing you could argue that he's missing is the strongman. I'm trying to think how you would implement that. Maybe you could make his up throw the spinning pile driver from Wario World. That could be a nice reference. He could have a taunt where he flexes. But I think that it's very clear that that Wario in Smash absolutely embodies the absurdity and the anti-Mario personality that Wario has, especially in later games where they gave him more things to, reflect what Mario does. I just change how he looks and give him more and more in proportions to have WarioWare's squished version. Wario's proportions really haven't changed that much, have they? Wario feels too small. Nah, I guess make him bigger, like they should do with Ridley too. That's what I love so much about why I bought. What I love. Well, the greedy parts are there. The greedy is absolutely there. I don't know about the macho. And I'm trying to think how you could... What could you get rid of in order to put that in? Like in his shake art, he's a big buff guy, but in Smash Bros. He looks like more like the Wario Land sprites or WarioWare art. He probably is based on the Wario Land sprites, to be honest with you. Incineroar taunts after moves. You know what? Chuckles, you hit the nail on the head. That's legitimately, yeah, that's perfect. Let Wario taunt after moves. And more than that, give him like unique taunt animations after performing specific attacks or after he's like knocked somebody out. I think if you added that to what Wario has now, that would be a lot better. And I think it would make a lot of people happy. Down smash spin into paint me like one of your French girls pose would be perfection. Yes, it would be. Especially on hit. Maybe on like whiff, he like dizzies. He gets like a dizzy animation, but not like he doesn't stun himself. But he looks like he just like that. Also adds to the reckless style of he hurt himself. I think in regards to Wario, I think just redirecting his animation instead of changing them would be fine. That's completely and totally fair. Yeah, that's actually really good. Like, that legitimately is, like, really good. By this logic, would Waluigi's moveset parallel Luigi's normals as well? Hello, I made a video on Waluigi that I kind of went into that and talked a lot about the design aspects of Wario and Luigi in these games and how they could relate to Waluigi in a fighting game.
Swing ding, and I guess his weird wind-up punch that he has. And he has some WarioWare, but it doesn't go all the way in sort of that quick, frantic nature of, oh god, I gotta do this, or else I'm gonna blow up. Wah! Like, a thing that hurts me is that during the development of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, someone asked Miyamoto, why is it Yellow and Blue Toad? Why isn't it a character like Peach or Wario? And Miyamoto offhandedly joked like it was nothing in the world. Well, if it was Wario, we would have to add a farting animation. And just, that wasn't Wario.
I think
that still isn't Wario.
I think that's just more of a joke than anything else. I'm pretty sure that if they added Wario to a game like that, they give him like his shoulder check, if anything they gave him, they would just give him that. I think that's just more of like a, haha, we didn't want to put him in, please don't ask me these questions.
But this public perception of him is so ingrained that it's damaging to the character. It's damaging to the Wario brand.
I do not agree with that.
Wario is one of my favorite Marioverse characters, up there with DK, Bowser, Admiral Bobbery, and Flavio.
Honestly, Camp, with what Daisy's like unique power is in Super Mario Wonder, it probably should have been Wario instead of Daisy. Because, Wario is the strong guy. Let him push stuff around and give him a shoulder check. Please, let Wario be in a platformer again, Nintendo.
Alright, so obviously, like, bottom of the tier list for you. Is he like your last one?
Are we sure pushing is exclusive to Daisy? We don't, but since like all the other characters showed off what they do in the trailer, I'd argue that that's probably what it is. Again, it's not confirmed, but I feel like directly before that they showed like Peach using her float, which is like her unique thing. We all know what Luigi's power is. It's that he jumps higher than Mario. Like, that's simple. We all know what Toad's power is. He just runs faster than everybody else. Daisy had a double jump and run as her power. In those games, they want everyone to be on even playing field. I think Wario having a shoulder check and being able to push things puts him on a fairly even playing field. I mean, it's technically not an even playing field because Mario can't do any of this, and Mario always runs by a code in every game he's a part of, where it's just like, oh, Mario's on his own. He has all this unique stuff. He can do all these like unique jumps, all this great acrobatic stuff. If Mario is in a game with other characters, he is always the beginner, middle of the road, all-rounder choice in everything he's a part of. See if Wario's balanced out by being slower. Yeah, make him slower. That makes complete and total sense. Wario's never known for his speed.
I have him third to last. I still have him above Mega Man because, like, even though I say all of this, I still find Wario fun to play. I still find that there are good things in his design.
While I understand, what you're looking for in Wario, I think that that's way too low. He's like a mid-tier design. Especially, with the stuff that he could have had, like the taunts after attacking. That's a really nice touch and adds a lot to his character and would have balanced out the greedy and absurdity aspect that he embodies in Smash very well. I think that, yeah, he's like a mid-tier. He's like a B, I feel. I feel that a B is fair. I wouldn't say he's anywhere near one of the worst. Especially since there are characters in this game that are way, way worse designs than Wario. Like, way, 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 way worse. Like I said earlier, this feels like how he might prefer X over Classic Mega Man, just those with Wario Land Wario, WarioWare Wario. Well, as I said, Wario Land Wario is not, there's not much to Wario Land Wario. So I don't think, no, I wouldn't say it's the exact same scenario.
I feel like Chomp fits him really well. I feel like the bike is a fun mechanic. I feel like some of his attacks, like
I will definitely say though, for whatever they do give Wario in the future, the waft stays. The waft stays on during Smash.
His new tilt where he just slaps you on the ass, that's hilarious. I love that. And he looks like, yeah, he's getting away with this bullshit. And it feels good. There's a lot of good in Wario, but the bad overweighs it to such a degree for me.
That's fair, BN.
Like, it goes beyond personal disappointment.
Like how we're already at 3 hours in and we haven't even gotten to the big talking point yet. The big talking character is next. We haven't even gotten to him yet. Oh boy, don't worry. It's only Brawl today, and aside from, I think a majority of the talking points are at the beginning.
Hurts. I've seen it hurt others' opinion of him and what he is, and that sucks.
I can definitely see where you're coming from, and I agree. I will say that if Wario wasn't Wario, if this like design was just in some sort of universe not attached to him, I would like it a lot more.
I would still hate Waft.
Well, yeah, I'd still hate Waft, but like the idea of like this.
Here, I'll say this at least. If Wario came out in Smash 4, I think a majority of the things that people are upset with, that you guys are upset with Wario would have been relieved. I think that it's because Wario was a Brawl character that a lot of that stuff happened and he is the way he is.
Wacky cartoon character with these strange animations and like really awkward, just fat. He's such an bizarre.
Or even Melee. If he came out in Melee, I think he'd probably be closer to what you guys are looking for.
Our character of being like this heavy, floaty, like being able to do like 3 up air claps in a row without touching the ground. I do like that. It's just wrong character.
Would you give it to Waluigi?
No.
Maybe.
I would not give Wario's playstyle to Waluigi. I do not want Waluigi to fart on me.
That might fit a little bit better.
I wouldn't quite, but I feel like it's an idea for Waluigi. at the
I mean,
very
I feel
least.
like anything would fit Waluigi, to be fair.
Well, yeah,
Like,
no,
that
you're
is
right.
such a flexible character for any kind of moveset. But I do feel like Wario just lacks the power that I'd expect from him.
Exactly. His Smash Ultimate Classic mode is titled "I'm a gonna win" in English, which sucks and doesn't say anything. But in Japanese, I believe it's "I am the strong. Beware my superpower." And it's supposed to be him fighting all of the characters with the strongest knockback to prove that he is the absolute strongest. And let me tell you, that's not conveyed at all. I would have no idea unless someone told me, because the superpower aspect of Wario is so removed from Smash Brothers.
Yeah, just based off of his current moveset, I'd honestly expect his classic, like if his classic was based off of what his design in Smash is, just to be like a random, actually just completely random. It just throws you into various situations, picks a spirit match and throws you against that.
I'd argue that's probably way more fitting for Wario for a classic mode to begin with.
Yep. Or like Super Saiyan death matches.
That actually, why isn't there a classic mode of that? That actually
I
kind
don't
of
know.
sick.
It'd be the first one. It's a micro match. You got to finish it.
Do you think he's worse than Little Mac? Just since we're placing him properly.
Do I think he is? Yes. Because that just hurts more to me, this interpretation of Wario. Basically, I'm here for you to
He's
talk
still
me
hire the
up,
Mega Man.
because I'm willing
He's still
to
higher than
compromise
Mega
because I
Man.
know my specific ire for this character design is great, and I'm willing to compromise, but
Well,
I'm in the basement.
I don't feel much of a need to compromise because I know that this divide exists in the fan base, and I've never just fart jokes are like the lowest of the low in terms of like
On
effort
Wario
for
even today,
comedy.
but I'll admit he's
I've
an odd
never
design
liked
fool.
them.
Where 2 or 3 changes will immediately buff him 3 or more tier. I agree. Like 2 or 3 changes, I think would be enough to make a lot of people happy. Because as I said, I genuinely do believe that he embodies the absurdity of both WarioWare and Wario Land, and his personality as greedy, need things, want things fast, need it now. I think that in Smash is encapsulated perfectly. But there are definitely aspects of the character that are missing. While I do not think that the things that are missing are enough to make him that low, I do think that people in general would be much happier if he had 2 or 3 things changed. And honestly, the first thing I think of, again, while the bike's really nice, change it to the Headlong Rush from Wario Land 4. I think a lot of people would like that a lot more. And, being able to jump with it. You basically would, what I'm basically saying is, Sakurai, Pizza Tower is doing very well right now. Give Wario the closest thing to Mach Rush that you can, because people will use it and people will love it, and it will work really well for the character. Please?
And just having a character whose entire gimmick is that, when it wasn't the character's thing in the first place, it's always felt dumb for me. I like the idea of having this super powerful move that's built up over the entire game, but Wario doesn't feel like the right character to do it. And even if he was, having it be just this atomic fart just feels like the wrong thing to do for him.
Yeah. There's a lot of little things I'd love to give Wario, like Tough Guy. I would love to give Wario Tough Guy to represent.
Great.
Replace Waft with eating a bomb and exploding or something. Then that alone would do wonders to bridge the gap. It would. But I think that Waft is never going to go away. I think if you get rid of Waft, you remove a huge aspect of his gameplay and his game plan. Because he's very much Fitting for the character who comes from games where he's known for not dying or, at most being slightly bothered by his enemies. Wario is a character that is very based on attrition. Like, he's basically known for just lasting long enough and doing, while he does a lot of damage and he has a lot of really good combo routes and stuff like that, his biggest aspect is basically being, I am an immovable object, and the moment I have my waft, you're dead. Like, if there was a way to replace it effectively, then I'd say maybe. But I don't think there is. Because adding on to his wacky, zany playstyle, there is very much an unexpectedness with Waft, and you never know when it's coming, but you know it's coming. Put the bomb on a timer that you can see on his UI. Make every hit cause the timer to tick down faster. Maybe. Again, it's hard to see the waft gone, if that makes any sense. Or it's like any other type of humor, has to be done properly or it falls flat. Much like the waft is used in Smash.
Or King K. Rool's gut check. I feel that
Though a visual indicator on the characters on Wario's UI for his waft would be nice, because sometimes it genuinely is hard to tell when you have a waft ready to go.
fits Wario really well. Just literally an attack that bounces off of him because he's so strong and fat.
All right. Well, you've solidified his place in F tier for me. I do. Well, before we move on from that, I have one more question.
Okay.
Lots of people talk about like either adding like a second Wario to represent his WarioWare so you can have both of them, or just like custom movesets having like this as his WarioWare stuff and his one for his Wario Land stuff. Like we've already talked about how you don't really feel like it fits the character in the first place, but if that were the case, would you feel more favorably about the character, or would this still just be stupid to you?
I mean, I would enjoy.
I mean, even just giving him a custom move where they replace the bike with Headlong Rush would be enough for, I think, a lot of people.
Wario just being strong and whatnot, but
But they need to be balanced. And if they give characters custom moves and they balance them around, being, something that can actually work in the game without, completely and utterly breaking it, then sure, go ahead. But if they bring custom moves back, I don't want them to just be something that's a side grade for a lot of characters. And I want them to try with every single character. Not just, oh, this fireball is slightly bigger, or this fireball now doesn't bounce, it just goes straight. It's like, no. It should be like, one's like fire flower, one's ice flower, stuff like that. That's either go all in or don't go at all. That's how I feel about custom moves. Because with some characters, you went in. With other characters, you didn't even try. I hate Ganondorf's stupid weird wrist sword warlock punch with a freaking fiery passion.
I feel like this Ware persona that he's been given would still get top billing, so I would prefer a remix. It's not like Samus and Zero Suit Samus, where I feel like there are clearly two trains of thought and you can't mix them together while getting the totality of Samus. It's no, there's definitely a full picture of Wario here and you can use it. You can have Wild Swing Ding and Corkscrew Conk and have a rotten day.
Honestly, I know we're getting to the end of Wario, and we're going to be talking a lot about Snake, since I know Snake's next. But honestly, if you're going to have a smaller roster, then I think going back to the aspect of custom moves, on top of, going to the characters you have, and revamping them and making them way more fleshed out than what they are currently, is probably the best thing you could do. You need to Street Fighter 6 your next game. Because I want these characters to feel way more than they've ever been. Give them more things to work with. Make them way more true to their character, true to form. And honestly, if you do that, whilst a lot of people will be sad that some characters are gone, a decent amount of people are going to be really, really happy with the game. Because I think that if you go into the next Smash and a lot of characters play the same way they do in Ultimate, but there's just a lot of them gone, people are going to be really, really pissed off.
And still have the bike and the chomp and whatnot, or the ass slap, whatever. You could still have a Wario Man Final Smash. A lot of this still can be done. It's just not being used properly or being ignored in favor of this interpretation of him that exists because of Smash Brothers, or exists because of the idea.
The thing about Street Fighter 6 is never took away anything, just add more. What you're talking about, straight replacements. No, I'm not telling you about replacements. I'm just talking, go back to your characters and really think about how each of them play, what each character is, and what each character does, and how that can be improved, and give them more things to work with, like more of a fleshed out game plan. With some of them, you don't need to do that. Like, Fox is perfect the way he is. Don't take or add anything to him. He doesn't need it. He's literally the best designed character in the entire series. Falcon, get rid of his awful turnaround speed. That's all you need to do for Falcon. That's literally all you need to do for Falcon. But there are definitely characters where you should look at them and be like, this character feels like it's missing something. A lot of people have been talking about this character. What can we do to make this character better? Or how do we fix this? And I think Wario is one of them. And honestly, again, I agree with Duke on the fact that 2 or 3 things would probably be a lot. But the point is that we even get to those 2 or 3 things, and it's not just like a couple very small things are changed and that's it, and here you go. It's just the same character again.
Idea of WarioWare rather than what WarioWare actually is.
All right, so that I feel that's a pretty solid just F tier for sure then.
He makes me sad. And, like of all the characters, like I look at Palutena and I feel like, yes, they deserve better. Little Mac, yes, they deserve better. Mega Man, oh, my poor sweet baby boy. Wario, it's like...
Mega Man is fine.
Not even
Leave
Wario.
Mega Man alone.
It is, because it made him into Wario. This Wario. And I hate it.
All right. Now, the character after this, I know you have some very strong opinions on. But can I say something first?
Oh boy.
Please do. Oh my god, I need some water here.
Oh boy.
All right. So I know a lot of people
I might need to refill my water
have
soon
strong
too.
complaints about this character that I used to share a lot of. Like, I was one of those characters that was like, oh, Solid Snake, he's like the face of the stealth genre, but he's nothing but explosives. Oh my gosh, this is so wrong. He doesn't have his guns. It's so wrong.
It is wrong, in my
I've also
opinion.
never played Metal Gear. And the more I learned about the series and the more I've just talked to Diddy Kong, the more I've grown to love this design. So I just asked people who thought the same thing that I used to just keep an open mind, and I'll turn it over to you to explain why this is a good design.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think that any character in Smash has the impact that Snake has. I feel like even if you did not
That's very debatable.
know who he was at the end of the Brawl trailer, this was the floodgates opening up. This was the ability to show that anyone can be in Super Smash Brothers. Any video game character, at least. And that opens up everything. Snake, I think the biggest thing to keep in mind, Solid Snake is the man who makes the impossible possible. And it's a reason why when Everyone Is Here was announced, Snake was the poster boy of that. He was the impossibility that got away. But no, he came back home. So I think insofar as impact goes, Snake is a Smash Brothers legend. Absolutely. The first...
He's a legend, but I wouldn't say he's the most impactful. Were people really sad to see him go in Smash 4? Absolutely. Nobody ever shut up about Snake being gone in Smash 4. Even when we got characters like Cloud and Ryu. Like, yeah, nobody ever shut up about Snake. But Sonic was the third-party character in Brawl that people really, really cared about. And then they got him back. And now they want to be rid of him as quickly as possible.
Time I ever experienced Snake was Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Other than maybe seeing a picture of twin snakes in an EGM or some sort of magazine, and I learned that you can shoot Yoshi on Otacon's desk and he makes a 1-up sound. And I went into Snake and I fought against Captain Falcon on New Pork City. And I was like, yeah, this is going to be a fight between two super athletic buff dudes. It's going to be so cool. And I hated playing as Snake. He was slow. He was weird. He felt odd to use in the air. Nothing he did felt right. And then I started experimenting with him more. And just a little more with like the grenades and the Nikita and the C4 and the landmines. And I realized Snake plays like no one else in Smash.
Well, he plays like nothing else in Smash, but does he play like Snake in Metal Gear Solid? I think that's the question that needs to be asked here. And honestly, I think the answer is a very loud and resounding, not even close.
And you have to remember, Metal Gear's tagline isn't the ultimate stealth experience.
Well, of course not. It's tactical espionage action.
Tactical espionage action. And in all senses, Snake utterly embodies that.
I completely and totally disagree. Snake might embody the action and tactical, yeah, sure. There is no espionage in Snake whatsoever. You have to understand something. I am someone who's played Metal Gear Solid, like all the games in the series. I've also got friends who have played all the games in the series. And I want to tell you a little bit of a story. Brawl came out when I was like 15 years old. And for my 16th birthday, I invited a few of my friends over, and one of them was one of my best friends, and he was the really, really big Metal Gear Solid fan. And the plan was we were going to play Smash Brothers together. We were going to play some Brawl together while we waited for a lot of the guests to arrive. And how old am I now? I'm currently 29. But anyways, we were setting up Smash Brawl on the main television in my living room, and I remember my friend picking Snake, being very excited that he can pick Snake in this game. And I just remember like him just like moving around for the first time, like pushing buttons, learning what Snake does. And I remember him leaning over to me and just saying with like both a deadpan and sad inflection in his voice, "This isn't Snake. This isn't Snake at all." And that stuck with me all these years when I think about this character. Because Snake very much does not feel like Snake at all in Smash. Now let's be completely and totally real here. Is Snake one of the most fun characters to play in the game, and does he have a really fun play style? 100%. Snake in Smash is super, super fun to play. No, I don't think there's a single person out there other than the person on the receiving end of it that will tell you that Snake is not one of the most fun characters in the game. But he's not Snake. And I think that's what it boils down to. But I'll let this keep going because I'm curious because I heard a lot of things about where this goes, and there was like a whole video behind it on why this is explained. So I'm very, very interested to see where this goes.
His moves are based around creating an obstacle course for your opponent to avoid, while also making it very temporary. You can't lay his traps down forever. They eventually explode or very quickly explode. So you have to constantly be changing up your game plan in order to outthink your opponent. Snake is by far the most cerebral character in the game, to the point where even the CPU knows that you can blow yourself up with the C4 in order to recover. Like, level 9 CPUs will do that. They'll miss it after, like, doing it 3 times in a row, but they will do it. Snake is about utilizing your creativity to the fullest, about realizing that you are outmatched by your opponent, because you're fighting Big Buff Monkey, the King of Evil, Weird Farty Man, Robot, Other Robot, the Power of Nothingness Hobo, Space Pirate, God, and Snake is just a dude.
I mean, he's a bioengineered super soldier. I think he can hold his own quite fine. Also, if we're going by, Snake as a character, he's also, a master of hand-to-hand combat, which I don't feel at all is emulated in Smash, by the way. I'll talk about this more after, but it's very clear that when they put Snake and Metal Gear in Smash, this is not one Snake. This is Big Boss Snake in Metal Gear Solid 2 Snake's clothes on Metal Gear Solid 1 Shadow Moses Island. There, it is very clear that this is an amalgamation of everything from Metal Gear Solid at the time when he was put into Brawl. It's a composite Snake. It's Snake the code name put into one character. And I don't think that he inherently represents any of the Snakes very well.
Like, he's a really competent dude, but he's just a dude. So to compensate for that, he makes up for it with using every last bit of tactical know-how he knows.
Just want to throw in real quick that he's the Batman of the Smash Brothers roster.
He is, but the thing is, everyone goes, oh, Batman with prep time. Snake doesn't have prep time. He makes everything up on the fly. Like...
I mean, that's not inherently true. Most of the time in Metal Gear, you're given the opportunity to, scout out a location and decide how you want to approach it. That's especially apparent in, like, Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 5. MGS5 especially because of the way it's designed to be open world.
In his games, you start with maybe a pistol if you're lucky. In Metal Gear Solid 1, you don't even start with that. You start with your hands and a pack of cigarettes you smuggled in with you inside of your stomach acid so that you could have a good luck charm.
Imagine eating cigarettes. Imagine eating a box of cigarettes that you could only eat because of nanomachines suppressing your stomach acids.
I did not know that.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. There's a reason for it. And then you get to use it as an item. And it slowly drains your health because smoking is bad for you. It's great. But you look cool. But yeah, Snake is just... The conceit of Metal Gear Solid isn't that no one knows Snake is there. Very often, people figure out very quickly, oh shit, Solid Snake is here.
It depends on the game, and it depends on the situation. In Metal Gear Solid 1, they definitely know you're on the island, but they don't know where you are in specific.
We have to plan around that, and it's up to Snake to outthink his opponent. It's not a matter of that Snake is never detected. His enemies very often know that either Solid Snake is going to show up or Solid Snake is here. How do we use that to our advantage? The fights in Super Smash Bros. Are a Snake that has already been found. So he is using his tools in the most expert way possible in order to best make advantage of that.
Well, the thing is that doesn't really work because in Metal Gear Solid, if you're caught, you do everything in your power to get the hell out of that encounter as fast as possible. Snake is, while you have a lot of, CQC options, especially, in later games, and, you have stuff to, put guards to sleep and all sorts of stuff in order to, go undetected. If you get detected, you are not going to engage your opponent head on. You are going to get the hell out of dodge and rethink how the hell you're going to get through that situation. Like, I can't think of an instance, other than boss fights, where being detected means you're going to actively fight your quarry. Because most of the time, you will get overwhelmed and you will die.
And he has so many options in Smash. C4 alone opens up so much. There is no better feeling than having an opponent get stuck by C4, not realize it, send them off stage, and then you go, now. And they don't know what happens, but they realize too late that they're already dead.
Well, that's a nice aspect of Snake and its unpredictability, but Snake has very, very little of that. And that's kind of the problem. If you were to ask me, how would you design Snake in Smash? I would design Snake in Smash around being based around forcing hard knockdowns and tech chasing opponents with like really powerful moves. Like I would give him moves like, his down throw puts opponents in the hard knockdown state. I'd give him a tranquilizer gun to put opponents to sleep. I'd want things that would force opponents to tech and for me to react accordingly. Because I think that aspect of never knowing where the attack's going to come from or what he's going to hit you with is probably the best way you're going to implement a stealth aspect of a game into a fighting game. the the fear of when something's coming and where it's going to come from. I think that a design like that for Snake would work really well. Like a lot of attacks that would force opponents to fall over, trip, go into hard knockdown states, or force them asleep with like a tranquilizer gun. And then you have a lot of attacks that are designed to, follow up opponents that try to get off the ground in one of several ways. And yeah, that sounds like a way more faithful interpretation of what Snake could be. Do you prefer PM Plus Snakes? Yes, if only for the fact that they gave him a tranq gun and not a rocket launcher. I also... I despise Snake's forward smash because it is literally the most anti-anything of his character ever. Like how Pierce said in the last video, if you try to play Little Mac in Punch-Out like you do in Smash, you will die. If you try to play Snake in Metal Gear Solid, any of them, like you do in Smash, you will die. Because rocket at your feet, it feels so freaking weird and ass backwards, and it's just like, I don't know what to say to that, man. I think actively designing around text into a more casual focused game like Smash is a mistake. That level of specificity is inaccessible to a wider audience that Smash is designed for. I don't agree, because I would argue... Oh, hang on. Hang on. It sounds like somebody forgot their key again. Sorry. Yeah, I think what I was saying was, I don't agree. What just happened? Someone forgot their key. So I had to let him in. I don't agree because there are playstyles in Smash that are arguably harder to get into than that already. I think that if you had a character that had really powerful normals, had moves that could force opponents into knockdown and stuff like that, I feel that you would be able to get the grasp of that fairly easily. There would be things that you'd have to work on. This is a Mega Man situation, in my opinion. Mega Man is accessible, but he's got an extremely high skill ceiling. Just like with a design like that for Snake, I think, characters got really powerful. Snake's got really powerful normals. He's, got moves that can put opponents to sleep. Oh, you get follow-ups off of this. That's cool. But there's way more to it at a, technical level that you have to put time in order to learn. So I don't think that that's bad or a mistake because again, there are characters in Smash they already have playstyles that, you know, are technically inaccessible to a wider audience. I feel that would be a lot easier to understand. Yeah, Christians, I agree with Christian. That Snake is a lot easier to understand than Steve or Kazuya.
It is the best feeling. It is utterly incredible.
Snake is not badly designed, but he's just not Snake. Or, you know, a good representation of Metal Gear Solid as a whole.
Playing around his grenades that he constantly has to figure out how to use and can use to get him out of a sticky situation. He doesn't get out unscathed. He takes the damage too, but he can still escape and reassess and figure out what else he has to do. He has the Nikita, which I know people will call oppressive, and in a sense it is, but it's not.
People are ultimately what this franchise was designed for. Okay, I feel that you could easily explain techs and how to play. You know, an opponent's on the floor. Oh, if you know they're gonna roll this way, you can punish them with an attack before they even have a chance to respond if you have a move ready to go when they reach that spot after their roll. Or, you know, if they jump, you can jump after them. Or if they attack, you can either shield it or avoid the attack and then punish afterwards. I feel that is absolutely something they could just add to how to play, and it would feel completely and totally natural. Because how to play has arguably gotten a lot more fleshed out since it was introduced back in, it was Melee, I believe? Actually, no, it was Smash 64, but Smash 64 was just basic controls for the most part. But when they actually started really making it this is what you need to do in order to play the game. Which arguably, if you want to be completely realistic, Snake already is based around tech chasing. A lot of what Snake does in Smash is already based around tech chasing. But I feel it can be done in a way that better suits his character. A lot of his playstyle is very much having grenades hit opponents when they, drop their shield, or they get up, or they dodge, or having a C4 at the right spot, so if they dodge into the wrong spot, they're going to get punished. Or Nikita missile punishing a lot of offstage options and stuff like that, and great way of punishing opponents at the ledge. There's already a lot of tech chasing in Snake's moveset. Yeah, Snake embodies the bombasticness of Metal Gear's insane, out there, mythos and all sorts of stuff like that. The way that it's an over-the-top action movie in some regards. But Snake as a character himself is not very well realized in Smash.
Always the best option against every recovery. It's an option against some recoveries, but he might be better off setting up traps or trying to predict how his opponent moves, because if they dodge that one option, he is screwed. I often liken Snake's fights to one that he has against Vulcan Raven in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Wait, what?
And this is a very, very buff man who has a minigun that he stole from a fighter jet attached to his back, who has the ability to shoot out ravens from his head that mark your soul or something. I don't know. It's weird. But the fight against him is if you fight him head on, you will die. So you run around this giant cold storage room, setting mines, setting C4, trying to bait him into your traps, throwing grenades around corners, using the remote control missile, and trying to get him at his back so he doesn't just shoot it down instantly. And just that is captured so perfectly in Snake's movesets. And
here's the thing about that. What you are saying is that Snake is a good representation of himself in one boss fight in one game of the series. Which I argue isn't even inherently true. Vulcan Raven's fight is... The reason that you don't want to take Vulcan Raven head on is because in Vulcan Raven's fight, you are fighting in a cold storage area, and you are fighting in an area with very, very narrow hallways. So you legitimately have to get around them if you're going to shoot them. Or do anything to them. I'd also argue that claymores are the most useful because you just put them around corners and they automatically go off without you having to activate anything. I also don't understand where the Nikita comes in. Nikita is arguably more useful against Sniper Wolf because it can cheese the fight. But this is one boss of one game. If this was Melee when Snake was supposed to come out, I'd argue this design aspect would hold a lot more weight. Simply because Metal Gear Solid 2 would be very fresh and like next to, brand new at the time. And majority of the stuff for Snake and Smash would then have to be pulled only from Metal Gear Solid 1. But the problem is that even by Brawl, we had Metal Gear Solid 3. And Metal Gear Solid 4 would come out a few months later after Brawl came out. And these games basically would show that the design they came up with for Snake doesn't represent him very well at all. Again, if this was Melee and it only had Metal Gear Solid 1 to go off of, that's fine. But even by Brawl, that design aspect was completely and totally outdated. And I think it's also outdated by the fact that, again, this is not Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1. This is Solid Snake, or just Snake. Codename Snake, the character, the Metal Gear Solid protagonist. He looks like MGS3's big boss, and he's wearing Metal Gear Solid 2 Snake's clothes. And you're on Metal Gear Solid 1 Shadow Moses Island. It's very clear that they want to represent everything about Metal Gear Solid, and I don't think that using one fight from one game as a base for a character moveset works. If you want to base Snake off of one boss fight, I'd argue there are way better boss fights in Metal Gear Solid in general that you could probably pull from to use as a reference point for a character fighting in a fighting game. But I don't think that this sells I don't think this sells this design of Snake very well, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, he has some good close quarters combat on top of that. That's obvious. But he struggles at that mid-range. He struggles when you overwhelm him. He struggles when he's not in control and is all about getting that control back.
Okay, well then, Duke, if I don't, it's just an example of how the kit carries over to the feel of the gameplay, but then what about Snake fighting other bosses? The feel of Snake's kit in Smash does not translate to the feel of Snake in Smash. Like, even if we're going past the explosives, I don't think that even a lot of his normals work very well either. Is there any compromise you can think of between what Smash should be and what he is? I think that there are aspects that work. As I said, he already has a very tech chasey playstyle, but I think that the way he forces these tech chases is just wrong. And I think that a lot of the way that he interacts with his opponents is very, very unlike anything Snake does in his games. There are definitely I definitely feel that there are characters in other games that could use a moveset like this, and it would work a lot better for them than it would for Snake. Give an example of a boss fight that goes against this. Let's see. I'm trying to think of a fight that uses stuff like Vulcan Raven. Like Sniper Wolf in this game is a sniper battle. You can cheese it by using the Nikita missile. That's pretty much it. Revolver Ocelot is basically a shootout. You basically take turns shooting each other behind pillars. Fat Man maybe, yeah. Fat Man would probably be a good comparison. Back to your prior statement. Who would this current moveset fit better than Snake? There are definitely characters, I'm trying to think, because there are definitely characters that this works for better than Snake. There's definitely aspects of this that work better for other characters than Snake. You know, funnily enough, Crubbington, this moveset would probably work better on a worm than Snake. Because a lot of their stuff is about, explosives. But I think that that's not entirely fair and kind of cheating for an answer. Would you love this moveset if it was a worm? The thing is that I like the moveset a lot. I think the moveset is really good. It's just not Snake. That's the problem. And I kind of wish that Snake really did have more of a, you know, stealthy burst damage, tech chasing, more of a focus on tech chasing playstyle that focused a lot more on like forcing knockdowns. Because that's where I'm torn. Because the moveset is fantastic. But again, it's just not Snake. That's exactly BN. He shouldn't be revamped, he should be redirected. Give him more tricky tools. I think the C4 works very well as a sneaky option. You know, you can set it up anywhere. You can even set it up on your opponent, and they don't know that it's stuck to them until you know it goes off. I think he should have a trank gun. I think he should have a knife. I think that a lot of his weird normals could be alleviated by giving him a knife. I know Mockrock gave him this flying device thing for Side B. I forgot what it was called, but it was cool. Fulton would be funny. You know, you shoot somebody with a Fulton. Honestly, it'd be a better recovery than Cypher. I mean, I've never minded the Cypher. I've always thought it was a little funny, but I've never minded it. But arguably, I think the Fulton recovery works a lot better. But I think, yeah, another thing is just that. Another thing that I don't like about Snake is his normals feel really awkward. Again, for what they are, they work really well, and I like how impactful a lot of his moves feel. But if we're talking about boss fights from Metal Gear Solid, the boss fights that everyone remembers are the fights where you fight with your fists. Like Liquid Snake on top of Metal Gear Rex, Revolver Ocelots on top of Outer Haven at the end of Metal Gear Solid 4. The boss fight. The fight with the boss. The character named the boss in Metal Gear Solid 3. The most iconic fights in Metal Gear Solid's history are all physical fights. And that kind of makes me dislike a lot of Snake's kick more than if those didn't exist. The axe kick dunk is nice, that's fine. But I think just moves where he looks really weird while attacking, like his up tilt and several of his aerials, like his up air and his back air, they just look really weird and unrefined and don't really feel like a character that knows how to, like, any sort of combat mastery whatsoever. Trank for neutral, Fulton for side, keep up and down special. Well, you could make Fulton the recovery option. Maybe instead of regular grenades, he could throw flashbangs. Something that it doesn't stun you, like, you get and you're stuck in a stun animation, no. But something that like does brief damage but has a lot of hit stun behind it. That gives you chances for follow-ups and is a decent, area denial tool. If you want to make the key to stay, add it to his final smash. I originally wanted to say smoke grenades, but then I thought to myself, obscuring the battlefield could be, a little bit problematic for readability and, could make things kind of a mess. Yeah, we also have an item like that too. It's weird. But I want to say this right now, and I have to reiterate this. I'm going to keep reiterating this. I think that Snake's moveset is very, very good. It's just not for Snake. Smoke grenade should be part of his final smash. As it is currently, as we see on the screen. I don't know. There's a really good Snake design in Rivals where you can call in drop packages and you get new weapons from those drop packages like you would in Metal Gear Solid 5. It's super fun and super fleshed out and creative, but I don't think it works super well for Smash. It works better for Rivals, which is, it gives you way more creativity and, freedom of expression with how characters move and work. I'll agree they went too far with the helicopter recovery. That's funny to me, but I don't know. I don't think they're ever going to change Snake, to be completely honest with you. I think that the overwhelming popularity the character has and the way that it's nothing like in Smash currently is something that they're definitely going to keep if Snake ever comes back. But I genuinely do wish that there were things about him that were changed to feel more like Metal Gear Solid. Snake dealing extra damage when hitting foes in the back and or any hit when in smoke. Now you see, that's fun. Or the smoke grenades don't obscure opponents, they only obscure him. They leave an outline and make it hard to read what he's going to do. Dash attack fits him very well. Dash attack is a move from the games.
And it's such a brilliant design that I think Snake is one of the best designs in all of Super Smash Brothers. And that's even considering that he's a very loud...
Yeah, he's, as I said, the moveset's good, but I wouldn't even put him in top 15.
Very explosive character.
All right, I hope people can see why I've been changing my mind about this character. Because that was a beautiful spiel. Well done.
And he has codex. I wish they had more.
Codex are nice.
I understand why
the
not.
Codex are very nice. I wish they
Gear series.
fleshed them out for
that post 2015.
What are you gonna do?
Very fair. I do still wish he had a little bit more of that stealth side of him. Maybe if he uses his box taunt, he can actually get out of it and sneak around without people realizing he's no longer in the box.
Why not just let him walk around with the box? This is something that should have been in the game already, and it kind of annoys me that it's not.
Or just a shield special where he activates his camo index, or just something like that. But even then, listening to you, I've heard several of these spiels, by the way, about just how Pyrrhic feels about Snake, and you have absolutely convinced me that he's an amazing character design, because he is. The more I learn about Metal Gear, the more I realize he embodies that just getting into an opponent's head and just always being several steps ahead of them if you play Snake well. Do you think the lack of guns hurts him at all, or does that not even matter?
I think the trank gun not being there hurts him quite a bit, in my honest opinion.
No, it doesn't even matter. Guns aren't the star of Metal Gear's show. And in fact,
Hang on.
if you're using a gun that isn't his trank pistol, you're probably playing the game in a poor way. Like, Metal Gear actively rewards you for not killing a single enemy other than what's required of you. So I don't feel that the gun is important. What's important is Snake
Phone call.
overcoming the odds, rising above hate, and being the hero of everyone. The man who makes the impossible possible. 10 out of 10.
One more question before we place him on the tier list. How do you feel about the Project M interpretation of the character? The one that has the trank gun and the combat knife and the amazing cigarette taunt that I wish was in the game, but I understand why it isn't.
Aside from the cigarette never getting in, I like PM Snake a lot. I wish he used the knife for more than his forward smash. I think that there are definitely moves that they could have put the knife on and it would work well. Because knives are an important option, especially in MGS3 and MGS5. There are definitely weird normals that could have been knife attacks in Smash Ultimate.
Just how do you feel about that one?
That is a really fun interpretation of the character. Remind me what it takes away from him.
You lose Nikita, and I think he still has grenades. I think he still has C4. Yeah, he
Yeah,
definitely
he still has grenades in C4.
Okay.
You basically just lose Nikita, which arguably is not very good in PM to begin with. It wasn't very good in Brawl either. Like, Nikita only got really good in Ultimate.
It's been a while, but all I remember is that the side special got replaced by trank gun from Nikita, and then I think it's like his forward tilt or forward smash that becomes... Yeah, he loses the bazooka for a kind of a Link forward smash, almost? Just with a combat knife?
I'm not a big fan of the combat knife one, just because I understand why, but I like still having the big explosive option. Like, I feel that
I mean, you have that in grenades and C4.
it does fit Snake, where you're trying to use the right tool for the job, and I feel like combat knife is just an extension of his tilts, basically.
Yeah, but they're true to his character and they're what he does in his games. Like, the fact that Joker came out with a knife and a gun with Snake in the game was very, very funny to a lot of people, because it's like, oh, you Sakurai, you won't give him a knife or a gun, but you'll give it to him instead?
But I do like Trank Pistol to an extent. Like, it works, it does fit the Metal Gear universe well. It adds in some more of that MGS3 big boss aspects that are kind of missing from Snake's kit, but it's weird where he's sort of a composite.
I'm pretty sure the trank gun's also in 2, 4, and... No, I know that's in 5. Because slow-mo shooting somebody in the head with a trank gun is like the best way to stop yourself from being caught.
Of Solid and Naked Snake anyway, but like, I don't know. I put them on about equal footing because I do like the risk reward that Nikita offers. And I know for a lot of people, it does mitigate risk a lot. But
in Ultimate, yeah, in Brawl, it was pretty crap, to be honest with you.
But I do like the fact that it's a move that is very, very easy to overcommit with.
For sure, for sure. Snake is a character that I just hate playing against, especially when the Snake player is good, because...
Oh, see, I love playing against him, even if I'm a character with a horrible matchup with him, hence Donkey Kong. Like, what does Donkey Kong do against him? I have to figure that out.
Block grenades, rush in, either go for grab, or rush in, jump, turn around, back air, and force him out of position. I think you can armor through a grenade explosion with grounded spinning Kong. And I know that you can challenge a lot of his more powerful stuff with headbutt. Granted, it's still zoner versus grappler in quotes because, Donkey Kong was a really good grappler in Smash 4, and then they took away every aspect of him being a good grappler or grappler at all in Ultimate. But the point still stands.
I have to figure out what's the opportunity to shield and what's the opportunity to get in. I feel like I always get better as a player when I fight against a snake.
All right, that's an interesting perspective. I like that. So obviously you've got Snake in S tier, like that.
100%. He is top 3 for me.
Oh boy.
Nice. Okay, I have him in A tier, but I could easily agree to him being in S tier. I don't know if I'll have him at the top of S tier, especially since there's characters I love more. But I would be down for him being our first S tier based on just how you've convinced me over the years about how good his design is.
It's not just his design, it's the impact he has, it's what he means to the Smash franchise, it's how well his character is conveyed.
I'd argue not very well. Aside from the funny lines he plays when he eats food. That's pretty much the only characterization of Snake we pretty much get in Smash.
I played Metal Gear Solid because of Solid Snake in Super Smash Bros. And I love that series because of this interpretation of him.
I said he's like a B or a C. I don't think he's low enough to be bad, like bottom or D. That's just objectively not realistic, because, as I said, the moveset's very good. It's just on the wrong character.
Very nice. I haven't played Metal.
I think he's a B. I think the aspect that it's a really, really good moveset on the wrong character balances it out to a mid-tier. Codex are nice, but it does nothing to do with the character. Just like I wouldn't put Fox higher because there's a bunch of interactions with the Star Fox crew on multiple Star Fox stages.
Of myself, but I'm currently right now trying to get into it, and I look forward to seeing that myself.
I look forward to seeing you look forward to seeing that.
All right, do you have anything more to say on Snake, or do you think we're good?
Well, Walnut, you could argue that the trank gun's not really a gun. It's it's a dart. It shoots darts. You're not really shooting somebody with a bullet. And the knife is pretty much just similar to what Joker uses. I'd argue that Joker's gun is closer to a gun than the trank gun would be. It's not like we're giving Snake an assault rifle.
No, can you...
I also find it very funny that in today's day and age, a giant explosive rocket launcher that if you hit somebody with it in real life would literally leave a pile of... wouldn't even leave a pile. It would leave a mist of red and nothingness in its way if you hit somebody with it in real life is more generally acceptable than a bullet.
S tier, and he's...
If I could give Snake a real gun, would you? No. I don't think he needs a real gun. I think the trank gun's more than enough. It's a very iconic part of the Metal Gear Solid series. And it would work really well with Snake's kit. I do not think that he needs a real gun. No.
He's fantastic, and I'll fight you over that, whoever you are. Overly loyal straw man viewer. I'll take you.
Okay. Wendy's parking lot in 20 minutes.
For Snake's sake. All right. Yeah, go ahead and start the next one. My throat.
What, you don't want to...
Oh, my throat. I think I need to BRB and get some water. I'm talking about Snake for an hour and a half. He just called you out 2 years in advance. Waffle House parking lot. Yeah. I like Guts from Berserk. We'll talk about him when I come back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Don't worry, that won't take long. I'm probably gonna take a little bit of a longer break to eat, to go make something to eat for dinner in like an hour, hour and a half. Let's see how many characters we can get through in an hour and a half. Okay, so we got Ike, and we like Ike. Everybody likes Ike. But do we like him more than Marth? Personally, for me, no. Especially not gameplay-wise. But for what he's supposed to be, which is essentially just, a harder hitting, like a harder hitting Lord type character, as opposed to Marth being more precision, I think that he's pretty good. I like Ike. The thing is that I don't really have a lot to say about Ike, and I like that they gave him his blue fire in Smash 4, and made him look like, gave him his Radiant Dawn design to make him look like Guts from Berserk. Berserk is a really good manga. You should read it. And Guts is like one of the best anime protagonists, if not the greatest anime protagonist to ever exist. We like Ike.
Want another spiel on Ike?
He's cool. He does Aether. Okay, so Pokemon Trainer.
But seriously,
That's how I feel.
Ike is my favorite of the Fire Emblem cast. Just straight up. I feel like people always say like, oh, Marth's the face of the franchise. No, Marth isn't the face of the franchise anymore. That is clearly Ike. He's by far the most popular, most recognizable character in the Fire Emblem series. When people do those polls on like that Fire Emblem mobile game, Fire Emblem Heroes, Ike is always the top of the list in terms of the male characters. And I feel like...
Well, apparently he's like really good at everything. Like, he's fast, he's strong. And I guess if they had wanted to choose one, they chose strength. I mean, it's fine. But he's still very fun. Like, I don't really have a lot to say about Ike. Like, yeah, Ike's got really good design. Yeah, Ike's fun. He's, ever since his inclusion in Smash, he's only gotten way more and more popular. And like, yeah, like, we love Ike. Ike is good. I think his voice actor from Brawl and Smash 4 is way better. And I wish that they would bring him back to record new lines, because I don't like how weirdly quiet Ike is in Smash right now. It doesn't really fit his character.
That is because of Super Smash Brothers. People were expecting like, okay, Marth's back, but actually no, Ike was revealed before Marth.
Yep.
Yeah, because Marth was an unlockable character.
Super badass, like, he looks like a kid, but he's also using this two-handed sword in a single hand, and it's
That's the only bad thing you can think about him.
And then you get to play as Ike, and you realize that he's just...
I don't really think anything bad about Ike. He's just good. It's like A-tier design. He's good. Yeah, he's good. I can't think of anything else to say about this character. Yeah, he's really good. I like him. Yeah, everybody really likes Ike. Most people like Ike.
He's a one-man wrecking machine using this insanely... He's what Cloud should have... Oh, I think we talked about this last time, but he is what Cloud should have been. Like, Sakurai probably couldn't get Cloud, so he made Ike instead, and he's perfect in that regard.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I totally agree with that. Like, I don't have anything to add to that opening salvo. He's just great. His feel is incredible.
I do.
Yeah.
I kind of
He
feel
only
like
got better over time, too.
Kind of don't get Fire Emblem. Like, Robin's the closest one, and we've already talked about Robin.
I have something to say on Marth, but I'll save it for Marth.
All right, but
I've got some interesting things to say about Roy Walnut.
Praised for his, maybe even more, for getting people invested.
Because I really like Roy.
I feel like Marth and Roy are cool, but they're also very like regal and stuff. But everybody loves it. We all like Ike.
Yeah.
I've never met somebody who doesn't like Ike, both in terms of just Smash Brothers and those who have played Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. Ike is just a great character.
Yeah, pretty much.
Absolutely.
And I feel like of them all, he's one of the few that actually brings his personality into Smash Brothers. Roy kind of just had his made up for him. I
mean, he has glimpses of personality, and I'd argue that he kind of lost that personality when he got the new voice actor. Like, there's not very much inflection or emotion put into Ike's new voice actor and what he does for the character. Like, the way that his old voice actor yelled during Ether and during Eruption and during his final smash, and how confident he said stuff like "prepare yourself," and when he grunted really loudly when he did one of his taunts, and which is then offset by the hilariously deadpan "I fight for my friends." It's great. I don't get that with Ike right now in Smash, though. That's the problem.
I can't say for Marth because I've never played either of his games.
It's okay. He has more personality in Smash than he does in his games.
Oh, well, there you go. The custom characters are obviously blank slates. Robin's okay. And then we shall not speak of the last one. But Ike is just... He fights for his friends, and I love him for that. I have him in A tier, and I kind of like to keep him there.
Yeah, that works.
Also have him in A tier. I love having
good.
this super weighty swordsman who has
He's
just beautiful...
Big, heavy, hitting guts from Berserk-looking Fire Emblem Lord, popular.
It's like, yeah,
I fight for my friends character. I don't think there's anything you really need to say.
Aether, so it's this actual kill move that it is in Fire Emblem, which was the one thing.
I'd be more surprised if they were like, no, I don't like Ike.
I get it, it's vertical, but it's also the most powerful move in the game, so.
He feels like a great translation of the hero class in Fire Emblem. I feel like I've got a few problems with Marth's interpretation of the Lord, but Ike being the hero is just spot on.
Absolutely. There is such a weight to him, and even if you're going, oh, too many anime sword fighters, Ike is someone where you could replace Ragnell with Irvin, the giant battle axe, and while it wouldn't have the same thematic through line, he wouldn't change at all, and he would still feel great.
That's true.
I wish there was I don't know.
Especially, since the way he holds his sword only in one hand, I feel that could translate very easily to an axe.
Just what I want from Fire Emblem in the future of the series is to put character classes in instead of characters themselves, and just slot characters into that. I feel like Ike is just so perfect for both of those.
Yep.
And you wouldn't need to change much about him because he's just that strong, both literally and in terms of his design as a character.
Totally. Even the original things they add for him, Eruption, that feels like it fits him better. I would prefer that he has that over the actual Ragnell laser beams he has in Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn.
Yeah, I know people like that. I feel like it would take away from him.
Yeah, come on, guys. Give Cloud something.
Consider it a reinterpretation of the beams, I guess. Except he just, stabs the sword into the ground and creates a giant explosion.
Quick Draw is one of the most fun burst option moves. I feel like it's just the idea of Pikachu's Skull Bash turned up to 11 and done better.
I will say I don't really like counter as a mechanic to reflect Fire Emblem because I don't feel like it fits. There was a really good video by Mockrock about that. I recommend everyone watch that. But I really wish he had...
Mockrock also said that Leon Kennedy would only shoot a gun, so I don't know how I feel about that.
Byleth's down B with Irvin. That would be sick. I don't know if it'd fit him thematically, but I just love some sort of, really heavy, you'll get no sympathy from me. I don't know.
No, I agree. No, you're correct on that. It would be fun. I'm fine with counter, but it's the least important part of Ike to me.
Yeah. Still solid overall.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about Ike.
It's just
he's
a
just
likable
good
character, and I enjoy.
I don't
him.
think there's a lot of people out there that would have a lot to say about Ike.
Like, he's one of those characters that
He's just
straight up. I
yeah,
played
he's
him
good.
in Smash Brothers, and I played his game next.
I like Ike. Ike good.
We all like Ike.
He hit hard with
I like
sword.
his Path of Radiance before.
He is the Unga Bunga Lord of Fire Emblem, and we love him for it.
When he was announced, it was like, woohoo! Oh, I know who this is. Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah. All right. Next up is, do we rank the Pokemon?
Whoa,
separately?
Pokemon
I don't
Trainer.
feel like it's necessary, but
don't-
Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, I don't feel like it is. I mean, obviously, Squirrel and Ivysaur got a bit less spot.
Can we talk glow up? Because I think next to one other character from Brawl, Pokemon Trainer has the biggest glow up in Ultimate compared to his previous iterations. Pokemon Trainer in Ultimate is easily an S tier design. It's not even close. But I'll definitely say this. I don't feel a lot of people inherently understand what makes them such a good design. And that's why we get a lot of Pokemon Trainer movesets that don't feel very good. It's very funny. Pokemon Trainer is an instance of taking away something that's taking away something that references something from the games made the character 8 times better. Stamina on paper sounds faithful to what Pokemon is. Pokemon, they naturally lose HP over time. Well, over time, they get hit, they lose HP over the course of a fight. They tire out. And the type weaknesses, again, Pokemon, that's a thing. But they were implemented very, very badly, and I'm very, very glad that they're gone. And I think everybody else is too.
Light than Charizard, but due to the fact that Charizard was the
Trainer is the best design in the game. He's absolutely, in my opinion, top 10. He could be right outside top 5. But he is very, very good. I agree.
necessary inclusion, and obviously Smash 4.
I'll definitely say, even in Smash Ultimate, it did take a little bit of time to get there because I do think that, Ivysaur kind of was over-designed in some regards, and Charizard was a little under-designed. Rest in peace, Rocky. You will be missed. But, yeah, at the beginning he was Ivysaur and friends. But now, in current Smash Ultimate, yeah, he's fantastic. Like, he's just great. All the Pokemon are also very expressive. Charizard kept a lot of his expressiveness from Smash 4. He kept a lot of his new stuff from Smash 4, including his Seismic Toss up throw, which is a kill throw, which is great. Yeah, Pokemon Trainer, easy S tier. This is another character where I look at it and I'm like, I don't really know what to say other than, yeah, this character was garbage when they first came out, but like a lot of Brawl's newcomers, they got really good later on.
But, yeah, I think rating them all together works.
Especially since I don't feel like any of them were poorly designed in terms of their movesets.
Charizard's my favorite too. I love
Pokemon
Charizard.
Trainer swapping between them is a core concept of the character that I'm glad they brought back for Ultimates instead of just keeping them separately.
Agreed. I would argue that Brawl Ivysaur is horribly designed, but they brought that back. They brought that back so
They
hard,
over-designed
like,
him a
way to
little bit
salvage that.
at the beginning.
Just those insane up airs and down airs. I love those spore clouds. I'm just gonna fully admit, I think Pokemon Trainer is one of the best characters in the game. I love it took Pokemon a while, but they finally got the protect.
I wish his Rock Smash was repurposed as his forward smash. It'd be nice. I understand why it's not. But even if they gave that kind of move to another character, I'd be super happy. Because I love Rock Smash. It legitimately is one of my favorite moves in all of Smash. Because you're just breaking a rock with your face, and it does a ton of damage.
In the game, and I just love how each of these characters has their own separate roles, defined roles, and that you can swap between them so freely and all still accomplish what they need to do. Charizard kind of falls flat just because the other two are so good, but even then, like, it's nice to have this big beefy lizard to swap to when you have Hyper Sense to try and get like a few Hail Mary Flare Blitzes in before you kick the bucket.
Chuckles, I legitimately believe that if you made the trainer all Pokemon, the design would be worse. While I do think that a lot of people would really like to see playable Blastoise in Smash, make him a separate design or part of a different type of trainer. I think for what it is, Pokemon Trainer works very well. Because forget about everything you've known about other characters up to this point. At most, at this point, you were balancing two characters. And even then, a majority of them didn't do it very well. For example, Zelda and Sheik. Pokemon Trainer, you're balancing three. And to be fair, they didn't get it right the first time either. It took them 10 years to get it right. So the fact that we now have a character in Smash that has three characters put into one, and all the characters are fairly balanced and have a purpose in the moveset. Yeah, this design is an S tier. Like, easily.
Charizard's just fun.
Even if they put him in like A, that's also completely fine too. Like A or S, he's very good.
Like,
right?
You're going to use him, and like the fact that the Heavy is generally the best recovery character is a really, really nice touch considering that he has wings.
There was a long time where Charizard was just like, oh, I can't play as Ridley, I'll play as Charizard instead, and I did
I feel called out.
Get that desire of just playing as a giant dragon.
Look, there's Ridley. He's right there on the screen.
And it's just, and even then talking about the other one, Squirtle is such a fun rushdown character. One of the few that I actually enjoy playing as because he just, everything he does is so fluid and nice, but he is also clearly very weak. Like he can just be killed at like 40%. You got Ivysaur, who's got great kill options. I don't have many bad things to say about the character.
No.
Other than the stamina thing being dumb in Brawl, but they patched that out and now it's fine.
Yeah, no, Pokemon Trainer, I would say, was...
Okay, you want me to give you one thing about the character I don't like? I think the Pokemon Trainer's colors suck. I think a majority of Pokemon Trainer's colors are bad. At least for the Pokemon. The trainer colors themselves are not bad. And the fact that they added Leaf is a very, very nice touch, and I'm glad that they did it. It adds a lot while, doing very little. But for the love of God, Sakurai, yes, I know, the purple Charizard was Charizard's original shiny sprite from Gold and Silver and Crystal. He has a better one now. Please, for the love of God, please give it to him. Please.
A bad character in Brawl.
Yes.
In Ultimate, he or she is utterly fantastic. And that's great. I do have some issues with it. I do feel...
Honestly, I prefer if they use some of the newer red designs over the Fire Red one. Well, the Fire Red one when he was put into Brawl was the latest one. So I can understand why they used it. I do think it would be really neat if they had a costume that was based on the manga because they got looks that are inspired by the manga in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, where Leaf's, wearing a dress, and Red looks way more like the very old artwork of Red from the original Red, Green, and Blue. If you had an outfit like that, that'd be cool. But as it stands, I understand why he looks that way. Because for a lot of people, that is Red. That is just what Red looks like. Oh, adult Red from Alola. I mean, that could work too. But then again, you also have to put him with Leaf. And Leaf doesn't have a grown-up design.
That certain moves are either underpowered or just weird. Like,
Bullet Seed.
Bullet Seed. Yeah, Bullet Seed. Also, Water Gun. I feel that just being a 1-to-1 of Flood, but actually worse. Just kind of sucks for Squirtle. I would rather have him have Bubble to slow an opponent down.
I can do that. I'm an artist.
Same with Ivysaur. I would rather give
I just can't draw for more than 10 minutes at a time.
Moves. He'll give her Piranha Plants powder. It's so weird that Ivysaur has this big bulb and she only uses it to shoot you.
Right, how come she doesn't have like poison powder or something? That'd be perfect. I've never thought about this before, but wow, that'd be perfect.
Some of Ivysaur's just generally...
I feel like Stun Spore would work better for her. I mean, I know Poison, like, Smash Ultimate's the game that introduced Poison as an element. You now have attacks that deal damage over time. And I think that maybe they could have used that for Ivysaur, but I don't know.
Attacks feel weird attacking with the leaves rather than the vines sometimes. And just the way the character moves has always not felt great to me. And just like one...
She's trying her best.
Little cop.
She looked way more lopsided in Brawl.
If you're going to name it Pokemon Trainer and not Red, it's okay. You can have more than just Red and Leaf. You could have Green. You could have Blue. You can have,
No. You see, the thing is that people would be pissed. Because if you put in those trainers and they didn't have Pokemon that corresponded to them, people would be pretty mad. Because people want more Pokemon Trainer characters in Smash. Especially if it's Blue. I think people would want Blue to be his own thing. Or any of the other trainers from any of the other regions.
The Let's Go protagonists or whatever. It can be all the Kanto trainers. You can have Oak. It can be Professor Oak if you want.
Now you see that is a much better idea.
I feel like there might be
because he's the one that gives you these Pokemon.
Like a weird behind the scenes thing with like the Pokemon human characters, because like none of them are spirits, and that's really weird.
It's odd, but like I feel like compare this to all 7 Koopalings, and it just makes so much more sense having different Pokemon alts, and it's so much less work. Like not swapping out the actual Pokemon themselves, but just the trainers. Like if you're going to celebrate Pokemon training and that anyone can be a Pokemon master instead of just Pokemon Trainer Red the GOAT, then do that.
Just for the sake of discussion, I know that there's a lot of people that want, I'm actually one of them, that want Pokemon Trainer as more of a summoner character. Just being actually on the battlefield and using different Pokemon just as their separate moves. Would you like that more, or do you still feel like this is a...
I hope nobody remembered the leak that happened at the beginning of the stream.
Solid interpretation of what a Pokemon Trainer is.
I think this is a more solid interpretation of it. If they were going to do that, I would prefer it to be like a Giovanni or a Lusamine doing that. Or just
or a Hisuian trainer.
It'd be a great character. A Guzma doing that.
Or Guzma, yeah.
Yes.
Just because I feel like...
I don't think Giovanni would. I've actually had a few ideas for Giovanni in the past, And basically, or yeah, Pokemon Ranger. But I've had ideas for Giovanni in the past where his idea of like a 3 Pokemon team would literally just be his Pokemon could use moves, and he basically cheats to make them team up on you. And if you use 2 Pokemon at the same time to team up for a special move, the one you summon in is the one that you swap to when the special move is over. Like underhanded tactics because he's a villain. Pokemon trainers are so it's somebody that makes movesets. I'll tell you this right now. Pokemon trainers are so hard to make and so hard to do right. Like it is legitimately difficult balancing 3 Pokemon and making it work. A tag fighter and a non-tag fighter, kind of, because in a sense, yes and no. It's a type of assist that just basically 2 Pokemon team up to do the same move, or like they help with the same move. Like one jumps up and is about to do like a body slam attack, and like the other like stands underneath it with like a horn. Like for example, if Kangaskhan had a move where she grabs you and she's about to do a body slam, and Rhydon is summoned in and stands underneath it, sticks the horn up so that the opponent is brought down on the horn in order to deal more damage. But to balance it out, you would have it so that if you hit both Pokemon count as an active hitbox, and if you hit both of them, you're essentially dealing double damage because your attack would deal the same damage to both of them and add on to the same percentage. So if you predict and you dodge and you deal like a counter for 15%, that will instead deal 30% damage because you hit 2 characters at the exact same time. Hypothetically, do you think the design would have worked if it was Pikachu and Charizard instead of all 3 of the starters? No. I think that if they were going to do it, doing all 3 starters was the best choice by far.
Them being more in on the action as a villainous person means more, and like they're allowed to break the rules of Pokemon, so to speak.
Pierre, are you fucking listening to me right now from the past? Because there have been multiple moments over this stream and the last one I did where we are like on the exact same wavelength.
Like, I understand the desire for that interpretation, and I understand the idea of, like, representing you as the character fighting, but I like this version of Pokemon Trainer, and I feel like it gets the unique aspect of Pokemon where you are directing your Pokemon in order to do all the fighting, and it's very much a sport rather than the more traditional RPG route. It's what separates Pokemon. It's what makes it unique and special.
Yeah.
All right, very nice, very nice. Where do you have Pokemon Trainer ranked on your tier list?
I have them in high A tier.
That is very, very, very fitting for the character.
There are a few, weird moves in the mix, and I feel it's another one of those things that's hard to pinpoint, but I don't want to quite put them in S tier, and I'm not sure why. It might be like it doesn't feel like there's an equal balance between the 3 Pokemon when I feel like there should. Like, I feel like Charizard kind of gets the short end of the stick, even...
In anything that involves 3s, you're more than likely going to end up in a situation where somebody's getting the short end of the stick in one way or another. For people that have played 3-player Smash, it is the most infuriating thing for at least one person in that match. That because it's an uneven amount of people, somebody's getting focused. it doesn't matter who it is and how many times it swaps, somebody's getting focused in that match. Things in threes tend to not be nearly as balanced as things with even numbers. Or, things with odd numbers are not nearly as well balanced as things with even numbers. So, I definitely feel that it was inevitable that one of them was going to get the short end of the stick. And Charizard being the biggest and the one with the slowest moves. Yeah. The trio balance is hard ingrained in my head. Okay, not always. It's not always. But there's definitely instances in games where they're designed for more than 3 people. If you take away one person, you tend to run into a bit of imbalance. And I feel that Charizard, just the way he's designed, was obviously going to be the one that got that short end of the stick. Because, he's the anchor of the team. You don't need to use him very much. Just call him in when your percentile or your opponent's at kill range. That's all you really need to do with Charizard. I don't know. It feels very fitting that one of them was going to end up being worse than the others.
No, he's by far, in my opinion, the most fun to play as.
Mm-hmm. S tier for me is like, I look at the character and I go, yeah, now this is Smash Brothers. And I don't quite get over that line with Pokemon Trainer.
Do you feel like he's better than Pac-Man?
Very slightly, no.
I can get that. I right after Pac-Man is Villager, and I do feel like Pokemon Trainer I like more than Villager's interpretation of Animal Crossing.
I agree.
All right, so second place I can get behind that. Second place in A tier. Pokemon Trainer. Just out of curiosity,
good spot.
If you did have to rate the 3 Pokemon individually,
very good spot.
Would you put them in a little sparser out, like maybe put Ivysaur a little bit lower?
I would put all of them in either B or C tier, because I feel that they're incomplete without the other, and they're designed that way. So, like,
well, Ivysaur wasn't when they first came out.
Honestly, necessary. It's not like Zelda and Sheik where they can function as totally different characters separate from one another. Pokemon Trainer is designed that one will have advantages over the other in various situations, and it's not like, well, it is like you're shifting between them. It's like Paramithra, where, you can play them individually, but it's even more delineated with Pokemon Trainer, where no, there are specific situations and specific strategies that you can incorporate. And I just don't think that they're complete characters without the others to back them up.
Just out of curiosity, because of that, did you feel like Charizard in Smash 4 was worse because of that?
Hard to say, because, like, Smash 4 gave Charizard Seismic Toss, so a lot of bad was forgiven there.
You also had Rocky.
And Flare Blitz was introduced there, and that's the most fun move. Like, talk about, like, instant momentum rushdown options. That one is an utter blast, and everyone just understands.
I feel like they could definitely revamp Charizard a little bit.
But it also hurts everyone. So, like, I would say Charizard was middle of the pack for a Smash 4 newcomer. Like, worse than Greninja, but it's, like, about at that sort of mixed kind of Rosalina-esque level. Like, yeah, no, this is still Charizard. But yeah, so much more is added with the other Pokemon.
All right. I agree. I think they're not my favorite. They're my second favorite of the Brawl characters. Everybody, we'll get to my favorite in a bit. But first, like, we made a whole video about Diddy Kong.
He is a monkey.
And I'd like people to hear
he walks with purpose
about Diddy Kong.
I'm Diddy. Oh. So let's see. Top 5 songs involving him from the cartoon. So first.
So, I'm not gonna lie. This one, I have no idea what to expect. I legitimately don't. Because Diddy Kong as a character, in my opinion, from a purely gameplay point, is very, very fun. He's very fast. He feels very fun to run around with and control. His moves all feel good to perform. Banana is funny. Gameplay-wise, Diddy is very, very good. But I don't know what to expect from this because I know that at his core he really is just monkey. And arguably, while he could definitely emote more, you know, have like funny sunglasses and boombox like victory animations to, you know, reference, you know, Donkey Kong Country 2 and those stuff like that. I think that as a character, Diddy is one of the few Brawl characters that it's clear he has not needed to evolve very much because he's always been a very good character. But at the same time, he is just monkey. You are playing a monkey. But at the same time, how would you expect Diddy to fight? If you were to ask me how would Diddy Kong fight in a fighting game, I'd be like, he probably would fight like an actual monkey. Very acrobatic, a lot of kicks. He would probably use his tail for some things because it's long enough. Like, for this character, I have no idea where this is going to go. Because aside from just, you know, having a proper voice, and maybe, you know, a couple of revamped special moves, I think that Diddy's pretty great. Again, I'm curious. Let's see where this goes. Even if this one's ranked lower, I don't inherently mind. I'm not really attached to Diddy Kong as a character. I played him a little bit in Smash 4 and in Ultimate. I think he's, you know, he's fun. He's just fun to run around with and push buttons and just, you know, do combos and stuff like that, but that's just me.
There's Road to Success. There's also the sequel to that.
You should have had a Dixie Kong echo, if that's anything.
Which is Over the Hill, where Diddy sings the blues in sepia tone about how capitalism has broken his spirit. Second Banana's a good song. And anyway, Diddy in Smash sucks. So
okay. I was about to stop to say Second Banana is, I think, not a good song because it literally follows up the best song in the entire show, but why do people want Dixie? Because she is an iconic member of the DK crew. She was the star of her own game, and yeah, and she's really, really good as an assist in Tropical Freeze. Dixie is awesome. Yeah, people want Dixie because the character's good. And a lot of people thought that Dixie was going to be an echo because a lot of the reasons people said, oh, Dixie can't be an echo of Diddy Kong because Dixie doesn't have a tail. And then they got rid of Diddy's like rapid jab with his tail in Smash Ultimate, and everyone was like, "Oh, they're gonna put in Dixie as an echo." Like, oh, they changed it just so they could put Dixie Kong in as an echo. Yeah, that never happened. Diddy is still bad. Hello, Pyrrhic. Second Banana is bad. Second Banana is only bad because it follows up Nobody's Hero. If Nobody's Hero wasn't before it in the same episode, it would be fine.
We actually played Donkey Kong Country 2 not too long ago. You for the first time. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on that game to start this off.
I'm terrible at it, but it was a...
Look, they had limited casting. They didn't get a replacement singer for Diddy Kong. He worked with what he had. He tried his best. He's an absolute zero. He's nobody's hero.
Great game.
You beat K. Rool.
Yeah. Barely, but I managed to do it.
Everyone barely beats K. Rool on their first try. Go on, say it. You beat K. Rool.
I did beat K. Rool. Thank you. That's not Diddy Kong in Smash Brothers. That is a chimpanzee in Diddy Kong's clothes.
Yeah, that's...
Sorry, Spider Monkey's got a tail.
Again, I must ask, what were you expecting Diddy Kong to play like? Like, specials aside, like, I think that majority of the DK characters, if they had revamped specials, they'd be, and voices, they would generally be like really good characters. I think that for what his playstyle is, his speed, the way he attacks with his normals and stuff like that, if you were to ask me what Diddy Kong would play like in a fighting game, that's pretty much exactly what I would expect. High risk rushdown instead of control rushdown. Well, some of it is risk. I know that a lot of it is based around the banana, but you could also argue that the risk is also there with the banana because the banana can potentially be picked up by the opponent and thrown back at Diddy, which is basically what a lot of like competitive players have learned how to do and basically do regularly against Diddy. So you could argue that the risk is definitely there. He's barely a control rushdown. You use the kickoff stage, you lose your recovery. Your up and neutral B are very explosive. Even down B can be used against him. That's true. But I definitely do agree that he's closer to control than high risk.
But regardless, Diddy Kong is this adorable little try-hard that gets a boombox on his shoulder and starts dancing around after he beats a level. He's cocky but also young and inexperienced, and in Smash, he's just a monkey. And I don't like that.
Now, there are things that Diddy does pretty decent.
But the thing is that I kind of see a little bit of that recklessness and inexperience, especially in that side special. It's like, I'm going to throw my entire self forward. Let's see what happens. I didn't really think this far ahead. If I catch someone, that's good. If I miss... oh no. There are glimpses of it. And as I said, oh, I'm charging my projectile, here we go. Oh wait, if I hold this too long, isn't this going to explode in my face? Which is what it does. There are definitely ways that they could have made it, part of his moveset more, like, store the charge, maybe. Not really any significant risk if you miss it. There's risk if you... well, actually, yes, there is. Well, it depends. Actually, no. It depends on where you're using it and the characters that you're using it against. If you whiff that against somebody with range, you're probably going to get hit. You take more knockback if you get hit charging up special. Banana ground today to a certain spot way too much. I don't think Diddy gets the feel of his games well. I mean, that's perfectly fine. As I said, I think that a lot of the Donkey Kong characters, majority of their problems are definitely in their special moves than anything else, more than anything else. And, the fact that they make animal noises and don't have the personality of their voice actors, which I think harms all of them. Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, K. Rool. K. Rool is the least affected by it, but it definitely hurts him a bit. And I, while I don't think it's as egregious as Bowser, for example, because Bowser is literally the only character in his series that does this, while his son is properly voiced. But it's definitely noticeable, and it's definitely a problem. Can't please. Also, yeah, I had a lot to say about Snake. I basically said the moveset is absolutely and utterly fantastic, but it's not Snake. That's basically what it boiled down to. I said that since those two basically even each other out, I said he's like a B tier. Like, the moveset's fantastic, the character is not Snake. And that's that was basically what it boiled down. That's what an hour and a half of discussion boiled down to.
In his Smash Brothers moveset, I love the interpretation of Peanut Pop Guns where he charges it too long and blows himself up. That's great. I wish there were payoff to it, because you will never.
You know what? Same. There should be a payoff to it.
Sort of competitive match. Same thing with being able to interrupt his jetpack barrel. That works really well with his character. I appreciate that both his dash attack and his neutral air are cartwheels. And I like the fact that he has a burst movement option as one of his specials. That's very important for the character. Otherwise, the feel and identity of Diddy Kong is completely separate from him in the Donkey Kong Country franchise. I do feel that it has.
I think a more majority of his normals feel proper.
The Donkey Kong series, where even in Returns and Tropical Freeze, he's kind of reduced to chimp noises instead of the sort of cocksure attitude that he developed through DK64 and even into some of the Payon.
He at least when you slow down the game and you get a look at his face when he's like performing attacks, he at least looks confident and cocky a little bit. Like when he's like doing like his forward air and stuff like that, like he's definitely expressive enough for you to notice it. Oh yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm throwing this out. Yeah, I'm confident it's gonna hit you. Yeah, I'm confident this is gonna like deal some serious damage. Like, it's there. It's just not on par with Donkey Kong, who arguably isn't perfect either, but what are you gonna do?
Games with Barrel Blast and Juggle.
Again, I feel the majority of these characters are the way they are and aren't really, fixed or better because they debuted in Brawl. If Diddy Kong premiered in Smash 4, I think that he would be way, way more what you're looking for. And I think I said the same for a couple of other characters too. I think Mario being kind of angry muddles it. Like, Dave feels on par with him expression-wise. I agree that Mario is too angry, and that it's basically become a meme at this point. That Mario is always pissed off in some regard in Smash. But Smash is supposed to be intense fighting. I don't feel that there should be a lot of happiness when you're, hitting somebody in the face with your foot. Not too angry, just stern and determined. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Determined. They alleviated it a little bit. Yeah, you know what? BN, you're completely right. His voice, like Charles Martinet's performance in Brawl, does not fit the energy of Smash. It is very low energy. Which is funny because I think Luigi's and Wario's energy is completely and totally fine. I agree if it weren't for the other characters in this franchise going against that logic. Like it is definitely not consistent. I mean, Pikachu gets angry. Kirby gets serious, but he's also Kirby. I don't know. American Kirby, exactly, Joe.
Climber. Yeah, overall, Diddy in Smash just does not feel like the platforming character that he is based off of. He is supposed to be this momentum-based monster that just can bravely dash through things if he is confident and lucky enough. And he just doesn't have that with Smash. He doesn't have his flavor. He has monkey. And that's it. And that's sad. And I know that this is because he is a concession, because they could not get the tag system to work in Brawl with Dixie as his partner. I would have loved to see that interpretation.
You know, all I'm going to say about that is start bringing it up a lot more so that people start hearing it more and talking about it more so that we have a chance of actually having that happen in the next Smash. Because as I said, I feel that since we basically are confirmed that the next Smash roster is going to be smaller than Ultimate by how much we don't know, I think that they should go back and look at characters and look to flesh them out and make them like way more interesting and faithful with more stuff to do. And I think the thing you do with Diddy is you go back and you make that mechanic work. Like the answer for that, for Diddy, for that is right there. But as it stands, as I said, I don't have a lot of attachment to Diddy Kong. I think that as a character, he's very fun to play. A lot of his moves feel very satisfying. Like at a purely gameplay level, I like Diddy Kong a lot, but as somebody who, I'm not super into Donkey Kong Country. I've played a lot of the games. I loved Tropical Freeze. I love the original trilogy. Returns is pretty good too. But like, it's not my favorite series in the world. I'm more just happy that he's here, if anything else. Like, oh yay, Diddy Kong's here. And he should be here. And he probably should be in Mario Kart 8 as well. But I'm not gonna, be upset if this character ends up at like D tier. That's completely and totally fine. I could definitely understand that. Because I think that a lot of franchises in Smash suffer for very different reasons. Like, I think the only series in Smash that isn't suffering as much as others is probably Mario. Because it has so many characters. A lot of them feel very faithful to what they are in their games. The only real outliers are that Mario's energy is way too low for his expression always being so stern, and Bowser does not sound like Bowser. Star Fox. But the thing is that Star Fox has a perfect triage of characters. Like Fox, as I said, I think he's the best character design in the entirety of the Smash series. Falco is very... Oh, I can't talk about the other two. I'll at least get to talk about one of them today. But I can't talk about the other two yet. They're all very good. But Crystal should absolutely be playable, and she's probably my most wanted new Nintendo newcomer for the next Smash.
I understand that it didn't work, but by Smash, probably not Smash 4 could have worked it out, but by Wii U, I wish that you scrapped this design and added Dixie. I really do.
I feel like this is...
Keep asking for it. Keep bringing it up. Let them know how you feel about it. One of the reasons I think Waluigi's getting into the next Smash Brothers as a guarantee is because they basically came out and said, I didn't realize all these people really wanted Waluigi. Holy shit, we have to keep a note of this for the next time we make another game like this. That was basically like Nintendo's reception to everybody wanting Waluigi. Somehow they didn't know that people wanted this character. I've been asking for him for like 15 years. But at least they know now. Who am I kidding? They're gonna make him an assist trophy again.
Is a widespread problem for most of the animalistic characters in Smash Brothers, where the design team sees them and are like, "Oh, this is something different. Let's actually make this that animal." I get that, because the vast majority of the characters on this,
well, other than Pokemon, but most Pokemon, Pokemon feel more like characters than actual creatures. And they've been designed like that basically since their inception. They've always supposed to be more than that. And so is Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, but I guess somebody missed the memo on that one.
This roster are just people or anthropomorphic, just like Pokemon and stuff. So it must be like a breath of fresh air to actually try to translate something different. But that's not what any of them are.
Yeah, that's not the Donkey Kong universe. Imagine if Banjo made bear noises.
Right?
I legitimately would laugh. Like, I think I would just laugh. Especially since I don't think that Banjo's implementation into Smash feels very good. But, I would probably just laugh. As would a lot of people. Or it would either be laughter or it'd be people pissed out of their minds.
That'd be bizarre.
It would be.
Where would we be without the girl?
Well, in a depressing universe where Banjo doesn't get a game for 13 years now.
Don't make me sad.
That's okay. I've been sad for 13 years. You can experience it for a little bit.
But yeah, we made a whole video about Diddy Kong and just how he could be better.
I'll have to watch that after I watch the Metal Gear Solid one.
I do have him,
and I don't mind if Diddy's that low.
They're still good in Diddy Kong. There's still he's very acrobatic, and it makes sense for Diddy to be very acrobatic. Most of his aerials I don't have a problem with. It's how he gets there that is an issue, and it's a matter of flavor, and this just is not the character. This is Monkey with peanut gun that works different, and jetpack that works different, and he have banana, I guess. That's Monkey. Even if you don't want to change up his moveset, there are tons of little things you can do, like if you charge up the pop guns, just before it...
Harry, no momentum physics is a problem with the entirety of Smash that should have been, fixed by now. But we're still here.
Explodes. Then the next time you use it, he gets 2 pop guns and gets to have a double projectile. Like he shows in that cutscene in Subspace. And I will take an aside to say Diddy is one of the best characters in Subspace. Not gameplay-wise, but just...
Nothing, Chuckles. We're just talking about Diddy. We're just... I said I don't mind if Diddy is low. I just think that from a gameplay perspective, he's very fun. I can understand why people think he's that low.
As a character, that's Diddy fully realized. That's this cocksure brat who is forcing other people to go into his problems because he's the player 2 and he needs his player 1 who saved him.
Maintain the momentum after a jump, Captain. I kind of wish that was something that stayed, or at least was brought back
from getting in over his head. Like, Diddy has a full character arc. It's great. And it's not at all reflected in his gameplay. And you can do little things like you can turn the monkey flip into the Simian Spring from DK64, where he coils up his tail and he goes boing and goes whee. Like,
could be a good up smash.
The Donkey Kong universe isn't monkeys. It's a full cartoon world. It's a bunch of dumb apes with different hats and different personalities all coming together as a family and using their dumb cartoon antics to beat a megalomaniac crocodile or walrus or whatever the hell Tiki Tong is.
Wood.
He's a tiki. That should be obvious from his tiki. What am I doing? So anyway, yeah, it's not representative of the heart of Donkey Kong, and I do think it damages the character somewhat, but like I'm more forgiving of Diddy than Wario, because like Diddy at
trees
his heart,
are made of
still get what Diddy is. They just are very bad at showing it. And we're limited by...
What I'm saying is that it had no personality, therefore it's wood.
Technology, and I'm sympathetic to that. I have no sympathy for Wario's handling.
All right, I think that's fair. So how would you compare him to Me, Sword Fighter, and Palutena? Is he better or worse than them? Those are the other two we have in D tier.
I like playing as him more than Me, Sword Fighter. I know, high bar.
Yeah, it's a high bar.
I don't know. Like, Me, Sword Fighter is like the most apathy I could possibly feel. And then Palutena is disappointment, but you weren't a part of my childhood and this other one was. But I recognize that you are nothing and Diddy is something.
Sounds like you're putting him above Palutena then.
I think so. But also he hurts more.
I agree with that. Yeah, from what I know and what I've talked to you about, he is a more egregious problem, but Palutena has more problems, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think
that's fair.
Yeah, Palutena is a death by paper cuts, and Diddy is just a monkey kicks you in the balls.
Yeah, and in the end, you do survive the monkey kick. It just hurts a lot more in the moment.
Yes.
Okay,
and also you get very embarrassed by the monkey ball kick. The super monkey
just
ball
give him
kick,
a banana.
if you will.
All right, so top of E tier it is. Now, I don't know about you, but I have never played Mother 3.
I'm familiar with it.
Like, I know the story beats. I know, like, everything that happens. And I know...
This is another character that I have no idea how the hell I want to say what I want to say about them.
Ness, where he's not really representing his own character.
Lucas is very interesting because personality-wise and the way that he animates and stuff like that, he is objectively better than Ness. But from a gameplay perspective, he is a very, very poorly thought out Ness. And at the end of the day, I don't know how to respond to Lucas as a character in Smash. I'm glad he's here. I remember when they announced Lucas as a DLC character for Smash 4, and everybody was very happy to see him back. Should he be cut? No, he should not be cut. I do not think so. Lucas is very interesting because Lucas is a character that we in the West have never been allowed to actually experience. We've gotten glimpses of his personality and his plight in the Subspace Emissary, and we have a very good idea of what his, what he is as a base. But we never actually get to experience what this character is. much like Roy, but unlike Roy, who I think the developers don't even care what his character was in his original games, and they want to just appease the people that want to play him in Smash, and therefore made him his own unique character in Smash. Lucas very much feels like his Mother 3 iteration, and as a whole, he's okay. Like, I don't inherently think that Ness is a super good design to begin. Ness is one of those characters that is definitely where they were experimenting in Smash 64. You know, he's one of the 3 characters in the game that didn't have a proper recovery option. He's weird, he's floaty, he doesn't represent himself, he represents the game he's from. Well, Lucas, I don't know. I feel that they're very close to each other, and they're both, like, mid-tier. How would you fix him? Not make him Ness. I would give him his own unique playstyle that separates him from Ness as much as possible. Because I don't think he should be Ness.
He's representing like the game as a whole. Like the spells that he has are not his spells.
Yes, you're correct.
Both of the Earthbound boys are characters that they're one of those characters that, again, they represent the game, not the character.
Yes.
And I'm not fond of that for like the JRPG characters in particular. Like you get someone like Pac-Man, like obviously he's got to be more of.
I think that Lucas not being represented definitely hurts more than Ness, because Lucas is a way more fleshed out and interesting character than Ness was. So if I were to, actually now I'm thinking about it, I would probably put him lower than Ness simply because of that fact. Again, Subspace did a really good job of showing us his personality, but we do not see that at all in his playstyle.
An embodiment of something greater, because he's just a pizza in his games. You gotta give him more than that.
Right.
But Lucas and Ness, like, they've got their own stuff. Like, I've seen so many people talk about Ness in particular, about just all the cool things he could have instead of what he has now.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if it's a failure of their characters. Like, from what I know about Lucas, he's a very scared kid that has some very terrible things happen to him.
Yes.
And I feel like that's uncertainty is
bad things never stop happening to him.
Into Smash Brothers, like he kind of feels like a damaged kid. Like going back to the Subspace Emissary comparisons, he's another character that Subspace Emissary does a lot with.
Oh yeah, no, he's
very
like
much
top 3 in Subspace in my opinion.
Absolutely. But I don't know if that's fully translates over into Smash Brothers. Like again, I'm sure there's plenty of Mother 3 fans that are angry at me for some reason or another. Again, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want to play the game, but Nintendo won't localize it.
Well, it's okay. They probably won't. Have you seen Super Eye Patch Wolf's video on it?
There are a lot of really good fans. There's a really good fan translation for this. If you're still looking to play it and haven't done so, I recommend looking into that. They're probably never going to localize this game because there's a lot of stuff in this game that is very, very, not for good boys and girls. But yeah, there are definitely ways to play it and enjoy it. I love Frog Car.
I haven't.
I would heartily recommend that to anyone listening. I believe it's titled How Mother 3 Breaks You. So I would recommend that. It's a good 40 minutes of ouch.
From what I know about the game, I feel like Lucas's character should depress me, which I know is a weird thing to say, but he just annoys me in Smash.
Well, if you want him to depress you, go off stage, steal his projectile before he can recover with it, and then watch as he plummets to his death. That's pretty depressing.
Like it's hard to put towards. I feel like I should not want to fight Lucas. I should just want to give him a hug. I don't know how you make that a character. I really don't.
So Lucas,
you really
I
can't.
kind of like, because the strength of his character is that he doesn't want to fight, really. He just wants to kind of find his friends and family, and is just kind of along for the ride because that's the will of the world. Like, he's forced on this because the happy life he had has been ripped away from him. And so his abilities are all very support focused. It's all very much healing and making sure that his friends are okay and getting the largest HP pool so that he survives long enough to revive everyone else. And that's hard to translate into a single fighting game character. And
the thing is that,
Earthbound Boys,
funnily enough, Ness is the same thing. Like, Ness is the paladin of the team. He is a healer tank hybrid who's just all about keeping the team alive and everything in check. Which I think, you could argue makes sense. The main character keeping the team together, making sure everything goes okay. It works for an RPG. I don't know how well I'd say it worked for a fighting game. Now, Ness is a pretty blank slate character in terms of personality. There's not very much to Ness. He's just like a kid with powers. He gets homesick sometimes, so he calls his dad that we never see. And the way they implemented that as a spirit in Smash Ultimate is hilarious. I think that if you wanted to make a character like Ness the amalgamation of Earthbound, it works better for him because he doesn't really have a much personality to represent, other than, again, he's a kid with psychic powers. Lucas, on the other hand, is a very well-developed and depressing character who does have a personality and such that you should implement, but they went the same route as Ness, and they arguably did it better in some ways and worse in others. But at the end of the day, I don't think that the design they had for Ness works for the design they had for Ness works for Lucas. And that they just went and made Lucas his own character with his own unique mechanics that represented Mother 3's advancements to the Earthbound formula, because that's another thing. Ness and Lucas play very similar at a base, but Earthbound and Mother 3 are very, very different in terms of what you can do in combat. I do prefer how Lucas uses psychic powers over Ness. Me too. There's a bit of his personality in there, like his up smash, big, huge, powerful desperation move. I like that. That's great. But other stuff, I don't know. I think the Earthbound boys should be focused around summoning and defending their friends. Like, set up Jeff, keep him alive long enough, and he fires off his assist trophy rocket barrage. That could be fun. But since there is no character in Smash that plays like Ness, I don't think they're going to change Ness. I think that design, though, should absolutely 100% be something they use for Lucas. Because it goes in line with his personality, and it goes in line with his character as a whole, and the way he plays. Why can't supportive and defensive moves be used for attacks? After all, a shield can be a weapon just as much as a sword. That's true. What about Ninten? Ninten uses psychic powers the least out of the three characters. We don't really have summoners. Well, you could argue that's the Pokemon Trainer. But I agree. That is something they should definitely put in a game like this. And if they bring back Lucas, they should absolutely look into giving him something like that. Because I don't think Ness as a base works. And I don't think it ever did.
Do think that Lucas gets away better than Ness. I feel that he represents Mother 3 very nicely because Ness has this very nostalgic look of childhood where like he's beating you up with yo-yos and baseball bats, and that fits the sort of upbeat tone of Earthbound, whereas Lucas has a stick and his friend Snake and all these psychic moves that are designed to push you away. Like, specifically, his PK Fire has always stuck out to me, while Ness's is a combo tool so that he can continue playing with you. Lucas very much wants to push you away and just be left alone for a while. And that also reflects into PK Freeze, and I think those elements do get across. They feel annoying in the moment, but I do feel that Lucas having this sort of AoE get off of me focus does complement his character. It's not entirely his character, and the fact that he has zero reference to PK Love is a travesty. Like, that should be in there by default.
I just realized I was fucking muted. Fucking goddamn it. People argue that PK Love is this. Like, PK Rockin', PK Love, they're these attacks. They're their normals. Now, there's no proof to this, other than, the visual effects of the attack look like the move that they're referencing. Like, there's never been any statement that, oh yeah, this is PK Love. Or the ones that Ness use are PK Rockin'. But it's heavily theorized that that's what they are. So, they're there. And they're better utilized on Lucas's part than they are on Ness's. They still work fine for what they are. Oh, they addressed that in the comments video. Oh. We're not talking about the comments video. We'll get to that in like 3 days. Yeah. Figure I just point it out here because this is the information that I'm going off of. Oopsie.
100%. That is so important to him, and the fact that it is missing is heart-wrenching in a way that it shouldn't be. But like, I don't know, Lucas is tough because like, if you're going to portray Mother 3, you should not be having fun playing Lucas. The fun is all the things that happen around you and the memories you create around you. And like, being Lucas should be this miserable experience that you're.
But you can't put that in a fighting game.
So like, in a sense, it's a good thing, and the fact that he's using his friends' moves is a good reflection of Mother 3. I like that he has both Kumatora and Duster incorporated in there. If he had just Kuma, then it would feel a lot lessened, but the Rope Snake adds a lot to him and just adds this little bit of goofy Mother flavor that I really appreciate. But I'd honestly still have him as a character focused on healing and enduring. Like, that's the core of him.
That into these kind of games. It makes me want like some sort of assist system like the other fighting games do where you can like call on other characters. Oh, you know what? We were just talking about Pokemon Trainer as a summoner character. I would love for Lucas to be some kind of summoner where he calls in his friends and supports them as they deal the damage. And then
I see where the point comes from.
Side where his friends die and he's just sad.
Oh no. But when his friends faint, he's stuck in a state of depression for 5 seconds, letting him easily be smashed.
I'd love to hear Sakurai just
5 seconds is a very long time.
Lucas's trait is called PTSD. When anything horrible happens to his friends, he gets sad. Oh, that'd be
You would
terrible,
think
but
he
I
would be
kinda love
used
see
to it.
that.
However,
Oh, jeez.
every 30
And it's a good
seconds, he'll
point.
look in the sky
And I
see
think it works
the
way better
image
for
of his
Lucas than
mother
Ness.
staring down at him, and he'll grow lonely, but then will be inspired 2 seconds later.
Oh, like if you like summon the ghosts of his fallen. Oh my. Oh, I don't know if I hate or love that. I think it's both.
Yep. But yeah, Lucas is odd because, like, I think what he has as a baseline works, but I feel like I want more, but also I don't know how I want it more.
He is a tricky
Sorry, I
character.
thought I heard my roommate calling my
I
name.
will say just before we like place him, just a shout out to like the Earthbound characters have some of the best effects in the entire game.
Oh, totally.
Like hands down, that's just a one-to-one translation done beautifully. Like you can pause them during any frame of their psionic attacks, and it's just lovely.
100%, and that's so
Oh,
important
oh,
to capture.
I guess I
in
did
Pokemon,
hear that.
But I'm so glad that they went the extra mile for it.
For sure. It sounds like we're both kind of mixed on the character. Like this is, they're the good and bad are just kind of shunting us in the opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like. Where do you have him right now?
I had him at like second to bottom of B when I originally ranked them, but admittedly that's just because I prefer his interpretation to Ness, who I had lower. But God, I don't know. I can feel him as mixed. Who do we have?
That
mixed?
works,
So
yeah.
we can compare.
That's like Ryu, Ken, Rosalina, Bayonetta.
Yeah, he's about there.
You dye his
Okay.
icon's hair orange and he's Jimmy
So many
Neutron.
JRPG characters I feel like I'm gonna fit in this area because I feel a lot similar to Lucas as I do Shulk. Like obviously not as strongly because I have
Sorry, brown, not orange.
Lucas's games, but there's just a character's abilities are important, and I wish that was. I've never played Mother 3, and I know about PK Love. Like, come on.
Yes.
Where would he be? Do you think specifically? I think he does a better job at representing Earthbound than Shulk does Xenoblade. I'd like to put him at least above Shulk.
Poor
I agree
Shulk.
there. I would like to put him higher in the tier, probably.
All right.
Because like I do feel loneliness from Lucas, and I do like that the changes that he has from Ness, other than the placement of his PSI magnet not being around himself. Like, if it were there to shield someone else, I would understand, but it's used more offensively, so I don't like that one. But otherwise, the changes to fire, freeze, and thunder being more in control, I do like.
do you want to just put him at the top of C tier then, above Ryu and Ken?
Above Ryu and Ken? God, it's hard for me to choose between those. Which one I would prefer.
Because Ryu and Ken are like Ryu and Ken. They're just weirdly translated into the game.
Yeah,
How do you
Profound
feel about
sadness.
Rosalina, then? Do you put him above or below?
I would put him above Rosa.
Okay, I feel like that's oddly sad in a way. Just the mother and the child, just knowing Lucas's characters, but maybe they can heal each other next to each other.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Next up is Sonic. And
Oh,
I know that this is
fuck
widely
me.
considered like one of
Oh,
the worst
no.
designs in the entire game. A sentiment that I agree with wholeheartedly. Can I start with this one?
Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic is easily, like, not even close, bottom 5 designs in the entire series. Now, Sonic as a character, in my opinion, is very, very difficult to implement into a game like this. There have been many, many fighting games made by fans, and we've had Sonic Battle in the past and all sorts of stuff like that, where, traditional fighting games that limit Sonic to, only moving in that 5 directions. Backwards, forwards, and up, back, up, forward, or up in the air. Sonic as a character in a freeform moving action platform fighter is extremely difficult to make work properly. And I personally believe that Sonic is as bad as he is because of the game that he's in. If Smash Brothers had more options for movement, like wave dashing and carrying momentum in jumps and stuff like that, ways of moving around the screen that are not purely running, I think that in that kind of environment, he is nowhere near as busted. But Sonic in a game like Ultimate that gets rid of a lot of technical abilities from previous games and is purely based on, really, really quick movement speed, really good dash, and he's able to attack using anything out of said dash. Sonic is a zoner with no projectiles. He is fast enough to dictate every aspect of a match, and the game's mechanics basically let him do it without any fuss. If Sonic wants to not engage, you're never going to hit him. If Sonic wants to stop playing neutral, there is no more neutral. You are playing this game dictated by what the Sonic player does. Regardless of the percent or stock lead, every aspect of Smash Ultimate is dictated by the Sonic player. He also has a lot of tools that do not feel very cohesive to one another, and while they might at face value be used to push you forward, they are not used for offense a majority of the time. Sonic should be a character about momentum and literally never stop moving. There are very few instances in Sonic games, especially the more modern titles, where you're supposed to stop and let up on your offense or what you're doing. And Sonic, I just realized that even if you give Sonic offensive tools and you give him all these things that are designed to push him forward and give him these combo paths and everything, if you give him the speed that he has now, he can still just choose to not fight you. And he can just draw out a match for as long as he wants. Sonic as a character is one of the few characters I'd argue in Smash that, while not actively harmful to the character, because I know it's Sonic could literally be the worst thing ever made, and people will always love and play Sonic and never ever care about Sonic in Smash. It's whatever. He is so much bigger than Smash that the fact that regardless of how bad he is, people will still love and use him. These games are momentum focused, so maybe he could be slower if he's not hitting people. I don't know if him not being not as fast can work. But that's the thing. If you make him not fast, it's not Sonic. You can't have a game that's freeform movement and you don't let the fastest character be the fastest character. Give him garbage turnaround speed so he has to commit to his decisions. The problem with that is, well, the first thing is that works on some level, but it doesn't answer a lot of his oppressive defensive options in, homing attack and spin dash and all sorts of other stuff. Like, it solves some problems, but it doesn't solve all of them. Sonic needs to be in a game that gives the player more options to move around the screen than just running. If you implement stuff like this, then Sonic's oppressive running speed and ability to just disengage from any encounter is far, far less noticeable. Oh, Sonic's trying to run away. Here comes Luigi, wave dashing across the screen, keeping pace, and then going in for a combo. They didn't even give Luigi his proper traction in Smash Ultimate, but that's besides the point. I legitimately don't know how in the hell you'd fix this character, other than literally changing the mechanics of the game to allow people to deal with his speed better. Because the moment you got rid of tripping, it became very apparent how broken of a character Sonic is at his core. I think something super cool aesthetically would be giving Sonic's hits auto combo. Maybe. The thing, you know what? That's the best way of putting it. He's in the wrong Smash game. He's in the wrong game. Smash 4 and Ultimate Sonic is in the wrong game. And I'm very, very curious. I'm very, very curious as to what he would have been if he had actually made it into Melee like he was supposed to. I think that would have been very interesting. The way, my idea for a fix has always been that Sonic has to build up his run speed. I have always agreed that he should start, like, not slow. He should be faster than, like, Fox at baseline speed, but then he picks up speed the longer you move. I've always felt that too. But I've had a lot of people complain that, that momentum wouldn't feel good, even though they have no way to actually test that, and it's all just a baseless assumption. Did Smash mods fix Sonic? I'd argue he feels fairly balanced in Project M, if that's anything. Like, he's good, but he's not, like, broken. Like, you can't camp with Sonic in Project M. Though that way any damage feels just as detrimental and halting as it does in his games. I don't know, Sonic's weird. But before we get to the meat of Sonic, and I still firmly believe that Sonic is a bottom 5 design character in this series. We'll get back to this in like 15 to 20 minutes. Roommate made dinner. We want to go eat. And when I come back, we'll talk more about Sonic. And we're only like an hour left in this video. Like, how many characters are left after Sonic? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not much. We'll probably end it around this another like 7-hour stream. Thankfully, next stream it's only 8 characters. No, 12. Which is less. Which means, less to talk about. Sakurai justified Sonic in an interview and said basically Sonic isn't always fast, so I guess that means he's never fast. But he is, though. As a matter of fact, he's so fast that he is borderline oppressive. But anyways, yes, I will be back. I said 15, 20 minutes. It's something quick to eat. For those of you that have been watching since the beginning, I recommend, getting up, standing up, getting some food, taking a moment to relax and stretch, and, have a bit of time away from my awful voice. And, yeah, I will be back. And just, find something to put on music-wise. Well, this works. I'm back. Sorry that took a while, but yeah, you know, I'm not gonna turn down the opportunity, you know, just to have a dinner when somebody else makes it, since I'm usually the one that cooks around here. Oh, where were we? Oh, fuck, that's right, it was Sonic the Hedgehog. Thank you, Dylan. What was the name of the first song? The first song was Ranger's Hut from Street Fighter 6. Your roommates cook for you? No, we take turns. Since I'm the only one that works from home, I'm usually the one that's, you know, given the role of cook. But yeah, is Joe there? No. Joe and I do not live together. We don't even live in the same country. Okay, so, yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic's bottom 5. He bad. He's very painfully bad.
Because I got a lot to say about this guy.
Oh yeah, no, by all means, go ahead.
All right, so just a hypothetical question. What is the most important aspect of Sonic?
Chili
Speed.
dogs.
Second most important. Okay, fair enough. But after that,
Soap
it's-
branded shoes.
Oh, no, it's speed and spin!
All right, besides those two things, though,
Chow Garden.
it is. God damn it. It is speed. Everybody knows Sonic has gotta go fast. That is the identity of the character rolled up into one package. And Sonic, his entire design in Smash Brothers encourages one of the slowest, campiest playstyles in the entire game.
Well, when you're that fast, why do you have to even try?
And I feel like it doesn't quite damage.
Granted, if you want to be technical, that is very accurate to Sonic's personality. Like, I am the one who chooses when we fight. You can't hit me, fuck you. But, no, Sonic doesn't say that, at least not in English. He said shit once. But, yeah, Sonic being a character that's like, haha, you can't, I'm the fastest here. Have fun trying to hit me. Yeah, basically, Sonic the Hedgehog in Smash is a simulator for how Eggman feels. Every other character is Eggman. You wanted him in the game? Well, guess what? When you play Sonic against Sonic, you are Eggman. Sonic would never say fuck you. I know. He did say shit though. That is canon.
His overall character in the way that several of the other characters do, but that's only because Sonic's character was so well established before Smash Brothers. Sonic is a bigger franchise than Smash Brothers. And Smash Brothers just botches the entire thing. Like when you're playing a Sonic game, the entire point is speedrunning, it's mastery. I'd argue that Sonic was a big part of like introducing speedrunning to the world, because that's the entire point. You want to
I'd argue that's Metroid, but yeah, there's a lot of speedrunning in the Sonic community. I mean, it's not as big as, you know, Metroid and, you know, the reward of seeing the girl for doing very well very quickly, but, you know.
memorize his levels. You want to get through them as fast as possible, get that high score, get that A ranking. And none of that applies to Sonic and Smash Brothers at all. Like, someday I'll eventually make a whole video about this. But I feel like Sonic should be like this momentum-based character where you have to either commit to being...
You know what, Christian? That's true. But because it's perfect, and how much it makes everything else in the game hell. It's bad, and it's very bad.
aggressive or you die. Like, he should be one of the most hyper-aggressive characters in the entire game, and he just isn't.
He could be, but again, while his offense is arguably still very strong in Ultimate, I mean, he's top 5 in the game for a reason. His defenses are still way, way better because, again, he gets to choose when a lot of the stuff in the match happens, not you. Even Falcon, the second fastest character in the game, has to bend to the will of what the Sonic player wants.
He makes me, he's one of those characters that makes me sad. Like, not to a point like, oh, this ruins the character.
I also think that he is, we talk about, you know, expressiveness and personality. What in the fuck is Sonic in Smash? Because he's neither of those. And not only is he neither of those, he got worse over time. Brawl Sonic was way more expressive than Smash 4 and Ultimate Sonic. And we lost that. It also doesn't help that Sonic has never been truly voiced in Smash. All of its clips are reused from Sonic games.
But he could have been so much more. How do you feel about Sonic?
So, what a lot of people don't really know is that, I mean, a lot of people do assume that, yes, Sonic was developed with a very rushed schedule to make Brawl, and yes, he was. Does that excuse his character? No, but it gives a reason for it. The reason it's persisted is that Sonic's animations, the way he plays, everything about him is very, very similar to Sonic the Fighters, the other fighting game that Sonic has been in. I mean, unless you count like Sonic Battle and whatnot, but
yeah, a little bit.
And that was built off of the engine used for Virtua Fighter 2.
Yes.
And Sakurai loves fighting games. He loves referencing fighting games. So a lot of Sonic's attacks, like all of his grabs that use the spin dash, all of his various usages of the spin dash, the sort of wind-up punch he does, are all very much references to Sonic the Fighters and how he worked in that game. Sonic the Fighters wasn't that great, though, and...
I mean, you want a hot take? It's probably the best fighting game that Sonic's ever been in. It isn't Smash.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of Sonic's design either. I'm a little bit more forgiving of it. I appreciate the reverence to what has come before, but
Sonic Battle is not a good game. I'm sorry. It's just not a very good game.
I do agree this is another design that I feel does not work for Smash Brothers. I don't know. It makes it exceptionally frustrating
Rivals doesn't count. That's a mod.
that there is another speedy brawler character who does what Sonic wants to do so much better than Sonic does.
Right.
I can't tell if he's talking about Falcon or Fox, but I don't think either of them should be a reference point for Sonic. Especially not Falcon.
Like, I feel like Captain Falcon embodies Sonic better than Sonic does, like, without question.
Agreed.
The fan games don't count either. I'm talking about official products. Like official Sega products.
Side of like turning into a ball. But if you could do that less, buddy, I would appreciate it. I know it's your thing, but like, you got other things to do, man. Also, if you could bring more than one remix, that'd be nice.
Right? That's just, oh my gosh. The stages as well, like, do we really need 2 green... Anyway, I'm not as upset
Sonic
about
in Smash gets no love. Like, at all. It is sad how little love Sonic gets as a franchise in Smash. What does he get? Oh, you know, two stages that are very similar to each other. Oh, in Smash 4 and Ultimate, he doesn't even get like real voice lines. He has, clips from his game. Oh, he got like two songs. He got like a few new songs from the games that came out in between in between Smash 4 and Ultimate. Yeah. He got a Sonic Mania song though. That's cool, right? He has had one remix since his inception in Brawl. There's so much good music in Sonic, and is arguably considered the most consistently amazing thing about the franchise, and it is being squandered in Smash. I can't tell if this is just they hate the character, or somebody at Nintendo's still on the, the Sega versus Nintendo rivalry, because I don't understand what in the hell a lot of the design choices are for Sonic in general. Like, not just the character, but just like everything around them. Must be licensing hell in all reality, but even then, Sega's not that hard to work with. Exactly! I don't... It must be licensing, because there's just such a low amount of caring in general for Sonic in Smash, with everything he does to just how weirdly unrefined and not very true to his character he is in Smash, with how unexpressive he is, how deadpan he is majority of the time. I don't know. Sega doesn't even have a high standard of quality for Sonic's own games. Why would they even care about who's presented elsewhere? You know what? That's true. Hey Sega, I know you guys developed F-Zero GX. Can you guys maybe, go make another one? Be really nice. I like that. You can put in a few more of your own characters as like F-Zero characters. Can you guys show love for anything that isn't Yakuza, please? Yes, I know Yakuza is a fantastic series and one of my favorite series of all time. But for the love of God, Sonic is at the bottom of the ocean with Bayonetta at this point.
Like, I get why people are upset by that, but like, that's like half of what Sonic does in his games. Like, it's not the ball per se, it's just that the balls all function so similarly. Mm-hmm. Like, I could not tell you what the difference between down B and side B is off the top of my head. I just couldn't. I have no idea. I think one of them is like a multi-hit and one of them is like just knocks you up. But even then, just the fact that they're both the same thing is just so frustrating.
I'd be fine if one was replaced with the drop dash that was used in Mania, so that he has an instant to the ground and then burst of speed.
It's hard for me to talk about like what I want from Sonic, because I do eventually plan on making that video eventually.
Right.
But he's just...
The question is just, how do you cap him?
There's a chance there to make this character that like...
Yeah, I know momentum is talked about, and that could be a cap. But it has to be put into practice.
Kind of like what we were talking about earlier with like the Wario bike, just if you lose control.
Okay, that's true. That is true, Christian. But it generally does feel like this is definitely, out of all the third-party characters, the character where they're just like, look guys, he's in the game. No, we're not going to put anything more into the fact that he's in the game. Play the character. Don't ask us to fix him. Out of every third party in this game, he is the one that just feels like, oh yeah, he's just here. He's here. Yeah, he should be here. I'm glad he's here. No, I don't want to fight him. No, I don't. Yeah, maybe I'll play him, but oh god, I do not want to fight him. Yeah, you know, they gave him a couple of stages. I guess they make sense. They gave him a couple of songs. I guess that makes sense. It feels like a necessity more than wanting him to actually be here. If that makes any sense. Because if they cut Sonic, people would lose their minds.
It will just kill you.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want Sonic to just be designed around that idea of just like, win or lose, a match with this character is going to be over in like 2 minutes tops, which I feel is what Sonic should be. Like,
exactly, Potted. Contractual obligation versus genuine passion. You want to compare them? Let's compare them to the other blue character in Smash, Mega Man. Mega Man is a genuine passion. From how faithfully they reenacted a lot of his animations in his NES Sprite, to his proportions, to all of his Robot Master powers, to all the remixes they then added again in Smash Ultimate. And then you got Sonic. Oof.
You should want to win as fast as you possibly can, because that's just what Sonic is. And that's not what his design in Smash is. I will give credit, he does like still...
Terry's passionate, but I definitely feel that there's aspects of Terry that could be better.
Like showcase his character traits. Like he's still obviously like, this is a cool guy, his taunts are great, like he's very expressive, but how he plays does not reflect that in the slightest.
Agreed. Like, the most simple thing in the world to do is just change his turnaround speed. If you make that slow, and if you make him continue to move with, as you said, the moment.
How about instead of making his turnaround slow, you make his traction crap? I think that's something else. If he slid, and it was genuinely difficult to get your momentum going in the opposite direction, you don't need the turnaround speed to be slow, but just... it takes a while for that momentum to stop going one direction and start going the other. I think that alone would add so much. If Sonic had the worst traction in the game, I think that would fix a lot of this game's like immediate issues with Sonic's playstyle. But a lot of Ultimate made it so that there's like next to no time in between how fast you can link dashes together. Like, the only character that could arguably do that really well in Smash 4 was Cloud. Like, every other character basically was not able to do that whatsoever until Ultimate, where they fixed it and made, universal for every character. That's why there's a shit ton of dash dancing in Ultimate compared to Smash 4. Make his traction really bad and make it very difficult for him to stop moving. You don't need the turnaround to be slow, because I'd argue the turnaround being slow will still be faster than him turning around and trying to get the momentum back of his traction still going in the opposite direction.
Momentum, then that changes so much about what Sonic can do fundamentally, because now he can't zigzag around you. He has to commit to you and then launch directly into you. And he needs better options to do that, but that's Sonic, baby. If you're going to commit to the classic kind of formula and just have mostly spin dash based attacks, then you have to have the spin dash based momentum. It doesn't work to have a more floaty or standardized Sonic.
Well, the momentum of current Smash inherently doesn't work with Sonic already, but that's a different story.
Has to be Sonic.
Could not agree more. Like, obviously, everyone was happy to see this character in the game, and I was too. I remember, like, I think it was back in middle school for me, just waking up at 2 a.m. because that's what I always did. I wanted to stay up until I saw the character that was revealed, and it was Sonic. I was excited for that for like 2 weeks afterwards. But I still, looking back, I don't feel like we got him in the game at all. Or rather, he was here. He just has a fiery bird punch and a cool helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, so I have him in F tier. Well, where is he for you?
That's where
I
he
have
belongs.
him in E, because I still feel that Sonic adds a lot to the game. Like, as campy as he is, you can still play him in a rushdown way. It's just suboptimal. And, like, I feel like casually, he's still Sonic. Like, the average person is going to play Sonic like Sonic. And it's not great, but it's there. It's just that we've entered a world where the optimal way to play Sonic is poop.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, I can agree with that. Like, again, the only reason I feel like it doesn't actively damage his character is because his character is stronger than Smash Brothers.
Oh, 100%.
Like, there's no way that was going to get ruined by Smash Brothers, whereas the others,
Well,
most people know, like,
none of the other characters are going to get ruined by Smash Brothers either, if we're going to be completely and totally honest here.
Mac from this game.
Yeah.
But can we agree that he's at the bottom of E tier?
I would put him above Palu because, like, for Sonic, I feel like from a competitive-minded standpoint, from people who know the game, from people who play Wi-Fi tournaments, yes, Sonic is garbage in that regard. But from a casual person, he's not as affected, and that doesn't affect him as much as, say, a Wario or a Little Mac or even Palutena, where they're boiled down to base essentials. Sonic isn't wrong, he's just bad.
All right. So between Palutena and
Oh,
Diddy
he's
Kong,
wrong.
That feels right.
The
Like,
fact
I
that
have more ire
the very
for Diddy
fact that he is better at defense and offense is wrong. I think that alone should make him does not work.
than Sonic, but I'm okay with having Sonic low because I know that's the feel of him, and, like, I get it.
All right. Our next character is an S tier. Just
Oh
straight up.
boy, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here today, folks.
I mean, you can believe that.
Okay, but I am biased.
Okay. King Dedede is a character that, in my opinion, cements the rule that expression and personality is not enough to save a character design. Dedede is very expressive. He has a lot of personality. He is fairly fun in most Smash games. But Dedede as a character just objectively does not work. And it has been a very, very brutal. It's been very brutally apparent ever since we lost chain grabbing, that this character does not work as a character and basically doesn't know what it's doing. Now, how so? Well, let's start with the fact that he is a heavyweight. He is a powerhouse with very, very little power. He has two moves that have oomph, those being his forward smash and his down smash. A majority of his other attacks are rapid hitting hammer attacks that have very little actual impact behind them, and it makes the hammer feel generally weaker than it actually is. They also cannot figure out for the life of them what his back air is because it has changed in every single Smash game. Dash attack is powerful, but it's not the hammer. It's Dedede eating shit. And to be completely honest with you about back air, I couldn't for the life of me tell you which one was the best one. I don't for the life of me remember which back air for Dedede was the best one. I don't remember. But it doesn't matter, because it's very clear that ever since they took away the gimmick of chain grabbing, this character has no game plan and doesn't know what it's doing. You've got a character that's supposed to be a powerhouse with a giant hammer who has 2 attacks that use the hammer for said power, one of which doesn't even use it in the regular form that it's in. Gordo as a move on paper is interesting, but is so detrimental to Dedede as a whole that using it half the time is a bad idea. Especially before they let him suck it back in to throw back at opponents. Dedede is a trap zoner who's the only character whose trap is just as detrimental to him as it is to his opponents. And arguably, it's more detrimental to him than it is his opponent, because since the opponent is usually the one that gets the chance to hit the Gordo back at maximum speed first, more often than not, Dedede is going to be getting hit in the face with his own move than he's hitting his opponent with it. Gordo was better than Walladees and Walladoos. I mean, Walladay and Walladoo Toss aren't, inherently super great either. It also hurts that much like Meta Knight, Dedede as a character in terms of his game, in terms of the way he plays and what he is as a character, has evolved since, Kirby Superstar. And he is arguably has way more of a personality and is way more expressive in actual Kirby games than he is in Smash. His hammer techniques are also way more fleshed out, and a majority of them have actual oomph and power to them, unlike a lot of his actual moves in Smash. As I said, only 2 of his hammer moves actually have oomph, and they are Forward Smash and Jet Hammer. And Jet Hammer is an interesting case because it is single-handedly one of the funniest and one of the worst moves in the entire game. Jet Hammer, which would go on to then plague Kirby's Hammer, funnily enough. If Jet Hammer didn't exist, then maybe Kirby's Hammer would have survived not being destroyed in Smash 4. But Jet Hammer is just a very, very bad move. I've seen it work, but the way that you have to make it work is very, very precise and very, very specific. I also argue that he doesn't need Jet Hammer anymore because he has Mass Dedede as a Final Smash. No, Willie, if I were to fix Dedede, I would build him from the ground up to be something way more in line with what he is in actual Kirby games nowadays. You have to... You give him more power on every... No, it's not that simple. While I feel that Meta Knight feels a little bit behind the times in what he would become as the series went on, Dedede is the character I feel that was harmed the most by where the Kirby series went after Sakurai left. Because even in the game after Sakurai left, that's where he got Mass Dedede. And then, he'd go on to be an important side character in Triple Deluxe, where he got his own Meta Nightmare mode, where you fought Dark Meta Knight at the end of it, and it was cool. And then, he was also fleshed out and playable in Return to Dreamland before that. And then they refined him even more and made him playable in Star Allies again. And then they made him a fantastic boss in Forgotten Land. This character got better and better and better and better as time went on. And looking back at what Dedede is in Smash now, he feels so far behind what he could be in this game. It is very evident that Dedede in Smash is heavily based on both his original boss fight in Kirby's Dream Land 1 and in Kirby's Adventure. And I don't think that that's a good base for him anymore. Listen, I love playing this character. Against my better judgment, I find him fun. Even though I feel like sometimes I'm a glutton for punishment actually subjecting myself to playing as him. Most of his hammer moves in Return to Dreamland Triple Deluxe were also multi-hit and lacked impact. I'd argue they had more impact if simply because of the way Kirby games function. Like, I'm trying to think of what moves, other than hammer, spin. Like, I think his down air should be like a spinning attack, because then it would serve as a good landing option, which currently King Dedede does not have one. He's also a character with really good aerial, like, he can fly around, but his aerial mobility is complete and total garbage. Which I know is a nice, offset balance. Give him multiple jumps, but he doesn't really use them very well. I don't know. But I think it's very evident from what people say about this character, where he's always been placed in tier lists ever since they took out chain grabbing, that there's just something about this character that doesn't work, and they haven't figured out how to fix him yet. And as I said, I don't think you could fix Dedede without building him at least from the ground up somewhat. Because there's just so much wrong with Dedede as a character. And yes, he's expressive, but that's not enough. At least here, I feel it's not enough. Especially with characters that would come later on and would be way, way better designed and be way more expressive. I want Deity to be a good character, but he is just not there in Smash.
Dedede is my favorite character in the series. Like,
oh, I wish I knew that before I said anything that I just said. You know, you and Pizza are kind of in the same boat. You know, they give you the character you want, and well, at least you made off better than Little Mac.
by a pretty good margin. Just everything about the character speaks to me. Kirby 64 was one of my first platformers. I loved playing as Dedede, and he's my favorite. It doesn't feel right to call him a Nintendo villain because he's not really that evil. He's just kind of a jerk.
He was evil until Superstar Ultra, I'd say. Like, he has bits of change of heart, but no, he still wanted to starve everyone to prove a point.
Yeah, but I feel like this is one of the most, in terms of capturing a character's personality, I love how Smash Brothers treats Dedede. Like, you got the goofy ridiculousness of him, his dash attack being him just falling flat on his face, his up B just having him awkwardly, goofily grinning at the camera as he rises and falls into the air. I love the parallels between him and Kirby, of him having the inhale and having that kind of similar, like both of them have a charged hammer, both of them you attack in a direction and it's what you'd expect.
The problem is that, funnily enough, Dedede has the better inhale, and he made Kirby have a worse hammer.
His crouch is the best taunt in the game, and I will not hear any argument otherwise.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
He's such a beautifully stupid troll that I love him so much. He's so satisfying to just control and use. The sound design on his hammer is fantastic. Every single one of his moves that uses that just feels...
He's very satisfying until you actually have to play the game. And then you realize to yourself, this bike has 2 flat tires, and I'm going uphill.
Feels good to land. Even the multi-hit moves, like the cartoon slap effect just makes me so happy. And Gordos are one of my favorite moves in the entire game. Because one of the most traditional attacks, just like in a boss battle in general, is that you take something that they throw at you and throw that back at them. Like we were talking about K. Rool earlier, the only way to beat him is to take the cannonball that he gives to you and toss it into his barrel to explode.
Right.
Gordos, to me, feel like that perfect dead man's volley kind of vibe, where you toss it out and it's just as dangerous to you as it is to your opponent.
It is way more dangerous to you than it is to your opponent, if simply for the fact, as I said, the Gordos will reach maximum speed coming back at you way more than they'll reach maximum speed and danger going at your opponent. And Gordo toss is also way too slow and very easy to react to. And if the character you're fighting has a reflector, then you basically have just, said, hit me, please. I beg of you.
And I love that so much. How do you feel about King Dedede? Because I get the sense you're not quite as excited about him as I am.
He can inhale the Gordos, but if your opponent's next to you, you don't have a chance to react that fast.
Well, let's not pretend. I adore the character of Dedede, like both in the Kirby series and in Smash Brothers.
To be honest, BN, I don't know. I feel he'd probably be a lot better if you couldn't hit it back with physical moves.
And I think that that's done so wonderfully. He has the best facial expressions in the game, and
I can name 2 characters that would surpass that.
I say that loving DK's eyes bulging out facial expressions. Like, Dedede is absolutely superb at emoting. He is by far the best character in Subspace. Like, it's not even close. Like, Dedede is incredible in that. Holy crap, what a guy. Gordo is a fantastically fun move, and Ultimate allowing you to inhale the Gordo to spit it back out is a brilliant attack that adds so much more.
It's a brilliant attack that I question why in the hell it wasn't part of the move's original design. Because Gordo in Smash 4 was literally just, I'm throwing this out because I don't really have anything else in my game plan. Please, I beg of you, don't throw it back at me. I have no way of dealing with this.
Or to Dedede, his references are good and solid. I like the fact that he has multiple jumps, but is very...
Like, that design change should have been a patch in Smash 4.
Slow in the air, so that it's less a master of mobility and more a way to psych an opponent out. I like his parallels to Kirby, but I do have issues with him.
There it is.
Yeah, I do have issues, unfortunately. And
right.
They come
too,
down
bud.
to the fact that sometimes being King Dedede is suffering.
You signed up for this. You know, unless you chose random, you know what you were getting yourself into.
And yes, that does fit the character, I understand, but Dedede's game plan is very, very linear in every single game that he's in. In Brawl, it's you throw out Waddle Dees and then you do a chain grab until they die. In Smash 4, it's nothing because Dedede is bad in that game and everything he does is suffering and is done better by another character.
Yeah.
Even if he does it very, very funny. And they took away his Waddle Dees, and I miss them. Only he can be mean to his Waddle Dees, as he is famously quoted in saying. And in Ultimate, if you're not playing with Gordo, you're not playing King Dedede. And there's no real... Gordo isn't so much a tool for Dedede as it is the only thing he has. And that's unfortunate. Dedede's playable appearances in the Kirby franchise are a lot more flexible than his appearance in Smash Brothers.
Great minds think
Things
alike.
like him just having the fire swing as sort of a fake out. I prefer to the jet hammer, which, yes, it was a fun move when it was introduced, but considering that the masked Dedede hammer has been introduced since then and is such a major part of his character, the fact that it's not a reference to that or the fact that it's not anything more really hurts him. I feel that he has a ton of moves that are just hammer swing, and the issue is that Dedede doesn't have many tools. It's a matter of all he has is a hammer and everything looks like a nail. But he doesn't have any really interesting different ways to swing that hammer. He has the corkscrew and he has the smack.
Dedede was very upset. That's why the screen turned dark.
And that's about it. And Dedede is just a little more than that, I feel. I feel like it's so easy to get overwhelmed with Dedede in a way that, you know, Dedede's a character that gets in over his head through the Kirby series, don't get me wrong. But in playing as Dedede through them, you don't really get that. Dedede's still a major, strong character in the Kirby universe. He's just goofy. But he still has strong moves. He still has moves for different purposes. He has his fast moves. He has his hammer swings. He has his hammer tosses. He has the loyalty of his minions, which unfortunately gets boiled down post-Brawl. Like, he is adored by the Waddle Dees, and they will die for him gladly. I don't know. I feel like elements of Dedede are missing, not necessarily from him as a character, but just from him in entirely a gameplay perspective.
Yeah,
he's one of those characters
that's exactly how I
feel
feel.
like from a fighting game perspective, he is lacking.
I can see where you're coming from. I've never personally felt that way about playing as Dedede, but that's also because my playstyle with the character is kind of stupid. I kind of just throw out random moves and see if they work.
Yeah, and that fits Dedede's personality, but like, compare Super Dedede Jump, how it's utilized in Smash to how it's utilized as a player move in the Kirby series. Super Dedede Jump is super committal in Smash, whereas in the Kirby series, it's actually a charge input. You have to hold down and then press up, and then he has absolute control going both up and down.
Oh, I'd love that in Smash Brothers.
If only.
Fun.
So it's a bigger commitment up.
But you know that's post Superstar, and we're never gonna get to post Superstar. That's why it's kind of hard saying like, oh, King Dedede. I think there's so much wrong with him. There's a lot I can say to fix him, but I don't think they're going to do that.
Front, but it's a lesser commitment going down. And just, there's a flexibility to Dedede's movement that is missing in Smash Brothers that I agree fits the character of him just overcommitting and getting punished hard for it. But he doesn't have another option in Smash Brothers other than that. He has Gordo, and I hope Gordo works. Did Gordo work? No, better try Gordo.
Just to throw an idea out there of just what
or
might
if
be
you're,
able to.
or if you're flying another zoner, then it's just inhale.
How would you feel if like Dedede had some sort of like, how do I put this, like a get out of jail free card, where like I don't know how you like design this. This is just off the top of my head. But, like maybe he had like 3 charges of like, while he's being comboed, he could like call on a Waddle Dee to like take the hit for him and then do something, act immediately out of that. Just like give that idea of just like, hey, his Waddle Dees are still around and helping him out, but also.
Well, you could design the Super Dedede jump as a heavily armored move that you could use to possibly get out of situations like that. But, while you could make it so that the charge animation is longer, you have more control over where you're going. If your opponent reads where you're going when you're trying to break out of this combo. Well, I mean more armor. I mean fully armored. If your opponent reads where you're going when you get out of this combo, they can potentially still keep the combo going and punish you. So it's like, haha, look, it's basically maximum overdrive. And if they read you right, then you should have gotten the turbo.
Because I will admit straight up, heavily biased towards this character just because I love playing as him. I was joking when I said the S tier earlier. I don't think he's quite that good because he is missing some things. I just feel like in terms of bringing a character into the game, he is almost perfect. Like fighting game character wise, like designs, he comes up a bit lacking. But if we were just ranking on,
it's also very funny because Dedede, I feel, is missing a lot of aspects as a character, but I don't think I know which one I'd want to focus on more. I feel he's lacking power. He's lacking mobility. He's lacking a lot of structure. I feel that one should absolutely be improved going forward. I feel that you could sprinkle in buffs to each of them, but I think that one of them needs to be a focus. Tough guy went unironically. The thing is that then what does Bowser have that's unique? Because I know that Tough Guy for a lot of these characters works. But then it's like, oh, but that's like Bowser's unique thing. What do you give Bowser? Because I think like all the Nintendo villains could arguably utilize Tough Guy very well. Kazuya doesn't really have it. Kazuya has just a lot of passive armor. Not like, you know, oh, I'm taking like little to no damage, so I'm not gonna fall. I'm not gonna be flinched. No, it's just like a lot of Kazuya's moves just have armor frames all over them, which is very true to the way Tekken is. Since there's a lot of stuff in that game, the priority system of Tekken is very, very weird. I feel that it should be power, because I mean, like, look at the size of that hammer. You'd expect that he'd use it for, like, really powerful means, but a majority of the attacks that Dedede has, I don't feel sell the power of his hammer or the power that he wields very well whatsoever. You know, maybe he shouldn't have Tough Guy in the sense of Bowser, but here's the thing. I was thinking about a character that I wanted to work on, maybe come out in the future, that was just like, I think this character would be really fun for Smash. Like, nobody really talks about them. I think they'd be really neat. I have a mechanic for them, and it's basically like Tough Guy and like Tough Body for Kazuya, but instead of it being for physical moves, it gives him like projectile super armor. Because I feel that as a trap zoner currently in his current playstyle, I feel that Dedede could use that. It's like, oh, I'm going to throw out the Gordo. Oh, the opponent's going to try and hit the Gordo back at me. I'm going to armor through this and hit you with my forward smash. Because you were dumb enough to try this at close range. I think a super armor for projectiles would be something that Dedede could use. Because that alone is much, much better suited for his playstyle than physical armor. It would also, by extent, make it nowhere near as dangerous that if the Gordo gets launched back in your direction. There's ways to do this. And maybe that's a step in the right direction. I don't know. But I think it's neat, and I'll be giving it to a character in a video probably later on this year.
No. Personality, he's the best one.
Yeah, like, I think Snake and K. Rool are close, and I guess Pit, if you factor...
You know, I know a character that, is up there with them. Where's the love for Incineroar? The character with the best personality in the entire game.
In Palutena's guidance, but Dedede doesn't have half of the tools most of them have, and he's still coming out on top, because he's just that good of a personality.
All right, do you have any other ideas just off the top of your head of what might fix those issues with Dedede for you?
Just differentiate his moves.
Incineroar's top 5 for me, personally.
Give him
He's really good.
A fast air pellet in the air instead of a hammer throw that maybe shoots him backwards a little bit. I don't know, give him just a little bit of a boost. So like, oh no, I spat air and now I'm a little bit too fast. Or give him the ability to inflate in the air just like a balloon and kind of glide, so that he has more options and like a really loose hitbox that has...
Honestly, giving Dedede a glide could help him a lot. Like a Brawl glide, like Meta Knight and Charizard and Pit. Yeah, you know what? That could be fun. It could be slower than, those glides are, but that is a move that Dedede uses as an attack, as a boss. So, if it could work.
Super low priority, but hey, it's something. Or like, as you said, I feel like down B is by far his most replaceable move. And I think
for sure.
a Waddle Dee assist is great. I feel like they're too important to Dedede to not include in some way, or like just have them throw him his super hammer, and that gives him a buff. And then when he tries too much, he gets a stick, and it sucks because he overexerted himself. And or like have him have an invincible super Dedede spin. But the more he uses it, the more his hammer breaks down. Like, make it like a Banjo Wonderwing kind of deal.
Oh god, please no Wonderwing mechanics. Wonderwing is not a
but
good mechanic.
Using them too much, he doesn't know his own strength that he breaks his own hammer. He's like, wah! Or something.
I do like the idea of the breakable hammer. I also kind of wish he had, where Peach has Toad, he has the Waddle Dees. I feel like that would also be a great way of just including them more in the movesets.
I agree with that. I do love his intro where they carry him in, but that's all he has anymore.
That's true, and it could, but
Final Smash. I get that it's a lot of models to animate.
finite stuff like that in a fighting
That's
game
a
doesn't
lot
really
of
work.
these.
It's not very fun.
Yeah, they're not the hardest things to animate. Where do you have Dedede on your tier list? I personally have him in A tier, but I fully admit I'm biased as hell.
I had him at the top of C because I do feel that of characters, like, I couldn't just in good faith say, no, Dedede could be just as he is and he'd still be fine going forward. No, you do need to work on him a little bit.
Also, Harry, I don't think that Incineroar works for Hagar because Hagar's a face and Incineroar's a heel.
Took 3 games to get his Final Smash right. Like, you could do more.
This is true. I don't know. I did like the Waddle Dee army.
Yeah, no, the Big Gay Dance is fun. Don't get me wrong. But it can never be called anything else. That's too emblematic of the time.
No, you're not wrong. Could I convince you to the bottom of B?
Yes, you could. I love Dedede.
Okay, cool. Because I do feel like, yeah, fighting game character-wise, he's not the best, but I feel like he earns top marks everywhere else. And I feel like 100%. That averages out into B tier at the very least.
Yeah, I can feel that.
Where in B tier? This is actually the first time we're talking about B tier in this video. Right now, it's Cloud, Bowser Jr., Greninja, Duck Hunt, Wii Fit Trainer.
God, that's hard because, like, I don't think his design is super strong compared to them, but I like him so much more than all of them.
I definitely want to put him like I want to put him above Greninja at the very least.
See, that's hard for me because Greninja is fully realized. Like, you could put Greninja in another Smash game and, like, I wouldn't care, but he'd still be a full-fledged character. Whereas if you put Dedede in another Smash game, I feel like, oh, well, his life is going to be suffering again if he's the same.
Yes, but that game would be so much better with him in it.
Oh, it would be so much better with him in it, but, like, it's elevated by his personality, but he himself is held back. I wouldn't want a Smash game without Dedede, but I also really want to play as a good Dedede that isn't reliant on a chain grab.
Agreed.
That's fair. So, how about between Greninja and Duck Hunt?
Yeah, okay, I can do that.
Okay, I can settle for that. He's on the left side of the bell curve, and at the end of the day, that's what I really care about.
You're not gonna like where I put Dedede in mine.
Alrighty, who's next?
Okay.
So you know, one of the most famous things about Smash Brothers is that it gets people interested in more series, right?
Yes.
Like, it's what saved Fire Emblem, people got into Kid Icarus because of Pits. I myself got into most of Nintendo through Smash Brothers. I didn't know much else about the game. Like, I knew Pikachu and, like, I thought Link was Zelda. I thought Samus was a robot. And it introduced me to so many series. I feel like Olimar actively drives people away from Pikmin.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I know that this video was made 2 years ago, but speaking as somebody speaking from the future, with how well Pikmin 4 is being received, even from the demo, from the fact that Pikmin 1 and 2 has sold very, very, very well, I I do not believe that there are people that are being turned away from Pikmin because of Olimar.
So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think Olimar is the worst character in the series.
Oh
I would
boy.
agree with that, actually. Yeah.
And this comes from a place of love because I do really like the character of Captain Olimar. I love
he is lacking.
this supportive family man trying to make his way home and trying to see his children and trying
He's
to
on the
raise
lower end,
this
but I wouldn't say
strange
he's the
species
bottom.
to essentially self-reliance.
He's not like Ganondorf.
Through his leadership, still getting something out of them, but still caring about them, still feeling a connection with the Pikmin. He's a very, very caring and loving character, and holy shit, that's the opposite of Olimar in Smash Brothers.
It amazes me how blank he is in Smash Brothers. I don't think you don't hear his voice at all, because I was surprised when I played Pikmin and realized that he actually has a really, really deep voice.
It's very funny.
Exactly. And he doesn't emote. You don't get any of that sense of who he is through his moveset. He just chucks Pikmin mindlessly. It's like someone took a 5-second clip of just Olimar throwing Pikmin at something. It's like, you know what? Yeah, that's the character. Let's put that in the game. And I do want to acknowledge that I think Olimar is a very difficult character to translate into Smash Brothers. How Pikmin works, just that swarming gameplay. I can't come up with something better off the top of my head. I honestly feel like he'd be better.
You know, he could probably be a summoner character. Throw stuff, and a puppet. Throw Pikmin to certain places. When he orders them to attack, they attack in the place they're in. You can call them back. Keep them alive. They increase in power, and they become far more, destructive. They could probably put, command on down special and put his, return on shield special, because this was before they started putting shield specials on moves like that. I think there are definitely ways to do Olimar better than what he is in Smash.
Better suited to be an assist trophy?
Oh, I can. Just give him area control.
Oh!
Like, make it so, okay, this Pikmin stays here. Okay, when I use this
For
move...
fuck's sake, Pyrrhic, stop it. You're scaring me. I hate it. Stop. You're scaring me. I don't like that you know what I'm thinking before I say it.
This attack. And, like, it's limited, obviously, but, like, so is Whistle, and apparently that's big enough to be a special move. So, like, just have him do, okay, I can plant the purple Pikmin here, and he'll do the purple Pikmin pound when I hit the down B.
Also, please give him rock Pikmin.
Have him use them to their fullest potential. And
make him do, like, really good shield damage.
Do things, but, like, Pikmin throw feels so blasé and worthless, and the only thing that Olimar really has is weird disjoints in ordering his Pikmin around. Like, the most defining thing about Olimar is how annoying he is to fight. And that's just basically because you don't hit him because he's small and he uses a big armor.
It's funny. We know that Olimar got cut down from 6 Pikmin to 3 in Smash 4 because of the limitations of the 3DS. Where the hell would we be if that wasn't the case? That's what I wonder. Where would this design be if that was never a factor?
Meat shields to take the hits for him.
I feel like it just goes against completely what the point of Pikmin is, to have his entire game plan built around these disposable minions is how he's treated here. Like if you look at Olimar and Smash,
you guys say, you know, pain, but I'd honestly argue, I honestly think that if they didn't have to, you know, worry about balancing Olimar for the limitations of the 3DS, they probably would have balanced them better. Because it's very clear that that was their focus with Olimar in Smash 4. It's like, oh, this character is designed to... We're balancing this character to work here. We need to make sure that everything works within the standards of both this system and this system. There was no real thought of, can this design get any better? No. We don't have time to think about that. We have to make him work in the game. Because, you know, Pikmin 3 is coming out and we need to advertise this character. We can't cut Olimar. He probably never will either.
Smash Brothers, you'd expect him to be this completely uncaring.
Thinking about it, Smash... The 3DS really did fuck up a lot of things with Smash 4. And I think Olimar not improving is kind of a byproduct of that.
Mute tyrant to the Pikmin, which he really isn't.
Yeah, remember when Captain Falcon killed like 100 people and Olimar was just like, yeah, that's cool, I'll team up with him.
Right?
I mean, what the fuck's he gonna do? Is he gonna run up to Captain Falcon and like chop him in the knee? Like, Captain Falcon runs in, kills your entire family, and then poses. What are you going to do? That's my question. What is he legitimately going to do? I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to do absolutely nothing.
Meanwhile, Lucario fought Meta Knight because he got to the top of a hill fast.
I mean, Olimar emotes a little bit when he gets hit. I think it's a really nice touch that his helmet cracks. But other than that, even in, like, Pikmin, Olimar doesn't really emote very much.
Olimar is one of those characters that I look at him and I just don't understand why certain things are missing. Like, how do you miss his voice? Like, that is such a bare minimum thing, and it's just not there.
Well, I guess you could argue that that wasn't a thing in Brawl because Olimar didn't really talk in any games before Pikmin 3. Like, there was a little clip of a voice sounding like it says Olimar, but other than that, it's like, he doesn't really say anything.
I don't know if they thought, like, people would be put off by it. It is kind of just like...
He had voice lines in Pikmin 2? I thought he only just said his name.
I feel like it adds to his
when
charm.
you swap between him and Louie.
It's not like you're going, okay, Luigi gets hit and he says, "Oh fuck," like he does in the Mario series. No, we don't have to censor Luigi. It's not a big deal. It's just, oh, his voice is deep. You can't go.
There were cutscenes in 2. Fuck, that's right, there was. Sorry, I haven't seen anything from Pikmin 2 in like at least like 10 years. He has ambient voice grunts when idle. Okay, then yeah, there's no excuse.
Like that element of surprise.
Even though I would argue there are definitely characters in Smash that are also like this and have no voice, but are far more egregious in that regard than Olimar.
Surprise is the Pikmin series.
I don't have anything nice to say about this character. I just don't.
I liked when he brought in I Know Uda into Brawl, and then they removed that because that song is a copyright hell.
Okay, well, if we're talking music, like some.
Oh yeah, you know, let's talk about music. My favorite song in the entire game. Environmental noises.
These are amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Also environmental noises.
Thank you for... God damn it, Derek!
Yeah. I'll know, dude. 25 meters is pretty good.
I get what they were going with, like trying to have him reorganize Pikmin, having different ones, having different strengths.
I swear to God, I have not watched this beforehand. I've not watched this.
Like, a lot of thought went into how to make the Pikmin unique and also implement the flowering mechanic that doesn't matter.
I wish the flowering did so much, but like,
I feel like it used to in Brawl, but it kind of lost that luster in Smash 4.
a regular Pikmin should be near useless, but a flowered one should be amazing.
Exactly.
Like, if you actually try to like preserve your Pikmin, that's what the game is. And that's not even getting into
In the
fact
next
that, like,
break song, you know what? I'll start the next stream with environmental noises.
Inherently confusing to fight because just like how his animations work, or the fact that he just doesn't have them. Like, all of his strong attacks involve just sending Pikmin forward, and it's so hard to tell what he's doing when he's starting those moves up.
Yep.
He's just infuriating. Like, I fully believe that, like, he chased off people from the Pikmin series.
I entirely believe that. Yeah.
And, like,
I don't think
feel like
he
we
chased
need to
anybody
discuss
off.
that anymore. Just like, well, do you have any other ideas?
I don't even think at this point, because like Pikmin 3 sold fairly well for a Wii U game. It sold also pretty damn well on the Switch. I don't think that there's anyone that's being driven away from playing Pikmin.
Is it like maybe how he could be better?
Again, it needs a total overhaul, and I believe like
I
Pikmin is
agree,
a
it
real-time
does.
strategy game. Make the placement of Pikmin strategic.
Yeah, make
Have
him
ideas. Like,
make
we
him a
have
pseudo puppet
character
fighter.
who is incredibly tactical in Snake, who is already doing zone control in a unique way, and Olimar has the ability to make that a very active kind of zone control. Very much like make sentries, use the whistle to change the way that Pikmin behave, whether they'll just attack automatically if something gets in their range, or if they'll wait for Olimar's command to attack. Just do something with him, do something with his management, and, you know, make it like a Pikmin game.
I could not agree more. Just I do still have a hard time picturing that. I think that's because of just his 3 Pikmin limits.
Well, that's no longer an issue because that was limited due to Smash.
Honestly, I think that they could up the Pikmin count to at least 4 in the next Smash. I think 4 is a nice number. I think for the design of having, placement and stuff like that, 3 is a little too little, and 6 is way too much. I think 4 is a nice number for something like that.
4, and they just
True,
chose
maybe
not
he
to
could have
restore
more
that.
now.
Yeah, he had 6 in Brawl, so.
Oh yeah, remember that tether? That was a terrible tether. Never worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have turned that into his grab.
It was awful. It did like weird shapes against the level geometry. It was funny.
All right, but like he's at the bottom of the tier list, right? Just
He is.
5 also
my worst
works,
character
but
in
I
the
think
series.
4 is a better
All
number.
right. Glad we can agree on that.
Like, Wario upsets me. Mega Man disappoints me. Olimar, I feel nothing. I feel.
I have no complaints about him
level
being
of
at the bottom.
apathy and emptiness.
While I don't think he's nowhere near as bad a design as
That said,
Ganondorf,
that's my last.
he
F-tier
is
character.
definitely
Oh,
not
really?
very good.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I got all 4 of my F tiers into F tier, so.
I do have one more there.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, make it a Z-Air. That's perfect,
Now that
yeah.
we've gotten the worst character in the game out of the way, it
Oh
is time
boy,
for Lucario.
it's
Cool, if
Lucario
you have some things
time.
to say about Lucario,
Oh
but I'm gonna tell
boy.
you a story
Oh
first.
boy,
Please, go.
Lucario is bottom 5 too. I applaud them for trying something unique with Aura. I think that on paper, it probably sounded like a really good design choice. But there is no character in the entirety of Smash, other than maybe Sonic, whose quality as a character is dictated by the actual mechanics of the game. Lucario was like a high tier in Smash, in Brawl, because in a game that was floaty, he had a lot of impact and could, kill fairly easily. In Smash 4, he was a high tier because nothing died in Smash 4, and Lucario was very good at killing. The inclusion of Rage and the way it was implemented in Smash 4 also added on to Lucario's aura and was completely and utterly busted at times. And in Ultimate, with the changes in knockback and the way that that Rage has been toned down and a lot of the stuff revolving around his character, he is currently one of the worst characters in the game. Lucario, as mechanic-wise, is the worst character in the game, mechanics-wise. And this is definitely a mechanic that should have been revised and redone from the ground up for the next Smash game after this. Because I don't know how anyone into the Smash development team looked at the mechanic and looked at the rage mechanic that they added and said, yeah, you know what? These will coexist really well. I don't see there being a problem with these two things existing at the same time. I would argue Lucario is the reason why Rage was toned down in Ultimate. Because nobody abused it nearly as badly as Lucario did. Main problem is that he dropped in weight, so he doesn't have the survivability to pair with his aura. That too. You also want another hot take? Project M Lucario is the best Lucario to exist. Project M Lucario is a very fun character that makes a lot of people really mad. And I know it made one specific person really mad. And it makes me laugh. Because he said that his design is regressive AF. And it was very, very funny. When in actuality, they basically just turned Lucario into a fighting game character and gave him the Capcom Magic series and made it so that his hits flowed together really nicely, and it felt really good to play the character. And you know what? He's fun. I didn't have Ryu in Smash at the time of PM Lucario. He was just Ryu. He was like a Shoto. He had a Shoryuken for his up smash. He had a projectile Hadouken-like thing. His neutral air was basically Tatsumaki. He was basically like a Shoto-esque character with way more to him than just being a Shoto-esque character. And I know that a lot of people do not think that Lucario in Project M is a very fun character. And I will tell you right now, they're wrong. And it makes me very funny to know that specific people think that his design in said game is regressive AF, when it's arguably way more true to form of what Lucario is than whatever the hell we got in Smash.
Oh, go right ahead. I'm interested.
All right, so I actually really love.
Oh, it's Heroes of the Storm. I love this game.
It is the Blizzard crossover to Nintendo's crossover. MOBA kind of came too late to the party and was ultimately discarded. But there's a character in that game.
It's still very fun. I wish it was still getting updated.
named Zueljin that is one of my favorite characters to play as in any video game.
There are a ton of really fun characters that arguably could be used as like building blocks for fighting game characters. And honestly, it's very funny. In Overwatch, I hate Hanzo. I will never pick him. I will never play him. I hate playing against him. Everything about him feels way too overtuned, and it feels like anytime you get killed by one, you don't feel like that person actually earned that kill. I main and love Hanzo in this game because he is one of the most fun characters to play, and just out of nowhere, you beam somebody for half their health with an arrow from across the screen. They have no idea where it's coming from. And just even when they think they're safe behind their wall, oh, by the way, I can see you. Here comes an arrow, and it's gonna take out the rest of your health while you're trying to heal. There are so many fun characters in this game, and Zueljin is also very fun too. He is very much an unga bunga. For a reference, I'm gonna spin my arms like this, and I'm gonna keep doing it, and if you get in the way, it's your fault. I don't think they've added anybody since Hogger. But yeah, I love this game. I should play it again sometime.
All right.
That is because he is based off of the troll axe thrower, and his whole gimmick is that the more he is hurt, the faster he can throw axes. And it is such a fun character design. The problem that comes
I love how explosive
from
Zueljin
Lucario,
is.
which is why I'm comparing this to Zueljin, is that Zueljin can control how much he hurts himself and how much he heals himself, as well as being able to make himself flat out invincible with his ultimates. Lucario is Zueljin without any of the things that make him fun to play. Lucario is just, you need to get hit in the face a bunch, and then maybe with that small window where you might...
Well, if you really want to make Lucario's aura work, you should make it so that his moves hurt him. Like, Aura Sphere is a move where you are using your life force as an attack. Have it so that he's literally pulling his life force out to charge the move, and as he charges it, and like the aura is pouring out of his body, he's taking damage, which in turn adds more damage to the move. So Pichu logic. Yes, but in specific circumstances, not the entirety of the moveset. I also think that they kind of made Pichu's mechanic like deal like next to nothing to him at this point, so like the downsides aren't nearly as bad, and the upsides are so strong that it doesn't really matter if you're hurting yourself for like 0.3%. Like Pichu does like next to no damage to himself, and that's the problem. Also, this game I feel desperately, and I mean desperately, needs like a staff user. While I think that Crystal should be the character that fills the role, I can see Lucario also using one, because even though he was implemented before he got his iconic Bone Rush staff and was made like super apparent, they should have given him a staff. At least for some moves.
Die at any second, you win the game. 50% of, like, maybe even more than that, of playing as Lucario, you're not playing as Lucario. You're waiting to play as Lucario. And it's just, I love the idea. Again, I love that concept of just taking damage and dealing more, it's so much fun when done right. Lucario is not done right.
No, he is not.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree. When I look at Lucario, I get this overwhelming feeling of disappointment, and not all of that is residual Mewtwo bias, but some of it is. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Lucario is not a character until you get to a certain point in damaging him. And as soon as you
Well, I mean, he
die,
is. He's just
you
not
don't
very much
get
of
the
one.
feeling of, oh, I can mount a comeback. You get the feeling of, okay, I can't play the game again for a little while. I guess I'll just suffer for a little bit. I guess I'll be a combo video for a couple seconds. And that doesn't...
And then the problem is that there's a lot of characters in this game that have like such explosive combos that if it's like, yay, Lucario, you got to the percent where your aura can be useful. Oh no. Oh no. Lucario's playing out in the street and Kazuya's coming at him with an EWGF and he has headphones on. Brian, look out! The point is that there are so many characters in this game that now have combos and stuff like that, that it's very easy to kill him. Kazuya's crouch dashing really quick. Yes. But basically, there's characters in this game that, not even just Kazuya, like, if Ken touches Lucario at like 50%, he'll kill him. And it's like, oh, you got him to aura, but he's not going to use it. He's dead now.
Feel good. Like, I hope all Lucario...
Maybe just make aura like a mechanic where you literally just deal, like you hurt yourself to increase the power of your moves. Like, as I said, Aura Sphere, you literally pour your soul into the move to increase its power.
players are okay. I feel like they, more than anyone else, need a hug. Because they have to deal with half of their gameplay being just suffering. And I should know, I'm a K rule player. I get the feeling that you start your stock in your combo food. I feel that. But they don't even get the illusion that I have. They just like, okay, I've checked in, ass up, ready to be spanked. Let's go.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
It's also a weird case of where most of the Pokemon in this game are pretty easy to translate over just because they're Pokemon and there's not much to translate over. Lucario is missing things that he's known.
I'd argue there's a lot to translate over. And I feel that there's a lot of established stuff with Lucario that you could easily translate over, but it's not translated over, and that's the problem.
For. Like, there's no, he doesn't have like that bone staff at all. Bone rush or anything like that is not in his toolkits.
Mm-hmm.
He's just completely based around aura, which is odd because it's so easy to get a Pokemon right for what they're known for, and he's missing that.
Well, Lucario was another...
Pokemon are not easy to get right. It took them a while to get them right. I mean, Pikachu was good. But, a couple of them, it took them a while to get right. They definitely got better at it, and I feel that the reason they did get better at it is because Game Freak will absolutely, like, let Sakurai have it if they feel that their property is not being properly represented in Smash. Like, say what you will about the quality of Pokemon games, even though I think that Scarlet and Violet are very, very fun games for how buggy of a mess they are. I feel that Game Freak will absolutely say, Sakurai, what the fuck is this? If they feel that something in the game is actually detrimental to their actual IP and the characters.
I think I don't know actually. Was that ever confirmed?
I'm not sure. I would feel that that would be the case because it would make sense. Well, no, because he has Force Palm and Aura Sphere, and those were Gen 4 moves. So that's odd. I get that Lucario is very much based on the sort of martial arts monk sort of archetype.
Yeah,
Like,
which
that's
is funny
where he's
because
based.
I
He's
don't
very-
see that
very
in Lucario
meditative.
at all. Lucario doesn't look like he fights like a monk. Ironically enough, as we talked about PM Lucario, he looks like he'd fight like a karate master. But he doesn't fight like a karate master. He doesn't really fight like much of any kind of martial art. Which is funny because he's the only fighting game Pokemon that's playable on the roster.
Character, a very through the motions one. You can feel that, especially with the animation for Double Team, his counter, which is another counter, and it sucks.
Yes, that is the worst counter.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'd make that claim.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, turn Force Palm into the counter, and it basically like stuns them. That'd be a good way of translating that move. And then you give him Side B Bone Rush. It has like a bunch of follow-ups and stuff like that.
And I don't know. It's weird because Lucario
You trade him for Infernape? I'd trade Lucario for Garchomp.
doesn't feel unique. He feels weird and floaty, and like he has moves that kind of work and kind of don't for his normals. And then for his specials, he has what? Charge Shot, a counter, and well, no, he doesn't have. He has Shadow Ball, a counter, and whatever the hell Force Palm is. And then I
Command
actually
grab.
kind of quite like Extreme Speed.
What
I
the
like the curve of it, and I love what Aura does to it. But
Extreme Speed is fun. I'll get behind that.
for the most part, yeah, he's missing any sort of flavor, and that's all replaced with his gimmick that doesn't work.
You know what Force Palm
Yeah.
is? Sakurai really loves King of Fighters. Force Palm is just him wanting to put Terry in the game.
I don't see Terry at all in Lucario. There's also Terry doesn't really have any moves that are like Force Palm.
Or Wolf.
Okay, I'm sorry. Force Palm is not Buster Wolf. They don't even perform the same. I'd argue Force Palm is closer to like a move that Geese Howard would use than Terry.
Yes, are you okay? Buster Wolf, the aura is with me.
I kind of feel like Lucario should have deep breathing as his down B.
Yeah,
Right off the bat. That would fit so much, because then he could heal himself.
yeah, and that's
Like
so
going back
easy.
to that Zul'jin example, that's something he needs for this kind of thing to work.
I just realized, fucking, as I said, Geese Howard, it's Rashomon. That's what Force Palm is. Except he does it with one hand instead of two.
Yeah, and that's very easy to just say as like it's bulk up or work up or something.
Even then, it's weird because I like Lucario. I love that Pokemon. It was the first Pokemon I ever shiny hunted for that very reason. I was happy to see him back in the
Very
game.
popular, yeah.
But I've never enjoyed
Love him.
playing as him.
I've never once enjoyed playing as Lucario either. In fact, I am annoyed playing as Lucario because when you get to a high percentage in casual,
I like playing as him in Smash 4 when, he was able to abuse the game. And, you could literally like up B from one side of the screen and end up in the top right corner of the screen and kill yourself from that distance because of how far that went with Max Aura.
play, it's just, okay, I'm going to roll, and then I'm going to roll, and then I'm going to roll. And I'm going to wait for that chance when I can use that big aura. Oh, we'll just wait for that. It leads to, along with his floaty jumps, a really, really unfun to play against style.
I really wish he had, again, that...
No, they're
that
never going to
same
cut Lucario.
stealth bone, because that could have turned him into a really cool Sheol and Monk kind of playstyle that isn't in the game in the slightest. And combine that with the aura, that could have been a really cool design, but instead we're just... I feel like Sakurai had the idea for Lucario's gimmick first, and then just kind of designs the character around that while also... It's a messy design. I don't like it.
I agree.
That's possible, but it's just a mess.
I could honestly be convinced to just drop him into F.
That is exactly where he belongs.
Because, like,
in the trash.
Nothing that Lucario does offends me. He feels like Sore Fighter to me, where he just kind of bores me. Where it's like, I get it, but you're not doing anything well.
I agree with that. I bring up the Zul'jin example so much just because I've experienced what this can be, how this can feel when done well, and legitimately hurting yourself to do more damage to somebody is so much fun. Just being able to taunt them with, like, I am going to, like, bring myself to the edge of death because I know I'm going to kill you first. I love that. And I don't get that from Lucario.
No.
I don't either.
I just feel like I become a character.
Simply because of the fact that he doesn't have any way of actually hurting himself.
Just back at square one.
Yep. I totally agree. Like, Kotal Khan has a similar thing in Mortal Kombat where he can let out his own blood and the gods that he worships will be pleased and grant him buffs for that. But he's slowly losing health because, yeah, he just opened a gash on his chest. But, like, and obviously I don't need Lucario cutting open his weird chest spike thing. Is that a nipple? I don't know. But
I have no idea.
But, like, yeah, do something. I'm sure that there are tons of Pokemon moves that Lucario can use that I can't think of right now that do recoil damage. He probably learned submission.
Close combat.
Close combat lowers defenses.
Oh. Well,
You don't even need to make it accurate to Pokemon. I'm pretty sure you could have moves that just hurt them. As I said, Aura Sphere Charge, stuff like that. It just has to be, he's using his spirit to attack. That's it. There's nothing really else to that.
More damage to him, I guess, but yeah.
It's just like, there's possibilities there. Like, just building off of that, taking more percent, but, like, lowering the knockback you can take for a while would be a great way to, like, get yourself to the point where you want to be. It doesn't feel like a fully realized design.
No, it isn't.
Needs to be overhauled.
I do agree. It does.
He has a mechanic that he can't even fully utilize because he has no way of getting there without outside help. Or, throwing Deku Nuts at the floor.
But, like, I don't think it's damaging Lucario as a brand at all. And,
this is true.
Like,
yeah, it's not quite at that level.
Nothing about it offends me. Everything about it, like, slightly annoys me. And to be honest, I would like a character like Sonic, like Palutena, to be re-examined first.
Okay, so should we put them above those two?
I think so, because those are ones where, like, I am at least
I think Lucario is better than
invested.
Sonic. Yeah, 100%.
Who makes you more upset or disappointed, Lucario or Diddy Kong?
Diddy Kong, honestly.
Yeah, so I would say put Diddy Kong lower.
Yeah, because I guess that's to Lucario's benefit that he's a Pokemon then, because it's one of my favorite Pokemon, and I still don't care that much.
Well, I don't care for the Pokemon, and I don't care for it much, but, like, yeah.
I really like Anubis, and the clear reference is there, just...
Oh yeah, Anubis is cool from a surface level design, but, like, my favorite Pokemon is Cubone because he has a tragic past. Like, I'm already buying into Pokemon for different reasons than other people.
That's a weird parallel right there, because I feel like if Lucario just had a few of those moves, regardless, I'm not going to put him any higher.
Who would be the next? Just out of curiosity.
Next would be up to D tier, which would be Robin.
Oh, no higher than that.
No,
right,
absolutely not.
Needs an overhaul.
Yes.
Altogether. All right. Ooh, but next character. I love the next character so much.
Oh, good.
The next character
Finally,
is Robin.
a shining star in the depths of what's been like bad out character after bad character after bad character. Rob's S tier. Rob is literally child imagination brought forth into an actual character. And if it's anything to go by, they made his story in Subspace Emissary canon in Smash 4. Because his title in the boxing ring is the last of his kind. Rob is literally just the perfect embodiment of a child playing with a toy. In every single regard. It definitely feels like this is something a kid came up with, and it fits perfectly for what Rob is. His eyes light up. Oh, he can shoot laser beams. Oh, his whole thing is spinning around on his stand. He could probably use that to attack people. And he can use the stuff he used, like the toys that he plays with, on his stand as attacks. Oh, and the thing he's standing on? Sure, make it a jetpack. It's so good. And you want to know what? He's also very expressive for what little they have to work with. Arguably, eyes are the most expressive part of any person's face. If you remove the eyes, it is objectively harder for a character to emote. This works with some characters that are specifically designed to be like that, like 2B, for example, from Nier Automata. But since Rob's face is mostly eyes, you get to see how fun and expressive he is. His eyes like react when he takes damage. He gets angry. He gets sad when you grab him. I feel that he could emote a little bit more. Like maybe if he misses his gyro, he like gets a sad face and it's like, "Aw, I missed." But other than that, yeah, Rob is, in my opinion, possibly the best retro character in the entirety of Smash. It is very possible that is where he is, especially in Smash Ultimate, where he is such a good character. I mean, like, both visually and as an actual character, where he is, like, really, like, top 10 broken. This character is literally just child imagination put into a character. I love him. He's great. I hope they never cut him, because if they did, I would feel very, very sad. This character deserves to be in Smash. And I was legitimately afraid they might have done it in Smash 4. But when it was revealed that no, he's here, it was very, very refreshing. And I'm very, very glad that he's here. And I don't want him to ever leave. Rob is absolutely a character that I feel that if they cut him from Smash, it would truly feel like something is missing. Rob's a good boy. He might have sent his people to his death, but he's a good boy. And, yeah. I also like the, I saw somebody mention this, but he's basically had character development through his renders throughout the series. Like, in Brawl, his render is very, like, it looks very standard and timid. Like, he's just standing there like, "Hi, look, I'm Rob. I'm here for the first time. Like, I'll do my best." In his Smash 4 render, by comparison, he's looking a bit more confident. And then his ultimate render is just like, like him like spinning around and like showing off his personality and stuff. It truly feels like he's like evolved as a character through his renders. It's just like, I'm comfortable where I am. I'm happy to be here. Yo, what's up, my dude? It's great.
And I'm going to start this out by saying that I have Rob in S tier, and he's one of the top ones in that tier.
That is very,
see
very,
that.
very fitting for Rob.
So the entire
I love that
premise of
render
Smash
so much.
Brothers is that these are all toys coming
It's so
to life, right? That's what it's kind of moved past
Well,
that as the years have gone by, but that was what this series was built off
Yeah,
of. Just like
100%.
imagination, wondering like, oh, what would happen if like my favorite video game characters started
Perfect.
fighting each
Yeah.
other?
Great minds think alike.
Is the embodiment of that idea. Sakurai took this toy and just approached it from a childlike perspective of like, well, of course it's gonna shoot laser beams out of its eyes. Of course its base is a jetpack booster that can like fire off in all sorts of ways. Of course this thing can spin at 1,000,000 miles per hour. It feels like a childlike embodiment.
Because that's
of
what
that
people thought
imagination of
Rob
just
was going to
putting
be like when
fighters
he,
to-
he was
using
first
toys and just mashing them
revealed.
together.
Like,
but
oh, look at him
embraced
spin.
in
He's going to do all
actual
these cool
character. And
things.
I love that so much. And if we've been talking,
He might not have actually done it in real life, but that childlike wonder was absolutely 100% realized in Smash.
about Subspace Emissary a lot. I don't feel like I have to say anything more than that. Just embody like that is Rob's story, kind of.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, Dedede steals the show in it, but Rob is absolutely.
Ancient Minister should be
the
his final
heart of
Smash.
it.
And
Since they canonized that Subspace actually happened through Rob's title, I think that they should absolutely just give him an Ancient Minister final Smash where he just drops a Subspace bomb.
I feel like that's why I want to keep this character in S tier, because not only did it just absolutely nail what the character is, not that that was very hard to do. The original Rob does like 3 things and that's it. But it injected so much life into this character that gave me genuine investment. I actually want to find a Rob that I can own because I love what they did with the character. There's so many unique things about him as well. Like his swimming animation is completely unique. He uses his little, I don't know what you'd call those graspy things, but he uses them as like rotors. When he starts drowning, his eyes start to like glitch out. He does that in his shield brick animation as well.
He does that when he gets hit in
He's
general.
just a completely unique character.
I will say, I think that Rob isn't a Rob character. I feel that Rob is truly a Smash Brothers original character.
Yeah.
He is Nintendo looking at itself, looking at what's important to it, and bringing that to life in its fullest, in its own original way. Rob existed as a shell before Smash Brothers, and for some reason a playable character in Mario Kart DS.
Please bring him back in
And
Mario Kart 8. I would highly appreciate it.
Smash Brothers gave him life. Smash Brothers is the heart and soul of Rob, and he's a beautiful character. He's kind of lame to watch, not gonna lie, but like insofar as the heart of Smash goes, yeah, he's absolutely up there.
You know, to be clear, I don't enjoy fighting against this character, and I don't really enjoy playing as him either, but I am so invested in him regardless.
I didn't have him in S tier before. I had him actually at the top of A.
Either place is
because
good.
I have a couple of caveats with him. I think he's never had a good Final Smash, ever.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
representative of him. And I feel like you could do a little more with Rob. Like, I feel like if you're taking that, then he should have other toys that Nintendo's had. He should have, like, the Ultra Hand, where he grabs you for his Final Smash or something. Or he should have the Virtual Boy, and someone gets trapped in a dimension of red and black for his Final Smash.
That sounds
Like how
awful.
he has a Virtual Boy.
Not as like an idea,
it
but
has that
visually.
reference to Gunpei Yokoi. Like, go all the way with it. Make him this really, really heartfelt tribute. And he's almost there, but and he's not my cup of tea as a character. He's good. He's good. He's just not what I enjoy out of it.
I also don't think he should be involved with the Virtual Boy, if only for the fact that Rob and the Virtual Boy didn't even come out in the same decade.
I do like him. I respect the hell out of him, and I think I could go either way with him. Still should have been Sukapon, though.
He kind of has a Sukapon color, if that's anything to go by.
Building off of that, I feel like his Final Smash should just, continuing the idea of that he's a Smash original character, should involve his Ancient Minister like outfit, just be like a subspace bomb or something like that.
I would agree with that.
But even then, I feel very strongly that he just embodies that childish imagination. I concede to him being the bottom of S tier, but I still feel like he should be up there because I feel like he's brilliant.
Yeah, he's great.
In the past, I've
he's very
always
fun.
Thought like, well, he could be representative of all the NES accessories. Like he could have.
I think that Rob and a few other characters that I can't talk about yet definitely accentuate that when the Smash team is allowed to just play around with characters and just have fun with them, and they don't have to, entirely conform to the source material every waking moment. They just make some of the best characters in the entire game. And Rob, I think, is an example of that. There's a couple of others, especially, two really big names in Smash 64 that embody that fact. That's just, let this team just have fun with designs and come up with something really cool. Because when they're allowed to just play around with a character's, options and not have to stick entirely one-to-one with source material, or it's a character that comes from a game with not very, profound or solid source material, Rob's just a toy from real life. They make something that is very, very fun and very, very unique, and I'd argue timeless. But would they really be the characters you love? Yes, because the characters I'm talking about are Fox and Captain Falcon.
The power pad and the zapper and the power glove or whatever. But the more that I think about it and the more I hear your interpretation of it, I love this feeling of he is just what you imagine this robot to be capable of. And I'm really endeared by that. I would say that until Ultimate, he wasn't fully realized as a fighting game character, but I feel like Ultimate has given him the tools and the abilities necessary to really, really stand out and feel like his own character. So, yeah, I'm fine with that as long as he's not over Snake.
Oh yeah, definitely not about.
I love
Snake.
that render, so good.
Convinced me of the genius of Snake. I feel like comparing Rob to the top of our A tier right now, which is Pac-Man. I don't have any of those caveats of Pac-Man missing a few moves from Pac-Man World or stuff like that. Rob doesn't feel like he's missing anything. There's more he could have.
There's not really much for him to be missing, to be honest.
To me.
I agree.
Minus maybe the Final Smash, but that's why he's at the bottom of S tier instead of right next to Snake.
Well, I mean, he is right next to Snake right now.
Well, yeah, right now, but I'm sure we'll put more characters between them.
Yeah.
All right. So next up we have...
I get that, Chuckles, but it's funny because when the Smash team is just allowed to be like, oh, okay, we're going to go, this character doesn't have much to go with, we're allowed to literally just do whatever we want, they just make stuff that's almost always incredibly fun. And they've stood the test of time and are designs that people know and they love and would be referenced and adored in both Smash and in other fighting game franchises and stuff like that for many, many, many years to come. I kind of wish they would add more no-names like Rob, because it's very clear that when they're just allowed to just design and have fun, they make some of the best stuff. That's when they make their best stuff. Not having to worry about, oh, this character jumps around like this character runs around like this character uses this, and this. When they're allowed to make what were essentially Smash original characters, they are at their most creative and at just their best in general. I don't think I need to explain to you how good Falcon and Fox are. And Rob, while he might not be on the same pedestal as them, he is definitely up there.
first of the 3 links that we're going to be talking about, which is Toon Link.
Oh, Toon Link. I think it's only 2 characters left. Well, we're gonna. This stream's already longer than Smash 4. Jesus Christ.
Weird, because it introduces that inevitable question of, oh, they could be different, but then they wouldn't exist because they'd be harder to make. And I feel like Toon Link has things going for him. Like, he's one of the most expressive characters. He's just straight up adorable in the games.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Like, the unique effects he has on his weapons, I do like a lot. But I feel like of the 3, he is the one that it irks me the most that he's not different.
Yes.
Like, I can forgive just
I
younger
don't
Link.
really know what to say about Toon Link.
Link, but smaller, because when that was first introduced, they were literally the same character. That was just the Ocarina of Time reference of just like, oh, pull out the Master Sword, you're 7 years old, they're fine. But Toon Link comes from an entirely different style, and a style that has gone on to encompass many different games. And there's a lot of cool stuff in those games that just isn't there. I do like how they've slowly branched out and tried to give the character more moves. I like that his forward smash is completely different now. I like that.
It's different, but it's still a bad move.
Cartoonishly dropped from the sky, even though it's a terrible move in the first place. But certain things, just like I wish he had the Deku Leaf as his up B. I wish like they could fit the Skull Hammer in there somewhere. There's a lot of really wacky, cartoony weapons that the other Links wouldn't be able to get.
Toon Link is weird to me because he is 100% my least favorite Link. When young Link came back, Toon Link basically disappeared in my mind. And it's very funny because this character was basically conceived to replace what Young Link was. So, I don't know. I think that the fact that when you put them both in the same game, and it's evident that one still feels way better than the one that was supposed to be replaced feels way better than the one that replaced him. I think that at that point, you really need to go back to the drawing board and think of how you want to handle this character in future games. Because I don't think Young Link's ever going to come back. Honestly, if they really wanted to make something interesting, they would make like a classic Link that's like a younger version of Link. Like he's designed to look like Link to the Past, and he uses abilities from the games that the Link to the Past Link's been a part of, like Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, the Oracle games. And you just make like this true homage to classic Zelda titles in one Link. I think that that's arguably the best way to go. I think it's a combo of base Link's new design tools and the hype of Young Link's return. Well, Young Link is just a better character. Like, he feels better to play. His moves flow together much better. He has a lot of the stuff from Melee that, when brought into Smash Ultimate, feels really, really good. I think that they should axe both Young Link and Toon Link and just make a Link that's based on more classic games, while you go on and have a modern Link that represents more modern titles and where Link is at the moment. And we'll talk about Link next time, but I'm going to say this right now. While I think Breath of the Wild is a really good game, and the remote bomb is a really nice touch, I am not a huge fan of Link in Ultimate as a character. I think that Link in Ultimate as a character made me appreciate Smash 4 Link so much more with what he had and how unique he was, and how I kind of wish he was an Echo Fighter of Breath of the Wild Link, but that's another story.
Way with that feel like such major missed opportunities for Toon Link.
The major thing about Zelda to celebrate, other than the conceit of the Triforce, is its items and the unique things that they bring to the table. And clearly, they're not afraid to change Link up if Breath of the Wild Link is anything to go by.
I like the bomb combos, but I missed the claw shot. And I think the Gale Boomerang could have been fun. And I'm very curious to see what they could have done with a regular Link that has the length of Breath of the Wild Link's sword. So he's better for spacing and footsies and stuff like that. I also feel that out of all the Links, the playstyle Link has in Smash right now was best encapsulated by Twilight Princess Link, because Twilight Princess Link, out of all the Links, is arguably one of the most skilled with a sword. And he learns all these sword techniques and stuff like that. Now, he's not afraid to use kick attacks and stuff like that if it means, getting the jump on his opponent and having all these unique combat techniques. I feel that they have good ideas with Breath of the Wild Link. He learned them from Ocarina of Time Link, though. Then why didn't Ocarina of Time Link use them? You consider doing a moveset for Classic Link? I wanted to do an Echo Fire video, and I was legitimately going to try and convince people that Link could use an Echo Fighter of himself. And the stuff, and I think the amount of differences between Smash 4's Twilight Princess Link and Breath of the Wild Link, currently in Ultimate, would lead to a unique playstyle with, the regular bombs, the Gale Boomerang, and, the notable buff that a lot of win boxes and stuff like that got in Smash Ultimate compared to past games. Thoughts on Mockrock's Link moveset? Never saw it.
But yeah, Toon Link has so many little options, so many different things that he could use, so many ways to better embody him. The fact that the Wind Waker is only a taunt feels really awful, honestly.
That would have been such a cool final smash to just summon a tornado or something. The assets are even in the game in the pirate ship stage.
Imagine if
just not there.
Luigi's Poltergust was just a taunt.
Yeah.
That feels like the concession that they're giving to Toon Link here. And I do agree, I do appreciate the unique things that they've done to distinguish him from the other Links. But I feel like if you're going to represent Zelda and you're going to say, no, this Link is special enough to be separate from the giant composite Link that we've made, then no, give him his unique items. Give him the things that make him special outside from a gameplay perspective.
That's fair.
As opposed to just solely
Which is exactly why I think they need to axe both of the little Links and just make a composite classic Link. And just have two Links, one focused on modern design, one focused on classic design. You cover a lot of the series that way, and you don't need to have essentially three characters sharing the same name.
It's like I know he wouldn't be in the game if he wasn't almost 1-to-1. I that's why both of them exist.
Oh, I fully agree, but by the time that we've reached Ultimate, he's had plenty of time to differentiate himself.
Exactly, and he doesn't. Even just seeing the character in Hyrule Warriors, he has the sand wand in that game, and it's awesome. But you don't get any of that cartoonish creativity apart from his expressions, even his sound design. It upsets me so much that he doesn't have that do you know the kill sound effect in Wind Waker? There's a really satisfying snappy hit sound effect.
Oh yes. Yes.
And that's just gone. You get a really just weak, just slap sound effect on his smash attacks that feels like such a missed opportunity.
Well, to be fair, Wind Waker has some of the best sound design, and that's really hard to translate. But
but all the more reason, the Toon Link should have something better.
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah.
But like just the ebb and flow of the way the music changes in Wind Waker would be impossible to replicate in Smash.
Yeah. I currently have Toon Link in what tier is this? In D tier?
I also have him in D tier.
Because I don't feel like he's fine. Like, I get what they're going for, and that works. Like, he's the cartoon Link, yada, yada, yada. But, like, there's so much more room for improvements.
No, I know. I feel something from him that I don't feel from, say, Lucario.
I feel that he's... I'd argue he feels outdated at this point.
Aspect to Toon Link.
With just the fact that we're not really seeing any more games with this character in it. While it was a nice novelty at the time, especially, you know, with Wind Waker and stuff like that, you know, Brawl basically represented the two most recent games through Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. I feel we're past that.
I would put him at the bottom of D tier, though, because, like, the bottom of D tier right now is currently Robin, and at least Robin tries to go unique. You've convinced me that it doesn't really work, but he does try. Toon Link is a bare minimum that I feel like could be done so much better.
Yeah, but he has a victory animation where he holds a pig. The pig's really cute.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Let him throw a pig
Robin
at someone
has
as an
victory
attack.
animation where she dunks on Lucina for not protecting anyone. Yeah, no, never mind. Toon Link can be underneath her.
Okay, good.
If we consider it female Robin, male Robin is underneath Toon Link. That's the distinction.
No, have you seen
Sure.
Robin's immaculate color 7 with the white robe? That color is like better than 90% of the colors in Smash.
I'll give you that. Oh, but I like male Robin as a character more in Fire Emblem Awakening.
Wait, you don't love the scene where female Robin and Chrom go, I guess we've both seen each other naked. I guess we can get married now.
You know, call me crazy, but no, I don't really like the marriage mechanics of those games, and I feel like they kind of cheapen the support system.
Oh, man. But
it is funny. I'll admit it's funny, but that's not the writing I like of the series, and I feel like it kind of took a downward trend once the S support started getting mixed into the series.
What am I listening to?
I can't believe you don't like Tharja being an abusive mother. God.
Call me crazy, but no.
Damn.
It's amusing, but I don't like it.
Yes, I'm fine with him at the bottom of D tier.
Tharja got robbed.
Okay.
Didn't even get a trophy.
Yes.
He's not full on overhaul, and I could put other characters beneath him in D tier.
Alright, let's cover the last one.
Come on. There's room.
Yeah, you can do better. And he deserves better.
All right, our final character to talk about today
Wolf.
is Wolf.
Yes. I don't know why he's in this video, because as far as I'm concerned, Wolf is a ultimate newcomer and not a newcomer in Brawl. Wolf is very much a byproduct of just... It's very clear that they had, like, next to no time when they got to this character's development, because I don't know what the fuck half of Wolf's moveset was in Smash Brawl, because it was so weird. It was just all over the place. He doesn't feel like a Smash official character. He feels like a fan mod. Which is funny, because there are fan mods for Smash that have made Wolf way better than Brawl did. Yes, his voice was way better. You can't get better than Grant Goody playing Wolf. What a fucking fantastic casting choice that was. Why did they not save the voice lines? Wolf as a character only got good in Ultimate. Wolf is a fantastically designed character in Ultimate who is very much a completely... It's a complete departure from everything he is in this game. he's not as well designed as Fox. Like, I know there are people out there that think that he is better designed than Fox, to which I say, I don't think you understand how well Fox is designed if you say things like that. But just as a whole, Wolf is the prime example, other than Pokemon Trainer, that Brawl newcomers did not get good until later games, because they basically looked at Wolf in Brawl, they said, nope, and made him a completely different character. Everything about Wolf in Smash Ultimate is fantastic. He is basically an all-rounder play on Fox's playstyle, and he does it very, very well. There's not really much to say about Wolf, other than he's just really good. And I think a lot of people will agree that he is very, very good. He's like an A or an S, easily. Much like the other Spaceys are. They're all very, very well designed characters.
First of the Spaceys that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of just a brief overview of how I feel like about the Spacey moveset. I really like how they try to just... It's one of the few characters that I feel like giving them just like a Smash-centric moveset benefited them overall.
Mm-hmm.
They are the most iconic moveset in Smash history.
Kind of rush down, like, in your face, like, frantic playstyle of the Star Fox series throughout all of their movesets. I think they're all pretty decent.
Agreed.
And Wolf is actually my favorite one of the bunch. I like how they've taken that.
I can understand how he can be somebody's favorite.
Interpretation. Part of that's just
he's very good.
As villains in the first place, there's a solid just power fantasy there.
Yes, absolutely.
But I really like Wolf's more aggressive. Like, I love the slash effects on his moves. I love the sweet spot on his side B.
Oh, absolutely.
His up B sucks. I would like that changed. I don't think he needed a reflector. I feel like there was room to give him a more aggressive option there. But in terms of actually playing him, he's by far my favorite of the Spaceys to play as.
I can agree with that. He's by far my favorite of the Spaceys to play as. I don't think he's the best Spacey in terms of design.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I do think that he is a great Spacey. Well. I love how you can tell so hard in Brawl that he is this weird, unfinished mess of a character that's just barely held together. Like, you can feel...
Yeah, he still turned out to be like a high-tier character somehow.
Feel that he has a level of jank that isn't present in any other member of the cast. And the way that they have refined that for Ultimate, the way that they still maintain his sort of weird mechanics, like his forward smash that used to slide you like a million miles forward, is now
miss the slide.
It's much more consolidated now, but it still has this pop. It has this punch that it didn't before. It trades that aspect for something more refined and something, honestly, I think more fitting of Wolf. It feels more smug. It feels more calculated. It feels more forceful. And that's great to see in a character like Wolf. I like how he's become sort of this composite of his sort of feral looks, and sort of brash assault design combined with the smug English cockiness of his Star Fox 64 appearance, and how all of his moves manage to contrast Fox. And I know that all this...
He'd be perfect if he had Grant Goodeve as a voice actor. That's all I can say. This design would be perfect if Grant Goodeve was still the voice actor of Wolf. I am not that big of a fan of his current voice actor. I don't think that he does a very good job, in my honest opinion. Feels very detached from anything that Wolf was in the past. And it sounds like a very bad impression of what he was in Star Fox 64. It's weird. And I don't inherently think it fits his way more like abrasive like a personality and play style.
Spaceys do have similar movesets for obvious reasons. But
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest here. I love the Spacey moveset.
Yeah.
I love how
Yes.
it feels like you are a dogfighter. I love how strong you feel in
Yeah, they're the same. Actually, well, the voice actor for Wolf is different. The voice actor for Wolf is the same person who plays Fox in Star Fox Zero.
the air and how each one is differentiated and how they control the air. I love the dynamic of how you dive down and how
Look,
quick
you want to talk about good Wolf voice acting? It doesn't matter about what we have as official stuff. We're never gonna get a Wolf voice in an actual Star Fox game that's anywhere near as good as his voice in a Fox in Space. We're never gonna get that. Wolf's voice in a Fox in Space is legitimately perfect.
you can do so. I love that they have an emphasis on taking opponents up and off the screen. I love the feeling of their lasers and just peppering someone and conditioning and being able to fire out all the blasts you can, getting in all the damage you can whenever you can. Like, the Spacey moveset, the Spacey feel, just is emblematic of Smash Brothers. It's a feel that works so well with the dynamic platforms and how you move and weave between them.
Wait, are there people here that actually don't know what a Fox in Space is? How many people here don't know what a Fox in Space is? I'll let that question play
I love
out.
how the reflector feels like a natural extension of being able to avoid fire and the barrel roll. Just, it isn't Star Fox.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So, for those of you that are fans of Star Fox and you're clamoring for more Star Fox and you're looking for something that's really, really good, do I ever have a treat for you? A Fox in Space is a cartoon series being animated by a single man that is basically what I would like to describe as an Adult Swim Star Fox show. It had one episode come out all the way back in like 2016. And it had another episode finally debut this year. Apparently, it's going to be a 3-part series for the absolute love of God. The channel is called... I'll even just mute... No. Oh, this is audio. Fuck, hang on. I want audio. I want the actual episode. Here we are. That's better. If you are a fan of Star Fox at all, please, for the love of God, go watch A Fox in Space. I'll play like the first minute just so you understand. Like, holy hell.
Previously on A Fox in Space. We've got a security mission tomorrow where people could die, and you boys are in here playing video games. Hey, nobody's gonna die tomorrow.
Yeah, Fox is right, Peppy. I mean, it's just a security detail on Fortuna. What could go wrong?
Well, if it isn't Fox McCloud, shoot me down if you can.
Peppy, long time no see.
You guys should just turn around and leave because you do not want to piss off my uncle.
Oh, just who I needed to see. Star Wolf. This can't be happening. All your friends are out of the game, Wolf. Don't make me shoot you down. Oh, come on. If we don't put Star Fox out of commission, we're gonna be standing tall in front of Andros.
I know where Fox McCloud's going to be in 4 days, all by himself. When we roomed together in the academy, he told me about this old memorial out in the desert he visits the same day every year, which is coming up this weekend.
Is that a fact? What is that?
Hands in the air, McCloud. Get down here, slowly.
So this series, as I said, is animated by one man. I think there's like a handful of voice actors. This is only the first episode. The second episode, he puts there's a lot more production value behind it. And if you're a fan of some creators, you'll immediately notice that there are some specific voices that sound very familiar. For example, if you're a fan of Vine Sauce or Germa, you'll probably recognize their cameo characters very, very quickly. But I highly recommend this show. You can get through what's been animated in about like an hour. Like this first episode is 13 minutes. The second one is 40. So it's about like it's 53 minutes of content for you to watch. But if you're a fan of Star Fox at all and you've not seen this, please, for the love of God, watch it. And I guarantee that you're going to love it so much. There's so much good to say about this. And I'm glad that I could at least show this to somebody because I figured that everybody knew what it was.
But it gives you the same sensation, it gives you the same joy that Star Fox does. That good Star Fox does. It's better than bad Star Fox or even average Star.
What are its strengths? Phenomenal voice direction, incredible atmosphere, and just incredible writing. I'd say those are its strengths.
Fox. I really need to replay Assault. I love Assault.
Assault is very good.
As much as I could go, oh, they should give Wolf some on-foot assault weapons. They should give him the machine gun or the devil launcher because it's called the devil launcher.
No.
The inherent heart.
He should feel like Fox in at least some regard.
The Smash Brothers series that was there in 64 but was really, really refined in Melee and basically polished to a mere sheen is wonderful. I really, really love it. Only big complaint is that I think all of their R-Wing file smashes are weak. They should be guided attacks.
Yeah.
I was happy to see that they changed it at first, but it's... First of all, they're all the exact same thing. I don't care about the different animations. That does not count. And it's just... I feel like it could be better.
There are like some minor flavor things with them that I feel like they could do better. I feel like they could use the sound effects of Star Fox a little bit better. I feel like, they could really get into that.
Maybe, but I really like the sound quality, especially on Wolf's Blaster. It feels very weighty with the scrape of the blade and then the shot having a lot of impact. I think that it would sound a lot worse if it was actual Star Fox sound effects.
Really get the heart of Star Fox in there. And I feel like Wolf in specific could use his moves in a couple of different ways than Fox and Falco. because he feels like, yeah, he has Fox Reflector and Falco Laser, but a little slower. And I know it has the bayonet at the end, but you throw it out in the exact same way.
Yeah, he is the one that I wish did a little more different. I don't like his up B.
Yeah.
Removing the fire effects from it was just a bad call, in my opinion.
Yeah, because, like,
they should have added something to it that wasn't fire.
Jump, evacuate the burning aircraft feeling. And Wolf is just, oh, I'm evil. Cool.
Going this way now. I kind of wish his reflector didn't actually reflect, but it did way more, like, shine spike damage or something like that.
I can see that.
Turning it into an offensive tool.
Yeah. Which I do admit is a bit weird because Fox is a better rushdown than him. Like, Wolf is very much an all-rounder.
That's true.
I feel like he should be the most aggressive of the three for obvious reasons. Well, then again, his personality is...
While Fox is the rushdown character, Wolf, I would argue, has the most aggro playstyle of them all. Because Fox uses speed a lot to, duck in and out of attacks. While Wolf is very much just, I'm going to approach you and I'm not going to stop approaching you until you're dead. I feel that aspect works in Wolf's favor very well. And I don't think he needs to be faster in order to make that work.
Or chill.
It is. It is. Like it's hard to say because, like, as a rival to Fox, he works well.
I guess I just feel like there's potential there for him to be the more unique, to just go more in that direction, while still fitting that Star Fox blend.
Yeah, I do agree there.
Yeah, where do you have him?
I have him middle A tier.
Oh, yeah, nice. That works.
B tier, but I'll happily move him A tier.
I think all the Spaceys are great. Like, what's there to complain about?
The final smashes, as we discussed.
The final smash, and that's my big thing. Like, these are, whether you like playing them or not, these feel great as Smash Brothers characters.
Absolutely.
Like, if you were to say, okay, what's a base Smash Brothers moveset? How should a Smash Brothers character feel? I might point to a Spacey before I would Mario.
Yeah.
I absolutely would.
100%. Because while Mario is very well-rounded, Fox uses the open space of a platform fighter arguably better than any other Smash character in the entire series. And that's why I would also argue that he is the best designed character in the entire series.
On A tier, like right now, it's Pac-Man, Pokemon Trainer, Villager, Ike.
I would put him in between Pokemon Trainer and Villager.
I can get down with that. I feel like Villager, while great, does miss a few, doesn't quite translate to Animal Crossing gameplay over fully. It's still amazing, but that's just hard to do.
Yes.
Whereas all the Spaceys are just, it's hard to have a complaint about them because they're unique.
Better than Captain Falcon? Yeah, easily.
Because of that, they're solid.
Because, as I said, Fox uses the entirety... Fox has the stats and the build to perfectly utilize the entirety of the area he's given in a platform fighter. Falcon is very, very aggro, and arguably, while he is very fast and he has combos that can carry people, he simply, thanks to very specific things, he does not utilize the freeform movement of a platform fighter nearly as well as Fox does. And I think there's a reason why there are three characters that play similar with Fox, Falco, and Wolf, and they're all good. Meanwhile, Captain Falcon has a clone, and he sucks. Sorry, that was my chair.
Yet they still manage to embody their series in spite of that uniqueness.
Yeah, we've talked so much about characters just being one-to-one translations, but missing the fundamental aspect of their gameplay. I feel like the Spaceys are the opposites, and I love that so well because, yeah, maybe you could throw in a few things like maybe calling in airstrikes or something like that to try to involve the R-Wings more in the moveset.
Well, they have that in the Smash taunts.
This is true. But you still play the Star Fox gameplay even though you're not. It's obviously nothing like it,
Right.
and that's awesome. That's just awesome.
They're what I would expect them to be if they were a guest character in another fighting game franchise.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great
100%.
way to put it.
Like, they have the love that a guest character in Smash would get, despite being, you know, base
unless you're Sonic.
roster. It's like, okay, how do we translate this? And they are given every last bit of detail to get that feel right. And that's so good.
All right, well, I'm feeling pretty happy about this.
Yep, I'm pretty satisfied.
Oh boy, we're
we're
finally at the end.
Oh, wow. Less characters.
Jesus Christ, I was not expecting Brawl to take more time than Smash 4.
Yeah, there's a lot of solid additions. We finally started filling out the S tier, and we've completely filled out the bottom tier as well.
Yep. Do you have any Fs left?
I have one.
Okay.
I definitely feel like I agree with a lot more things today than I did yesterday. And a lot of stuff I was just indifferent about, and I can understand why they were where they were. Well, the funny thing is, Captain, is we're literally just about to end, because we've officially reached the end. We just finished talking about Wolf.
We will get to that one eventually.
I'm looking forward to it.
For now, thank you all so much for watching. I've been really enjoying this series, and I can't wait to get to the rest of the games.
As I said, I'll be live tomorrow, and we're going to be doing Smash 64. There's no fucking way Smash 64 takes 8 hours. There's no way in hell that Smash 64 takes 8 hours. It's 12 characters. And a lot of them I'm probably going to agree with. So I sincerely do not think that we're going to be running into a 8-hour stream. God bless Potato for when he, puts the timestamps for this stream. Are you going to watch the comments video? I said in the first stream that I'm going to cover characters in the comments videos that I think will be swayed the most by public perception. Like, I'll look at Mega Man 100%. I'll look at Robin, because I said that Robin is a lot better than what I think they say he is, and that he probably will go up pretty high. There are some characters I will absolutely look at in the comments video, but I'm not going to look at every single one. Because I have a feeling that a lot of them are not going to change. Because a lot of the reasonings they have, especially for the bottom ones, I do not think are going to change. Like, I don't think Lil Mac's going to move. I don't think Olimar is going to move. I don't think Sonic's going to move. Or Diddy. Or Lucario. Or Mad Knight. Or the Pits. I think that a lot of these characters have very sound reasonings for where they are, and I think that the reasonings they are where they are makes a lot of sense, to the point that I do not think that they are going to be changed. Which is why, as I said, I'm not looking at every single one. I'll look through as many as I can. But I am not looking at every single character in the comments video. If anything, I'll look at specific ones, and I will literally skip to the end to see what the final result is. And then I'll give my opinion, like my ending opinions from there. I think that that's probably the best way to do it. Instead of, sitting through 7 hours. Because I do feel that a lot of them are going to change. But I definitely feel that also a lot of them are going to stay still. And they're going to stay where they are. Are you having fun with this series? I would not be here for 15 hours in total if I was not enjoying this. I hope that you're also enjoying it as much as I am. The only thing is that I've realized this both yesterday and today. Holy hell, is it hard to watch Ultimate footage for 7 hours. Like, I think my eyes have been hurting in the past 2 days more than my throat by the end of these streams, just because of it's like 7 hours of flashy fucking colors. So yeah, I don't think I had as many talking points, but the talking points I had today were definitely like notable, like Wario and Snake. Duke said almost beat for beat what you said about Rob. Yeah, it's also cool to do compare here in chat when they can be. I'm I'm glad they're being good sports about it, and I'm glad that they're enjoying this because I think I'd feel bad if they weren't. Because this isn't like this is supposed to be constructive criticism and clashing on viewpoints. This isn't supposed to be like, oh, this is bad, this could be better, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. And I don't want it to come off as that either. I think that we have for a lot of characters we have similar outlooks, and it's interesting where we clash, specifically on like Snake and Wario and Mega Man and Ryu and Ken. And I probably will clash on like probably Kazi. Actually, no. Kazi is even in like B. I think that's fine because I think that just thanks to what Tekken is, it's absolutely the hardest one to translate to a platform fighter, and as a result, it's not as implemented as well as Ryu, Ken, or Terry. But yes, tomorrow at maybe you'll start 2:30, 2 o'clock, some either around the same time as today, pretty much. That's when we'll be covering Smash 64. There's definitely some talking points in Smash 64, and I feel that some of them I will agree, and I think there will be disagreements. But I'm curious to see what's said about these because these are like Smash's oldest characters. They have had the most time to grow and evolve with the series. Some of them have, some of them haven't, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, tomorrow at 2 o'clock we'll be going into Smash 64. And I thank you all for being here for what has been 8.5 hours of me destroying my vocal cords. Like, by the end of this stream cycle, I'm not going to be able to talk for a month. I do hope that, tomorrow is smoother. And then there will definitely be talking points in Melee. And in Ultimate. Ultimate's going to be a long one. Ultimate's video is 4 hours long. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, that's a lot. That's a lot of flashiness and sore eyes. But I'm here for it. I will finish this. And yeah, 2 down, 3 to go. They did the Ultimate video before he came out, which is perfect as to why I'll also be covering the comment video on the same day as Ultimate. The Ultimate stream is probably going to be very long, and I'm probably going to start early for that one. That one will probably start at like noon. It'll be like a full day of just talking about Smash. There will be probably several tea breaks, which I didn't have today, and I probably should have because I could definitely feel it in my vocal cords that they are very strained at the moment. But yeah, I'll see you soon. So until then, keep your eyes peeled for the post, and I'm gonna say this right now: don't be surprised if I skip tomorrow and do this on Saturday. And do the next one on Saturday, if only for the fact that like this left me like fairly exhausted. And you gotta understand, I talk, as I said, like 45 minutes in a day. At most, it's 45 minutes. Sometimes the most I talk is like 15 minutes a day. I'm not a very talkative person. I talk when I have to. I've spoken more in the past 2 days than I think I've spoken in like the past 2 weeks. And I definitely feel it. And yeah. Like the last 2 streams of this have been pretty hard on my vocal cords. So yeah, I will talk to you guys later. I thank you for joining. Duke, Pierre, I don't know if you guys are still here, but I thank you for joining me on this journey, and I hope you'll be here with me until it's over. I'm very curious as to where Smash 64 is going to go because, as I said, these characters have been around the longest. They've had the most time to, get opinions made about them. And yeah, I will see you guys later. And I hope you take care. Have a good one. Call your mother. And I'm going to go into the corner and decompose. Okay, bye.